Chapter 4294. This nickname isn't small at all. He's actually targeting the geniuses. He's a little narrow-minded. This was the first thought that came to Lin Fei's mind. In fact, Lin Fei didn't see many people like him. However, he didn't expect to meet one here. After Jin Yuanqing said this, he could clearly sense that the Celestial Eye Monarch's gaze had changed. Obviously, he had heard Jin Yuanqing's words. After all, Jin Yuanqing was one of the elders of Sky Sword Mountain. His words had some credibility. Elder Jin, could it be that you've suffered in the hands of this kid? If that's true, then you've lived all these years in vain. Heaven Eye Monarch laughed out loud. His gaze instantly fell on Lin Fei and started sizing him up. There doesn't seem to be much of a difference. Suddenly, Celestial Eye King stepped forward and punched. A huge phantom appeared and attacked Celestial Eye King's head. Since Elder Jin said that you're a genius, then take a punch from me first. Otherwise, you can only say that you're unlucky. Sky Demon Sect, Technique Sect, and other forces took a deep breath. This was indeed Heaven Eye Monarch. He never considered the consequences of his actions, especially when it came to dealing with geniuses. He was very stubborn. As long as he met a genius, he would take a punch first. If he couldn't take it, then he wasn't a genius. If he could, then he was qualified to be a genius. Of course, these geniuses didn't have good days. Those geniuses in Kunlun's secret realm had to be careful when they went out. If they met Heaven Eye Monarch, they could only say that they were unlucky. If they had a backer, they might be able to keep their lives. Otherwise, they would only be left with a corpse. Hence, the people behind him called Heaven Eye Monarch an old pervert. Only such a person would dare to make a move on a genius. However, this kind of guy was living a good life and he had a supreme being behind him. Anyone who wanted to deal with Heaven Eye Monarch would have to consider the supreme backing him. Heaven Eye Monarch, who was just a step away from becoming a supreme, might break through at any time. No one would force the Heavenly Eye King into a desperate situation. Once he was defeated, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Celestial Eye King was also tactful. As long as he was fighting against the geniuses, they basically didn't have any powerful background. Naturally, he wouldn't fight against those who were famous. At most, he would spar with them. As for the rest, he wouldn't be so lucky. If he couldn't block them, he would die. Even if he blocked them, he would still die. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan's hearts were in their throats. They didn't expect the Heavenly Eye King to make a move just like that. A moment ago, they couldn't see his movements, but in the next moment, he directly attacked. He was indeed the legendary Heavenly Eye King, who hid a knife behind his smile. It's up to you to decide whether I'm a Heaven's chosen one or not. You old thing, you've lived for too long. Lin Fei laughed loudly. His sword will emerged and instantly turned into a sword formation. Are you sure that I'm a genius or not? Break my sword formation first. Otherwise, stop blabbering over there. As soon as the sword formation appeared in front of Lin Fei, it blocked the power of the Heavenly Eye King's punch. All the power bombarded the sword formation. The sword formation didn't change at all. Even Lin Fei didn't move at all. Jin Yuanqing's expression changed slightly. He stared at Lin Fei and said, "This guy can also use a sword formation. This sword formation seems to be of a higher level than our Sky Sword Mountains. How is this possible? It seems like it won't be easy for the Heavenly Eye King to break it." The power of the Heavenly Eye King's punch wasn't that easy to resist. When everyone felt that Lin Fei couldn't resist it, the sword formation blocked it just like that. The Heavenly Eye King was also slightly surprised. He looked at Jin Yuanqing. This glance made Jin Yuanqing's hair stand on end. He didn't want to be misunderstood by the Heavenly Eye King. Hence, he quickly explained, "Senior, this person isn't from our Sky Sword Mountain. We don't know where he learned this sword formation. However, it has nothing to do with our Sky Sword Mountain. Senior, please do whatever you want." The Heavenly Eye King was still afraid of the Sky Sword Mountain. After all, the Sky Sword Mountain had a supreme expert. He was also a sword cultivator. His strength was unfathomable. He had to understand this matter first. After listening to the explanation, the Heavenly Eye King felt relieved. He also understood why Jin Yuanqing couldn't handle the other party. This kid's sword formation was somewhat unusual. The power of the punch didn't penetrate the sword formation. Immediately, he knew that this person was qualified to be a genius. It's just a tortoise shell. Watch how I break it. The Heavenly Eye King laughed and rushed forward. Fist shadows appeared from all directions. The entire hall instantly turned into a hellish place. The punches landed on the sword formation. At this moment, no one knew how many punches the Heavenly Eye King had thrown. No one knew what the Heavenly Eye King had used. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Under such a powerful killing move, even if the young man had a sword formation that was known as a tortoise shell, he probably wouldn't be able to block the fist technique. The solid voice seemed to fall on the bottom of everyone's heart. They felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Eye King's strength was unfathomable. However, only a few people had seen the Heavenly Eye King in action. Now their horizons had been broadened. The existence of such an abnormal old man was simply a nightmare for the geniuses. Whoever encountered him would die. At the same time, everyone was also afraid of Jin Yuanqing of the Sky Sword Mountain. This guy had made the Heavenly Eye King attack with just a few words. The young man was really unlucky to encounter such a situation. The situation didn't seem right. Under such a fist technique, it seemed like there was no possibility of survival. However, some people with sharp eyes saw some clues. The sword formation didn't seem to be broken. It seemed like the sword formation was on the verge of collapse. However, under the fist technique, the sword formation was able to withstand it. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This kid seemed to have a strong background. Could it be that he came from a top-notch sect to gain experience? If that was the case, the Heavenly Eye King would be in trouble. The revenge of a top-notch sect was very terrifying. Even if the Heavenly Eye King suffered a small loss, it would still make him lose face. The fist technique is powerful. However, the essence of the fist technique isn't there yet. No wonder you are stuck in this realm. Lin Fei laughed. You want to break my tortoise shell with this fist technique? I can only say that you are thinking too much. Go back and practice for another 100 years. The Heavenly Eye King's figure appeared. No wonder you're so calm. It turns out that this sword formation of yours is not simple at all. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Tell me your master's name. Maybe I'll recognize him and spare your life. The Heavenly Eye King didn't intend to fight anymore. At the very least, this kid had a strong background. He was afraid that he would fight the wrong person. It would be troublesome if he provoked the person behind this kid. One shouldn't think that the Heavenly Eye King wasn't smart. In fact, he was smarter than anyone else. Because of his intelligence, he was able to survive until now. Moreover, he had the support of a supreme. Abnormal old man, when will there be a time when you are afraid? You don't intend to continue fighting. If you don't do it, it will just be a tortoise shell. With your strength, can't you break it? Suddenly, another figure rushed in. It stopped not far away. Chapter 4295. The moment the voice appeared, Heaven Eye King's expression changed. He looked over and said, It's you B****. You're always so direct. I'm going to kill you one day. When the others saw this figure, they all took a deep breath. Another one of the four kings, the Poison King, had come. Heaven Eye King loved to bully geniuses. Then the Poison King was someone who was neither good nor evil. He could be a good guy or a bad guy. It all depended on luck. The Poison King's methods were very powerful. His poison skills were earth-shattering. No one knew when he had poisoned someone. Maybe when he was talking, or maybe when he had just arrived. Either way, you would be poisoned. Therefore, most people didn't like to stand with the Poison King. They would stay as far away from him as possible. Everyone took a step back when they saw the Poison King. They couldn't afford to offend him. Then just do it. I will stand here and let you kill me. I don't care even if you kill me 100 times. Don't be a coward. I hate cowards the most. I think you, Celestial Eye Monarch, are suitable to be a coward. The King of Poisons laughed and said mercilessly. Heaven Eye King didn't dare to do anything. He had suffered a lot in the hands of the Poison King. He was still afraid. The Poison King was the most troublesome one among the four kings. He was rarely seen and spent his time studying poison. He was very good at it. Who knew what kind of trump card he had? It was said that even the Supremes had to respect the Poison King. One could imagine how influential the Poison King was. It was obvious that once the Poison King broke through to a higher level, even the Supremes would have to be careful. Humph. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm here for the Divine Dragon's secret territory. I don't have time to waste here. Heaven Eye King humphed coldly. He didn't want to fight the Poison King. The Poison King turned his head to look at Lin Fei. Kid, you're not bad. Who is your master? For him to be able to teach you such strength, he might even be someone from Heavenly Sword Mountain. The Poison King had been here for a while. Therefore, he knew what was going on. That was why he jumped out to embarrass Heaven Eye King. As one of the 4 kings, he couldn't even take care of a Heaven's chosen one. It was indeed embarrassing. The Poison King loved to mock the Heaven Eye King. I don't have a master, so I have to learn everything by myself. Plus, no matter how powerful Heavenly Sword Mountain's sword formation is, could it be stronger than my sword formation? Senior, your eyesight is a bit lacking. Lin Fei laughed. Everyone on the scene admired Lin Fei's courage. He actually dared to talk to the King of Poisons like that. Wasn't he afraid of being poisoned by the King of Poisons? I also know that you, the Poison King, have just placed 3 types of poisons here. None of them are effective, but when mixed together, they can create a powerful effect. Am I right? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The first thing he did was to check it out. There was nothing he could do. The Poison King's poison was very potent. If he were to fall for it, there would be nothing he could say. No matter how hard they checked, they couldn't find anything wrong with him. He seemed fine. However, Lin Fei's strength told them that he might be telling the truth. The Poison King laughed and said, "You're really interesting. You can even see through this. Do you think I should kill you? It would be a pity if I don't kill you. I think it's better to capture you and make you my disciple. People like you are really suitable to be my disciple. Nobody can see through this, not even the Celestial Eye King. But if you can see through it, then it's different." The Poison King was very surprised. Although the kid didn't say what the 3 poisons were, the Poison King knew that the kid knew what the 3 poisons were. The fact that he dared to say something like that meant he was very confident in his own strength. No wonder he dared to offend the Heaven Eye King. Now he dared to talk to the Poison King like that. I haven't seen a kid like you in a long time. Don't worry. I won't kill you. When the Divine Dragon's secret territory is over, I will take you out. The Poison King was getting more and more interested in the kid. Take me out? Forget it. I am not interested in being your disciple. Lin Fei shook his head. I can see that you are talented. If you are willing to be my disciple, I can teach you some real skills. It won't be as shallow as it is now. I am just talking to you. My poison skills are unparalleled. Do you really think that your poison skills are better than mine? The Poison King thought that the kid was interesting. It had been a long time since someone dared to talk to him like that. In the past, he would have killed the kid with his poison skills. He wouldn't have listened to the kid talk nonsense. Yes, I gave you a chance. You just didn't cherish it. Don't blame me. Ordinary people don't have the right to do that. Lin Fei shook his head. Poison King, I think you should just kill this kid. Listen to what he said. Even I want to kill him now, Heaven Eye Monarch said casually. The Poison King looked at Heaven Eye King and said, "That is why I am different from you. You want to kill all the geniuses you see, but I only want to torture them to death. That is more interesting. Struggle in pain and regret in pain. That is the highest level. Heaven Eye King, don't fall into my hands. Maybe one day I will make you suffer. I will make you wish you were dead." The conversation between the 2 masters shocked everyone. They were talking about killing each other. They were the only ones who were qualified to say that. As you wish. But let's talk about it after we get out of the Divine Dragon's secret territory. Heaven Eye King waved his hand and the dragon key flew out. As soon as the key flew out, it was sucked into the dragon statue. A part of the dragon statue lit up. If you have the Divine Dragon Key, take it out. Don't blame me, Celestial Eye Monarch, for finding the Divine Dragon Key myself. Celestial Eye Monarch's cold eyes swept across the crowd. Without saying a word, everyone took out their Divine Dragon Keys. The stone dragon statue began to glow. A part of it was shining here and there. The dragon was about to fully shine. Everyone wanted to see it. Once the dragon started to shine, it would be like it was alive. Maybe the entrance to the Divine Dragon's secret territory would open. Everyone was looking forward to it. Soon, everyone noticed that there were still 2 missing pieces of the divine dragon key. This was because there were still 2 missing parts of the dragon's body that had not been fully activated. Everyone looked at each other. They were all anxious. Where did the last 2 divine dragon keys go? Heaven Eye King and the Poison King started to look around. There had to be 10 keys to open the divine dragon's secret territory. And this time, the appearance of the sinkhole meant that all 10 keys had been born. Chapter 4296. The last 2 divine dragon keys did not appear. Everyone's hearts tightened. They couldn't possibly say that they had made a wasted trip, right? It wasn't easy for them to make it here. Yet, they were told that there were no divine dragon keys. Wouldn't that make everyone speechless? Everyone wanted to enter the divine dragon mysterious land. It was a legendary place. Even if they couldn't eat the meat, they could at least drink some soup. Only Yi Zixuan knew that the last 2 keys were in Lin Fei's hands. However, she didn't understand why Lin Fei didn't take out the divine dragon keys. Was he not going to enter the divine dragon mysterious land? Yi Zixuan didn't dare to ask or say anything. She could only watch quietly. Since the other 2 kings are here, there's no need to hide anymore. You can't possibly say that you 2 are planning to sneak up behind and be the fisherman, right? That's very embarrassing, Lin Fei said. Heaven Eye King and Poison King's expressions changed. They didn't sense anyone lurking around them. If they were to secretly succeed, wouldn't they be able to plot against them at the critical moment? Then wouldn't the things that they had worked so hard to obtain become the spoils of war in the hands of others? Come out. How dare you continue hiding in front of me, Poison King? Poison King suddenly snorted. He waved his hand and the 5-colored powder flew out, instantly merging into the air. Whoosh! 2 figures appeared in an inconspicuous place in front of them. Ripples were already swaying around these 2 figures, producing hissing sounds. The 2 figures appeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. All 4 kings were here. It was fine if Heaven Eye King and Poison King were here, but now that the other 2 kings were here, things were getting interesting. One of the remaining 2 was called 3 Stones Divine King, and the other was Demon King Tianju. These 4 kings were the strongest below the 6 supremes. Now that all 4 kings had arrived, the situation was clearly a little different. Poison King, your poison technique is getting more and more powerful. I didn't expect you to successfully cultivate the 5-color powder. No wonder you could see through us. Demon King Tianju, who was dressed in black, chuckled. Then he turned to look at Lin Fei. He raised his hand and a black light shot out. I don't know what method you used to see through our existence, but people like you must die. As soon as the black light appeared, everyone heard a ghostly wail and their faces turned pale. Everyone realized that this was the famous demon blade of the Heaven's End Demon King. It was said to be infused with the 7 emotions and 6 desires. When the blade struck out, the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. It could affect people's emotions, and they fell for it unknowingly. Before the black light could even get close to Lin Fei, it was torn into pieces by a wave of sword intent. The ghostly wails and wolf howls immediately stopped. I exposed you, yet you still have the nerve to attack me? Your skin is truly thick, Lin Fei said with a chuckle. Unfortunately, your technique isn't that good. Can't even move my mind. Can only scare normal people. Tianmu King saw that Demon King Tianju was defeated, and he was delighted. At least he had met one. As for him, he was the only one who was embarrassed. Brother Tianju, you can't be soft on such matters. You have to deal with him first. I will cheer you on from behind. Don't let this kid step on your head. Tianmu King said intentionally. If you let the Celestial Eye Monarch deal with Lin Fei, he definitely wouldn't think of doing so. That fellow's sword formation is ridiculously strong. Demon King Tianju's blade technique was the most overbearing and ferocious. Since the blade and sword were enemies, it was best for him to attack. Since one blade failed, Demon King slashed out 3 more times. The 3 blades turned into streaks of light and wailed like ghosts and wolves. Their strength increased by a lot. No matter what, he had to kill this kid first. To be able to see through them, his eyesight wasn't simple. It was best to kill such a person as soon as possible. After the 3 blades, they were blocked by Lin Fei's sword formation. Don't stop, continue. If you can, then kill me on the spot. Otherwise, just stand still. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the four kings. Although they were strong and had the strength of a Qi refinement realm expert, they were still far from what he had imagined. Now Lin Fei had the Tree of Life to continuously heal his body. His injuries were also recovering bit by bit. Every time he recovered, his strength improved. In comparison, his strength was like a rocket. Even if Lin Fei did not make a move, Guan Yu's sword array would be able to easily block the combined attacks of the four kings. Brother Tianju, I think this kid's sword formation isn't ordinary. Let's not waste time on it. Let's go into the Divine Dragon's secret realm first. Three Stones God King said. His voice was deep and heavy. There was a loud buzzing sound. Demon King Tianju really didn't attack again. With those three blades, he had tested his opponent's strength. He was actually another Qi refinement realm expert. No wonder Heaven Eye King was at a disadvantage. Kid, your strength is not bad. To be able to block three of my blades, you can be considered an expert. Seeing that it's not easy for you to cultivate, I will let you go for now. There won't be such a good chance next time. Demon King Tianju found a way out of this embarrassing situation. If it wasn't for the sword formation's shocking defense, Demon King Tianju would have killed this guy long ago. He wouldn't have to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. No matter what, Demon King Tianju remembered this person. In the Divine Dragon's secret realm, don't give him a chance to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. I feel that you will definitely come and beg me later. Although you are one of the four kings below the Supremes, I really don't care. Bullying others just because you are strong is something that I really don't approve of. If you apologize to me now, you might feel better later on. Otherwise. Lin Fei chuckled. Hee. Lin Fei said with a chuckle. When the Demon King of Heaven's End stopped attacking, everyone realized that this young man should be a Qi cultivating expert who had broken through the Xiantian realm. They should have guessed it from the beginning. To be able to block Heaven Eye King's attack so easily wasn't something a Xiantian realm expert could do. They actually did not receive any news about such a young Qi cultivating realm expert. In the Kunlun Mystic realm, there was going to be another expert. In the Kunlun Mystic realm, only a Qi refinement realm expert could be considered a true top-notch expert. Those below Qi condensation were all ants. Jin Yuanqing of Heavenly Sword Mountain sucked in a breath of cold air. With the scene in front of them, the opponent was definitely a Qi disciple expert. To be able to withstand Heaven and Demon King's attack, his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 4297. Heaven and Demon King felt that this was the funniest thing he had ever heard. Beg the other party? He was thinking too much. He was one of the four kings below the Supreme Being. When would he beg others? The other Three Stones Divine King did not believe this kid's words either. It was just that the sword array in his hands was more powerful. If they were to make a move, the other party would not be able to hold on at all. It was just that it was not the right time to make a move. There were so many people present. Once the news spread, they would more or less bear the hat of bullying the weak. Although they would not care much, they would more or less feel uncomfortable. They weren't like the Celestial Eye Monarch, who would want to fight the moment he saw a powerful genius. If he couldn't block the first punch, he would die. If he could block the second punch, he would also die. They weren't shameless enough to do that. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were also worried for Lin Fei. He was one of the four kings below the Supreme Being level. There were not many people who spoke like that. Don't worry, they will definitely come and beg me. You should know. Lin Fei turned around and smiled. Yi Zixuan obviously knew what Lin Fei meant. After all, both keys were in his hands. If they wanted to enter the Divine Dragon's secret realm, they would really have to beg Lin Fei. Perhaps everyone did not agree with him before, but after fighting against Heaven and Demon King, everyone did not think so anymore. He was definitely a ruthless person. The one who fought would know. The one who fought would regret it. Jin Yuanqing from the Sky Sword Mountain was probably regretting his actions. He had offended such a potential expert. Moreover, this expert was a sword cultivator. His sword array was not any weaker than his sword array. Heaven and Demon King and the other three kings did not make any more moves. Their eyes fell on the giant dragon. However, there were still a few parts of the dragon that had not been activated. I still have a Divine Dragon key. Three Stones Divine King threw out a key. An area had been activated. Heaven's End Demon King also threw out a key and activated an area. This time, the entire dragon was almost completely activated. Everyone quickly realized that there seemed to be a missing part of the dragon that had not been activated. No, it was 2 parts. In other words, 8 divine dragon keys had appeared. The remaining 2 divine dragon keys were gone. Everyone had made a wasted trip. Everyone looked at each other, hoping to see the remaining 2 dragon god keys. Who has the key? Stop hiding it and take it out to open the divine dragon mystery land. Demon King Tianjua snorted coldly and glared at them. I don't have the divine dragon key with me. Not here either. Everyone shook their heads. Heaven's End Demon King said coldly. Only with 10 keys here can this gigantic dragon be activated. If not, just the remaining 8 keys won't be able to activate it. That also means that there are still 2 keys here. Do you insist on hiding them? Don't blame this king for taking action. Heaven's End Demon King was furious. There was actually someone playing tricks here. Heaven Eye Monarch chuckled. Brother Tianju's words are my words. Now that you've hidden the divine dragon key, don't blame me for being rude. The 4 kings all expressed their opinions. The people present still did not move. The 2 parts of the giant dragon were still not activated. In other words, they were only 1 step away from the divine dragon arcane realm. That was the worst thing that could happen to them. I think everyone should stop looking. The last 2 keys are with me. However, I don't want to hand them over now. What do you think we should do? Just as everyone was wondering if they had hidden the divine dragon key from each other, they suddenly heard Lin Fei's voice. Everyone subconsciously turned to look at him. Seeing that it was Lin Fei who said it, everyone stopped talking. He was a ruthless person. Even Heaven's End Demon King could not take him down, let alone the rest of them. They could only watch the show. More importantly, this guy had actually hidden 2 divine dragon keys. This was truly inconceivable. It took a lot of effort to get 1 divine dragon key, but this brat actually had 2 divine dragon keys. No wonder he was so calm. Heaven's End Demon King and the rest looked over. They felt that they had seen wrongly. This guy actually had 2 divine dragon keys. Since the divine dragon key is with you, take it out. Don't let us waste time here. Heaven Eye King chuckled. The divine dragon key might be nothing in the hands of others, but if it was with this guy, it would be interesting. Brat, you really are brave. You actually hit 2 divine dragon keys. The Poison King laughed. He felt that he had misjudged Lin Fan. He dared to say such a thing to the 4 of them. He was really brave. Lin Fei said. Yes, I am. Because I am strong enough, I have 2 divine dragon keys. However, I am very unhappy with Heaven's End Demon King and Heaven Eye King. How should I say this? I am happy that you want to enter the divine dragon arcane realm. Otherwise, don't even think about entering the divine dragon arcane realm. Heaven's End Demon King and Heaven Eye King were shocked. They felt that this guy was too lawless. Just because he had withstood their attacks, he thought that he had the strength to fight with them. The 4 kings' reputation was not just for show. They had fought for it with their strength. Who knew how many people had died in their hands? No one had ever dared to say such a thing to them. You said that I would take the initiative to beg you. Seems that you are wrong. You didn't just offend me but the 4 of us. Heaven's End Demon King revealed his white teeth. There was an endless cold light. Lin Fei said calmly. You can try and see if the 4 kings will attack together. I don't think they will join forces with you. My sword formation is not as simple as you think it is. Whoosh! The huge sword formation instantly turned into a stream of light. The stream of light turned from big to small. In the end, only a black dot was left. When the black dot appeared, the Heaven Eye Monarch, the Poison Monarch, and even the 3 stones divine monarch's expressions changed. For example, the 4 kings' expressions changed. They felt the aura of death from the sword. Even Jinyuan City, who was not far away, squinted his eyes. His pupils shrank as he felt a terrifying chill. Who is that guy? Why does he have the Sky Sword Mountain's secret technique? Moreover, the power of this secret technique is not inferior to the Supreme Master's. Is he infinitely close to the Supreme Master realm? Jinyuan City's breathing quickened. How do you feel about my sword? Why don't I start with you? You can look at Heaven's End Demon King. When Heaven's End Demon King was looked at, he revealed a hollow smile. Brother, wait. Let's talk. Chapter 4298. Lin Fei's sword wasn't an ordinary sword. If these great qi cultivating experts could not even see this point, then it would be too big of a failure. Inborn experts could at most see that this sword was extraordinary, but it was hard to say how powerful it was. However, it was definitely not something they could block easily. Lin Fei chuckled. Who was the one who said it was impossible? Say it again. In any case, the 2 divine dragon keys are in my hands. Without them, none of you can enter. Of course, I don't mind if you use force as long as you have the ability. Heaven's End Demon King's face grew ugly. Even the others looked the same. After all, they had wanted to fight just now. Misunderstanding, this must be a misunderstanding. I think the Divine Dragon Mystery Land is right in front of us. If you have any thoughts, you can say it. We can discuss it together. We all have the same goal. Who didn't want to enter the Divine Dragon Mystery Land? The Poison King said as a good guy. No one would be happy to encounter such a situation. However, this brat was not someone they could take down for the time being. They could feel how terrifying the sword was. It was definitely the power of the pinnacle of Qi refinement realm. No one dared to take it head-on. Moreover, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be killed by the killer move when fighting such a person. It was simply impossible for everyone to work together as one. They might be the 4 kings, the strongest existence below the supremes, but in reality, they were scheming against each other. However, in reality, they were all scheming against each other. Both of them wanted to become the 7th supreme being, wishing for one of them to die. Brother Heaven's End, what you said just now was a bit too much. See what this little brother wants. You have to satisfy him. Don't you agree? 3 Stones God King said. The change in this scene was really too fast, and it was hard for people to accept it all at once. Heaven's End Demon King wanted to cry. He wasn't the first to find trouble with this kid. Heaven Eye King was the first to attack. There was also Sky Sword Mountain's elder Jin Yuanqing. He was also the first to attack. He couldn't just let himself be the scapegoat for everything, right? He was one of the 4 kings, not an ordinary person. If it was in the past, Heaven's End Demon King would have attacked long ago. He wouldn't have thought so much. Right now there was no other way. He had met a tough opponent. In that instant, the Demon King of Heaven's End turned to look at Jinyuan City and his eyes turned cold. No matter what, someone had to be the scapegoat first. Heavenly Sword Mountain's Gold Origin City was undoubtedly the most suitable target. Let's beat them half to death first. Brother, I saw that Elder Jin Yuanqing from Heavenly Sword Mountain was disrespectful to you earlier. I feel that someone like him should apologize to you. Don't think that Heavenly Sword Mountain is very powerful. In my eyes they are nothing much. Jin Yuanqing felt that he had been shot while lying down. What was this? Just as he was about to explain, he saw Demon King Tianjue raise his hand and slash at him. Senior Tianjue, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Don't fight. Jin Yuanqing's hair stood on end and his sword array flew up immediately. One of the 4 kings, Heaven End Demon King, actually made a move. Although one of them used a saber and the other used a sword, the distance between the 2 was too great. It was not something that Jinyuan City could resist. After 5 slashes, Jin Yuanqing was sent flying with 1 slash. His body was covered with saber wounds. He was like a work of art that could break at any moment. Hurry up and kowtow to this brother and apologize. Don't think that Sky Sword Mountain is powerful that you can do whatever you want. In my eyes, you are just scum. You should know that not everyone can bully us. When the forces in the distance saw Jin Yuanqing of Sky Sword Mountain being chopped up like a dead dog, they secretly sucked in a breath of air. Fortunately, they hadn't gone to cause trouble for that person in the beginning. Otherwise, they would be the ones in trouble. Jin Yuanqing was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he didn't dare to get angry. Demon King Tianjue wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Although Sky Sword Mountain also had a supreme, these kings also had powerful backgrounds. He could only swallow his anger. Brother, please spare my life. Little brother, please spare me. I was wrong earlier. I should not have asked you for the item from Heavenly Sword Mountain. In the future, Heavenly Sword Mountain will never ask for it again. Just consider this item as a gift for you, little brother. Jin Yuanqing suppressed the helplessness in his heart and begged Yi Lin Fei for mercy. If he didn't speak honestly at this time, he might suffer even more. Although Heaven's End Demon King wouldn't kill him, if he was injured in this place and was killed by someone, he would really want to cry but no tears would come out. Sky Sword Mountain was really powerful. However, Demon King Tianjua wasn't simple either. As long as he didn't kill Jin Yuansheng, just injuring him wouldn't be a big deal. Demon King Tianjua knew how to control himself. Brother, take a look. Did I do it well? Demon King Tianjua laughed and threw a bottle of elixirs over. I see that the friend behind you is injured. I didn't bring anyone else with me, but I have a bottle of top-grade elixirs. Since I don't need it, I'll give it to your friend. Without saying a word, the bottle of elixirs flew over and landed in Yi Zixuan's hands. Yi Zixuan took a look at the elixirs and took in a breath of cold air. This was the top-grade healing elixir in Kunlun's secret realm. The Heavenly Yuan Pill. One pill could help one recover from injuries and there were a total of 5 in the bottle. It was priceless. This gift was really too valuable. He's one of the 4 kings and has a lot of money. It's just a bottle of healing elixirs. You don't have to think so much. Just accept it, Lin Fei said with a smile. Poison King. I heard that the Divine Dragon secret realm is quite dangerous. You should have quite a lot of poisonous items with you. It shouldn't be a problem to give a few to me as a friend, right? Lin Fei looked at the Poison King. No problem, it's a small matter. Coincidentally, I have some small things with me that are suitable for your friend. The Poison King took out his things and handed them over. Seeing this, Yi Zixuan knew what Lin Fei wanted to do. She was very grateful in her heart. This was something that belonged to the 4 kings. Even if it was just a small thing, if it was placed outside, it would make people's eyes go red. Since 2 of the kings had taken the initiative to take out their things, the remaining 2 kings didn't dare to think of anything else. They quickly took out more things to satisfy Lin Fei. Otherwise, they could forget about entering the Divine Dragon secret realm. As for the rest, they could talk about it in the future. Lin Fei's thoughts were simple. If he didn't take out something from them, how could he open the Divine Dragon secret realm so easily? It seemed like the 4 kings were quite smart. Yi Zixuan's mood was obvious. The things that they took out were not bad. Of course, that was only for Yi Zixuan. Remember the website. Chapter 4299. After the 4 kings couldn't take down Lin Fei, they had no choice but to use another method. They could tell that Yi Zixuan was just an ordinary innate. There were a bunch of such experts in the Kunlun mystery realm. However, no matter what, this person was following beside Lin Fei, so they definitely knew him. Hence, they decided to start with Yi Zixuan. Wasn't it just giving some gifts? So what? As long as they could open the Divine Dragon mystery realm, anything was fine. They just had to play around a little, and they would definitely find a bunch of good stuff. Compared to the things he had given out, this little bit of effort was nothing. They all thought it through, so Yi Zixuan obtained a lot of things in a short while. The people from the major forces were all envious, wishing that they could replace Yi Zixuan and take all these things. It was simply too tempting. With these things, be it in terms of survival or increasing one's strength, it would be of great help. Where else could they find such a good thing? Yi Zixuan finally accepted the reality in front of her with much difficulty. She kept them with a peace of mind. She was even more grateful to Lin Fei. The more things she kept, the more the 4 kings' hearts sank. Good lad, why aren't you asking? I can't possibly take out all of my assets. However, they didn't dare to say such words. Who asked them to underestimate Lin Fei from the start, which resulted in such a mess? Luckily, Lin Fei finally opened his mouth. After Yi Zixuan took out a bunch of things. I can see your intentions. Isn't it just opening the Divine Dragon mystery realm? That's simple. However, before I open it, I need you to agree to a request of mine. Otherwise, I won't even bother to open this Divine Dragon mystery realm. The 4 kings had originally heaved a sigh of relief, but when they suddenly heard this, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't he messing with them? I wonder what request Brother Lin has. As long as it's not too difficult, I, the Poison King, will definitely agree to it. The Poison King was the first to speak. Since he hadn't really fought with Lin Fei before, he naturally wouldn't offend him. Since it wasn't a difficult request, he naturally agreed to it. After the Poison King spoke, the remaining 3 kings didn't dare to say anything else. Didn't they see that the Poison King had already spoken? Actually, my request is very simple. After we enter the Divine Dragon's secret zone, no matter when we come out, the four of you owe me a treasure. This treasure must be a chi cultivating stage magic item at the very least. Only then will I activate the Divine Dragon's secret zone. Magic tools were naturally not something that ordinary weapons could compare to. They possessed heaven-defying might. Even if there were four of them, they only had one magic tool in their hands so far. If they really obtained one in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land, they would have to hand it over. That would be difficult for them to accept. On second thought, the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm was the origin of Wuxia. There must be many artifacts in it. If they went in, they would be able to get 2 or 3 of them. It wouldn't be difficult for them to hand over one. In any case, Lin Fei did not ask for the grade of the artifact. When the time came, he would just give them the worst one. They did not breach the contract. If you don't have any objections, then write an IOU here, lest you act shamelessly and refuse to hand over the Dharma artifact. Lin Fei's words stunned them once again. After all, they were one of the 4 kings below the honorable martial artist. Since when did they have to write an IOU? However, when these words came from Lin Fei's mouth, the situation was completely different. They could tell that if they did not write the IOU, Lin Fei would definitely not activate the Divine Dragon secret zone. After all, he had 2 Divine Dragon keys. They were the 4 strongest people below the honorable martial artist. They did not expect to suffer losses at the hands of a brat. It seemed like they could not vent their anger. There was nothing more inferior than this. It's just a small matter. Isn't it just owing money? I'll write it first. The Poison King was the first to write an IOU. After the Poison King wrote the first one, the second one followed. The second one was the Heaven End Demon King, followed by the 3 Stones Divine King, and finally the Heaven Eye King. They had no choice but to write an IOU. Everyone looked at each other. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Was this brat not afraid of being chased by the 4 kings once they left this place? Not only would he be chased by the 4 kings, but he also seemed to have offended the Sky Sword Mountain, which had an honorable martial artist. Everyone could not help but break out in cold sweat for Lin Fei. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. Lin Fei received 4 IOUs as he wished. All of them were imprinted by the 4 kings. They were the real deal. You are straightforward people. I, Lin Fei, am straightforward too. Isn't it just the Divine Dragon secret zone? I'll activate it for you now. Lin Fei smiled and threw the 2 Divine Dragon keys in his hand. Now, he had finally activated the 2 missing parts. When they were completely activated, the stone dragon flew up and circled around. At the same time, it released a wave of dragon's might. The dragon's might reached deep into everyone's heart. The first roar was very shocking. Following the second and third roars, the giant dragon roared 13 times in a row. Everyone could feel the terrifying majesty of each wave of dragon's might. The Divine Dragon secret zone seems to be activated. Someone exclaimed. It turned out that in the middle of the hall, a door had appeared out of nowhere. The 13 waves of dragons might instantly turned into 13 streams of light and pushed the door open. Everyone was greatly surprised by this scene. They did not expect the layout of the Divine Dragon secret zone to be like this. Fortunately, they did not destroy the dragon in the beginning. Otherwise, they would be dumbfounded. Lin Fei chuckled. Fortunately, you did not go all out. Otherwise, the shockwaves from our battle might have torn the dragon into pieces. If that happened, no one would be able to enter. Lin Fei could tell at a glance that the Divine Dragon secret zone was hidden in the void. It was very powerful and did not leave any traces. Even if he used his divine senses to scan it, he would not be able to find it. This was the dust within the dust. The door to the Divine Dragon secret zone was hidden in the dust. In other words, the expert who set this up must have reached a very high level of attainment in the Tao of space. It was not something that ordinary people could break. When the door was completely stabilized, the faintly discernible secret zone appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Behind the door were mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts. It did not look like a dead secret zone as they had imagined. Is this the Divine Dragon secret zone? Why is it so different from what I imagined? There's life here. Seems like this is the origin of Wuxia. Chapter 4300. Before entering the Divine Dragon Mysterious Realm, everyone realized that the Divine Dragon Mysterious Realm was completely different from what they had imagined. They had thought that it would be an uninhabited divine dragon mysterious realm. Other than danger, there were all sorts of traps. Who would have thought that the divine dragon mysterious realm was like a paradise? It was completely out of everyone's expectations. This was not recorded in the information. If anyone still dared to say that the divine dragon arcane realm was an uninhabited place, they would be the first to capture them and beat them up. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. There were lives in the divine dragon arcane realm. Then, do you guys think there are any living people in the divine dragon mystery land? Someone suddenly asked. Everyone's expression changed slightly. If there were living people inside, it would be completely different. They had to be careful. Although traps were dangerous, they could still be prevented. However, if there were people alive, it would be a completely different story. Everyone hesitated. They had never seen such a scene before. The divine dragon mysterious realm is really not bad. It's like a paradise. I wonder who will go in first. Lin Fei laughed. The four kings were actually a little confused. Damn, they did not expect the divine dragon mysterious realm to be like this. If you asked them to go, they would be a little worried. Who knew what the situation would be like inside? If no one plans to go in first, then I will go in. It would be a pity if we don't take a look at such a good place. Lin Fei laughed and looked at Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian beside him. Are you guys waiting outside? Or are you going in with me? Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan did not dare to stay outside. They nodded. We will go in with you. Lin Fei led Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan into the door. By the time everyone reacted, the three of them were already inside the mysterious realm. It doesn't matter if it's dangerous or not, we have to go in. Even if there are living people, they can't be stronger than us. The demon king of Tianjua had been holding his breath for a long time. Now that he did not see Lin Fei, there was naturally no need to suppress it. He snorted coldly and directly rushed in. The remaining three kings were more or less the same. They didn't need to say anything and rushed in one after another. Without any hesitation, the others entered the divine dragon mystical ground as well. Just like that, Lin Fei swaggered into the secret realm. The place where they landed was a forest. When they entered, the rich spiritual energy of the world shocked Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, and their eyes lit up. Yi Zixuan had always felt that the spiritual qi in the Kunlun mystic realm was very dense. However, compared to this place, it was simply unimaginable. Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating in the Kunlun mystic realm for 10 years. Is this the land of origin? The spiritual energy here is too dense. If I'm able to cultivate here for a year, I'll be able to easily break through to the innate realm. Yi Zixuan took a deep breath and sized up the surroundings. Yi Xian also nodded. It's really too rich. If I can cultivate here for a while, I might really be able to reach the innate level. Yi Xian was the weakest among them. At this moment, Lin Fei laughed. Do you guys really think that it's good to cultivate here? Yi Zixuan said without thinking. That's definitely a good place to cultivate. Compared to this, the Kunlun mystic realm is nothing. Then take a look at what's in front. Lin Fei pointed forward and said. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian did not understand, and they really looked forward. In front of them was a thicket, and there seemed to be no movement. However, in the next second, a giant black wolf suddenly leaped out of the thicket. The giant black wolf was very tall and very big, just like a pony. It appeared in front of Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan just like that. The ferocious aura directly made the two of them not dare to breathe loudly. Even though Yi Zixuan was an innate realm expert, and Yi Xian was only one step away from the innate realm, but in front of this giant wolf, they did not dare to make any movements. How can there be such a giant wolf? This is too unbelievable. Yi Zixuan and Yi Fan's minds were practically blank. They had never seen such a giant wolf before. Now that they were facing the giant wolf, they felt the threat of death. In other words, this giant wolf completely had the strength to kill them here. Subconsciously, they finally understood why Lin Fei would say that. It turned out that he had noticed this giant wolf the moment he came down. Scaring them like this, their little hearts could not take the stimulation. They did not dare to move. They were afraid that if they moved, this giant wolf would pounce on them. After all, ordinary wolves were also ferocious and terrifying, and now their bodies were even bigger. One could imagine how ferocious it was. Do you still think that cultivating here is a good thing? Just as Lin Fei finished speaking, a few screams immediately came from the seemingly quiet forest. The sound made one's hair stand on end. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian immediately understood that someone was definitely in big trouble. Maybe they were targeted by these giant wolves, or maybe they were not. In any case, they were all at the same level. The spiritual energy here is very dense, surpassing that of the Kunlun secret realm. Naturally, the wild beasts that live here will all be enhanced, whether it is in terms of intelligence or size. That's why you guys see the giant wolf now. This giant wolf has the strength of at least the innate realm. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The sounds you guys heard just now should be from other people coming down. They were unlucky and encountered the beasts here. That's right, this giant wolf in front of you is actually a beast, just that its brain is not too developed. Beasts and spiritual beasts were only one word apart, but beasts were indeed more terrifying, because they did not have intelligence and were purely driven by violence. After Lin Fei finished speaking, the huge black wolf suddenly moved. Its huge body pounced forward, stirring up a gust of wind. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were directly blasted away by this storm, and they only felt that their bodies were about to be torn apart. At first, they subconsciously thought that the giant black wolf was very strong, but when they really came into contact with it, they realized that the strength of the innate realm was actually nothing in front of this giant wolf. Could easily tear them into pieces. This was the most terrifying thing. They did not have the ability to resist at all. Before they even pounced, they were already defeated. At first, they thought that the divine dragon's secret realm was a paradise, but now it seemed like it was not. This was a land of hell. Cultivating here was purely thinking too much. Chapter 4301. The moment the giant wolf pounced, 5 sharp claws directly popped out from its claws and slashed at Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan. 5 rays of cold light attacked them head-on. Do not underestimate these 5 beams of cold light. An ordinary body of flesh and blood could be easily torn apart in front of these 5 beams of cold light. With a loud thud, the giant wolf fell to the ground in the next second, so it was Lin Fei who made a move. A beam of sword energy pierced through the giant wolf's head. One should not look at how this enormous wolf's strength was formidable, easily making Yi Zixuan suffer a great loss. However, in front of Lin Fei it was just that kind of thing. But to Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, they once again walked on the edge of hell. It was really hard to forget the strength of this giant wolf. If I'm not wrong, this place should have become the holy land of the demonic beasts. In this forest, including the forest outside, there are demonic beasts everywhere. You guys have to be careful, don't get attacked by the demonic beasts. Lin Fei walked over and glanced at the giant wolf. Even though it was just an ordinary giant wolf, with the help of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, in addition to the unique things in this forest, it actually developed a trace of spiritual intelligence and grew into its current form. It even had the strength of an innate. Lin Fei was getting more and more interested in this place. After a short rest, the 3 of them continued on their journey. The giant wolf's fur was also plucked off by Yi Xian, because this giant wolf's fur was very good. If it was used to make inner armor, it could block bullets. Yi Xian really couldn't bear to miss out on such good fur, so he forcefully plucked it off. Of course, it took a lot of time. The forest was very big, and monsters appeared from time to time. These monsters varied in size, but they were all very powerful. Along the way, they also saw many corpses. These were the people who followed them in. They were all killed by the monsters, and more than half of their bodies were eaten. The scene was a mess. Lin Fei was used to everything here. After all, the scenes he had seen before were not comparable to these small scenes. Not long after, they walked out of the forest. He had killed at least dozens of demonic beasts. This forest could be considered a dangerous place. That mountain is so tall. It's like a pillar that supports the heavens. How can there be such a tall mountain in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land? As soon as he got out of the forest, Yi Zixuan saw a huge mountain in front of her. This mountain towered between the heavens and the earth like a pillar that supported the heavens. It would be difficult not to notice it. I think there are many palaces on this mountain. Could there really be people living there? Yi Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain. Lin Fei smiled. To think that there are still people living in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. It looks like these people moved into the Divine Dragon Mystery Land a very, very long time ago. Lin Fei did not expect anyone to be alive in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land, but he did not expect there to be people living here. Looks like if I want the treasures of the Divine Dragon's secret ground, I'll have to go to that mountain. That's the core of the Divine Dragon's secret ground. If I'm not mistaken, the 4 kings should be there as well. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in treasures or whatnot. Now that he had the number 1 divine tree, the divine tree of life, other things were nothing to him. As long as he recovered his strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to take anything. Doesn't that mean that the people over there are from the ancient times? Yi Zixuan asked curiously. Not necessarily from the ancient times, but the modern people should be about the same. A few hundred years would be considered a long time. Lin Fei was experienced. He really did not believe that any ancient people could live until now. They must have come here in the ancient times to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, there were probably many powerful people in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. Other than that, there was another possibility, and that was that these people were brought in by the ancestor. After all, the ancestor's ancient tomb was here. Many people came here for the things in the ancestor's ancient tomb. Just now, Lin Fei secretly sensed that there were no strong auras in the entire Divine Dragon Mystery Land, especially the ones that made his heart palpitate. So far, only the auras that made his heart palpitate were powerful opponents. As for the rest, they were just ordinary. The 3 of them quickly found a way out and headed towards the mountain. Although the mountain looked close, it was still a long way to go. Along the way there were many monsters. Just like what was said, the Divine Dragon Mystery Land was rich in spirit energy. Therefore, a large number of monsters were born. Some of these monsters were alone and some were in groups. It made one's scalp go numb. Their group was the most relaxed. Whenever a monster came out, it was directly killed by the sword will. It did not even make a sound, leaving behind monster carcasses. In the beginning, Yi Xian would skin these monsters and prepare to use them to make inner armor, 1 for each person. But later on, there was more and more fur, so he did not skin them anymore. It took them 5 days to reach this mountain. It was as if the horse died from looking at the mountain. When they were not far away from the mountain, they finally realized how big the mountain was. Other than big, there was no other way to describe it. It was almost one with the world. It was like a stabilizing force. There were palaces all over the mountain. There were large and small palaces, giving off a very solemn and serene aura. At the bottom of the mountain was a large city built with huge black stones. It was built against the mountain, and with the palaces on the mountain, it made this place look very different. There seems to be a carriage in front. A carriage suddenly appeared on the road not far away. There were monsters in front and behind the carriage. They were all tamed and were pulling the carriage obediently. The people around them all looked like they were wearing armor made of animal hide. Their auras were very powerful. The weakest was a transcendent master, and the rest were innate level masters. Such a lineup really made people's hearts tremble. It should be a caravan. But this caravan is different from the ones we usually see. They are all masters. There are 5 innate level masters, 1 at the peak innate level, and even the weakest is a transcendent master. And one of them can control these monsters. I wonder what kind of background this caravan has in this mountain city. Lin Fei's eyes were like torches. He saw through this caravan immediately. There were a lot of experts. What kind of experts are in front of us? Don't have any ideas about our wooden mountain chamber of commerce. I advise you to give up. When Lin Fei and the others noticed this caravan, a cold voice came from there. Obviously, they also noticed Lin Fei and the other 2 strangers. Lin Fei and the other 2 were dressed strangely, and it was hard not to be noticed. Chapter 4302. Lin Fei and the other 2 were indeed dressed in strange clothes. It was normal for them to be targeted by this caravan. No, they were noticed because they happened to be on the official road. The wooden mountain caravan also stopped, and a few strong men in animal skins walked out. Their eyes were very vigilant. In such a place, it had been a long time since someone appeared in such strange clothes. It seems that we have someone asking for directions. Lin Fei smiled. Who is the person in charge here? Come out and tell me. Lin Fei's voice was not light or heavy, but when it fell into the ears of those innate stage experts, their expressions changed drastically. I am Gu Shuzi, the manager of this wooden mountain chamber of commerce. I wonder where this brother is from, And what business do you have with our wooden mountain chamber of commerce? At this moment, a senile old man walked out of the carriage. Although the man looked old and clumsy, he had a dignified aura about him. It was obvious that he was indeed a steward. This place is very interesting. Please come over and tell me. Lin Fei only needed a glance to know the strength of these people, so he did not care. But for this old man, his pupils shrank and he could not help but exclaim, "You are outsiders. No, you are people from beyond the sky. Oh my God, I actually met people from beyond the sky." Not only the old man's voice was trembling, even these innate stage experts changed their expressions one by one. People from beyond the sky, that was a mysterious existence that had always been in the legends. They did not expect that they would actually meet one day. No wonder they were dressed completely different from their sacred land at the beginning. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were slightly stunned. Soon they understood what it meant. Obviously, these people also knew that they came from outside. "I am Gu Shuzi and I have seen people from beyond the sky. I think you must have just come in. Our Lord in the sacred land will be very happy when he finds out because he is looking forward to the arrival of people from beyond the sky." Gu Shuzi also became very excited. Lin Fei originally thought that these people would all make a move. After all, they were different and it was inevitable that these people would have some ideas. But now, it seemed that these people seemed to know about the people from beyond the heavens. Their tones and expressions changed. Obviously, they were all looking forward to the arrival of the people from outer space. In other words, that sacred mountain should have something to do with the people from beyond the heavens. Gu Shuzi invited the three of them to sit in the carriage with great enthusiasm. Lin Fei did not refuse and sat down with a smile. Soon, the carriage continued to move, swaying unsteadily. After asking a few random questions, Lin Fei gained a better understanding of this place, the Divine Dragon mystical land. For example, the mountain in front of them was originally called Mount Dragon God, because it was the Dragon God mountain formed by a giant dragon. They all lived on the Dragon God mountain, but they generally called that place the Holy Mountain, also known as the Holy Land. That was because it was the safest place in the entire Divine Dragon Mystery Land. That place was blessed by the Dragon God. Outside, they would be attacked by demons at any moment. That can't be. The Divine Dragon Mystery Land is so big. Is there really only one place that is the safest? Yi Zixuan asked curiously. Gu Shuzi smiled wryly and said, "It's a long story. The Divine Dragon Mystery Land is not as good as everyone thinks. Although the spirit chi of heaven and earth is rich here, we have to face the attacks of monsters." Although Yi Zixuan had seen many monsters along the way, she felt that the entire Divine Dragon Mystery Land was relatively safe. However, it seemed to be a little different from what she had imagined. This part of our journey is relatively safe. Monsters rarely appear in these places, but if they appear on the other side, it will be the Holy Land of monsters. When Gu Shuzi mentioned this, his face was full of fear, as if he had experienced something terrifying. At the same time, Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven End Demon King landed in a quiet forest. In the beginning they did not care much. Although these monsters were relatively powerful, it was not difficult for them to kill them. Moreover, the fur was quite good, and they could make a small profit if they brought it back. As they killed and killed, the situation was different. There were more and more monsters and they were overwhelming. The strength of these monsters was also getting stronger. Even though they were chi refining experts, they felt pressured at this time. The demonic beasts, both inside and outside, had almost completely surrounded them. When they finally tore open a path, a huge figure appeared. And as soon as the figure appeared, it launched a fierce attack. Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven End Demon King directly displayed their strength. But the huge figure was very incredible, because it had 3 heads and 6 arms. The 6 arms were all holding huge weapons, and they were full of overbearing power. Upon contact, they could not resist at all, and were directly smashed away. "Sure enough, you people from outer space have come. If you don't want to die, then obediently submit to me. Otherwise, I will directly eat you all up." The huge figure rushed over again, and the 3 heads let out a cold laugh. The 6 arms smashed down again, and a loud bang directly blew Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven End Demon King away, and their bodies were covered with wounds. The strength of a supreme master. This is definitely the strength of a supreme master. Heaven Eye Monarch's face turned pale. They originally thought that the Divine Dragon's secret place would not be too dangerous, but who would have thought that after they finally killed the monsters, another incomparably huge monster would appear, and they would be defeated in one move. And it was also at the Supreme Master level. What kind of luck was this? More importantly, this huge figure knew that they were from the outside? Heaven and Demon King's face turned pale, but he suppressed the panic in his heart. What exactly are you? Why should I surrender to you? Aren't you afraid that I will destroy both of you? As soon as Heaven and Demon King said this, the 6 arms smashed down again. Heaven and Demon King could not resist at all, and he was directly smashed into the ground. The 6 arms stretched down, and Heaven and Demon King was grabbed. Just then, Heaven and Demon King finally saw what the other party looked like. It was a huge ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was unimaginably strong, and the strength that the 6 arms released was at the strength of a chi refining expert. Because I am King Kong, one of the 3 monster kings of the Divine Dragon's secret place. By relying on me, I can make your strength rise to the next level, and you will reach the Supreme Master level, which is also the foundation building realm. Chapter 4303. The Heaven Extinction Demon King and the Heaven Eye King were the unluckiest. As for the other 2 kings, they were much more relaxed, even though they were also being chased by the monsters. The Poison King and the 3 Stones Divine King landed in different parts of the forest. After being chased by the monsters, they realized that this place was different from what they had imagined. After leaving the forest, they also headed for Mount Dragon God. Because they encountered a hunter on the way, they used force to understand the situation. Hence, they immediately set their sights on Mount Dragon God. After learning about the people from outer space, they became even more curious and interested in Mount Dragon God. Lin Fei, Yi Zixuan, and the other 2 sat in the carriage swaying. Along the way, they listened to Gu Shuzi and learned a lot about Mount Dragon God. Thump, 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 thump. Suddenly, the ground seemed to tremble. Gu Shuzi's expression changed immediately. I think we are being targeted by the monsters. Gu Shuzi immediately pulled the curtain open and walked out of the carriage. At this moment, everyone in the caravan gathered together because there was a black tide not far away. It turned out that they were all formed by monsters. These monsters were of different sizes, but they were all gathered together. The leader was a huge green bull. This green bull actually revealed a human-like smile and spoke in human language. Ha 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 ha, we are quite lucky. I actually caught a caravan. Children, go and tear them all to pieces. The voice of this green bull was very violent. With a command, all the demonic beasts rushed forward. Quick, deploy the battle formation. We must not let them attack us. The innate stage masters gathered immediately and deployed the battle formation. However, the battle formation had just been deployed, and after killing many monsters, it was blasted away by the opponent's monsters. Furthermore, there were special beasts hidden among these demonic beasts. These monsters could spit poisonous fog. Once they spit it out, it would be very pungent and make people dizzy. Even the innate stage masters could not withstand it. I didn't expect these monsters to target us even though we were so careful. Gu Shuzi's gaze turned cold, and he was ready to take action himself. When Gu Shuzi rushed out, Yixian also came out and saw the green bull. Even though he was prepared, he was still frightened when he saw the green bull. Even in the Kunlun mystic realm, there had never been a green ox that could speak human language. The Divine Dragon Arcane Realm was indeed a magical place. This place is really like what it said. After the dragon god died, its essence blood turned into the flowers and plants in this secret realm. That's why this green ox can also speak human language. Yi Zixuan also walked out. That should be it. Lin Fei smiled and stood behind Yi Zixuan. If there is no accident, Gu Shuzi is no match for the green ox. Although the green ox is huge, it is invulnerable. Moreover, the green ox's strongest skill should be close combat. As the casualties of the demonic beasts increased, the green bull finally moved. In the end, I'll have to do it myself. A bunch of ants. I'll eat all of you in one bite. The green ox pounced forward. Although it was huge, its speed was extremely fast. After its 4 hooves landed on the ground, it was like an earthquake, forming a certain frequency. These innate stage masters were all swaying as if they would fall at any time. Did you see that? This is the green ox's talent, Earth Trample. It attacks by vibrations. Although these innate stage masters are all swaying, they have already been hit and are seriously injured. Lin Fei said very casually. However, in the eyes of Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, the green ox was even more terrifying. In this divine dragon arcane realm, how many green ox beasts like this were there? They finally believed Gu Xuzi's words. Perhaps Mount Dragon God was the safest place in the draconic arcane realm. If they could see a green ox that could speak here, it was imaginable how dangerous this place was. The green ox rammed all the way. Bang 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 bang. One by one, the innate stage masters were sent flying. After that, they all vomited blood and were seriously injured. Some of the weaker ones even died from a single collision. Gu Xuzi's face was full of anger. Green ox, go to hell. Gu Xuzi moved as if he was flying and slapped the back of the green ox with his palm. However, a layer of ripples appeared on the back of the green ox. The green ox took the opportunity to do a death roll. When it faced up, it opened its mouth and spat out a wind blade. It instantly slashed on Gu Xuzi's body, leaving a wound. Stupid human, how dare you fight me in close combat? I wonder who gave you the courage. The green ox revealed a contemptuous look. Quickly pounced on Gu Xuzi again. Gu Xuzi was injured in one move. The wound was shocking. He dodged the green ox's fierce attacks again and again, and it seemed that he was not far from being defeated. Gu Xuzi's palm technique was very overbearing, but the green ox's defense was also very good. After being hit several times, it did not seem to be injured at all. There was nothing but disdain. Should we help Gu Xuzi? After all, we still have to go to Mount Dragon God. Lin Fei said with a smile. Both of you are still a little weak. However, this green ox is suitable for training. Anyway, we are still free now. You can go up and train. After Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian came to Mount Dragon God. No, it was the draconic mystical realm. They felt particularly aggrieved because the monsters they encountered made them feel pressured. In the beginning, Yi Zixuan was also a proud daughter of the heavens, but in front of Lin Fei, her arrogance was completely shattered. Now that there was a chance for training and it was Lin Fei who said it, it was definitely not dangerous. Moreover, with Lin Fei here, Yi Zixuan could rest assured. Without any hesitation, Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian rushed out. The three of them besieged the green ox together. Although the three of them besieged the green ox together, the remaining monsters were still attacking. These innate experts had suffered the attack of Earth Trample, so their strength had been affected to a certain extent. Under the densely packed monsters, they seemed to be powerless. Just as they were about to feel despair, Lin Fei waved his hand. His sword will swept across the bodies of these demonic beasts like a gust of wind. One by one, the demonic beasts were sent flying and fell to the ground dead. Get lost! The monsters that were trying to pounce again curled their tails in fear when they heard this voice and ran away without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, the place became empty. Only the green ox was still fighting with Gu Xuzi, Yi Xian, and Yi Xian. If it were not for the corpses of the monsters, it would be hard to imagine that they had just been attacked by monsters. Chapter 4304. Gu Xuzi, who was fighting with the green bull, was under great pressure. On one hand, he had to watch out for the green ox, and on the other hand, he also had to worry about the safety of the caravan. With the addition of Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, the pressure was alleviated a lot, but he was still very worried about the caravan. After a gust of wind swept past, Gu Xuzi was surprised to find that the monstrous beasts that were besieging them had all disappeared, leaving behind a large pile of corpses on the ground. Gu Xuzi knew that the expert from outer space had taken action. He didn't even know how he did it, but the ground was already full of monsters. Now he was completely relieved. The green ox was busy fighting. Although there were two people in strange clothes, it did not affect him at all. Very soon it discovered that there was a problem, because all its subordinates had run away, and there were a large number of demon beast corpses left on the ground. At this moment, the green bull's bell-like eyes swept back and forth, and very quickly, his gaze landed on a young man. It was also a person dressed in strange clothes. With just one glance, the green ox trembled all over, turned around and ran inside. The green ox sensed a terrifying killing intent from the other party. I'm scared, I'm running away. This was the green ox's instinctive feeling. This guy was definitely a powerful guy. Once he made a move, he wouldn't be able to escape. The green ox did not even dare to say anything harsh. It was afraid that once it opened its mouth, there would be no more time. The beef thighs on your body are not bad. I'll leave one for you. It just so happens that I know where my lunch is. What? You want my cow thighs? The green ox broke out in a cold sweat and ran even faster. Even the ground made thumping sounds. But in the next second, a cold light flashed past, and the green ox let out a blood-curdling screech. It swayed, and with a plop it broke a large tree. It turned out that one of its hind legs had actually fallen off. Not bothering to look at the green bull with its hind leg on the ground, it rushed into the forest in a sorry state. Along the way, the big trees kept falling, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Wuxia was also dumbfounded. That was Green Ox, the strongest existence in the innate realm. Now this green bull actually left a hind leg behind and ran away just like that. Immediately, Ascension master staggered over and brought the cow thigh back. Even if it was just a cow's thigh, it was still extremely heavy. This Ascension expert was so tired that he was panting heavily. Thank you, young Master Lin, for doing us a big favor. If you don't make a move, our Wood Mountain Chamber of Commerce will probably not be able to survive and return to Dragon God Mountain. You guys should have barbecued beef thighs here, right? It just so happens that you guys are tired. You guys can take a break. The demonic beasts here are all yours. We don't have any use for them. An inborn expert stepped forward. I'm a chef. I've never barbecued a peak innate realm green ox thigh before, but I'm happy to cook this thigh for you, senior. Soon these people began to clean up the scene. First, they put all the demon beasts together, took their fur and refined their flesh. They were very busy. Look, we're not too far away from Mount Dragon God. Why would there be Yao beasts attacking you? Additionally, it looks like this Azure Ox has quite the background. Lin Fei asked casually because he had already smelled the aroma of the beef thigh. This was the thigh of an innate realm Yao beast. The energy it contained was extraordinary. To Lin Fei, this was nothing more than a sumptuous meal. It had been a long time since he had encountered an innate realm Yao beast with such rich blood and qi. If Green Ox knew that Lin Fei made a move just because he thought the beef thigh was delicious, it would probably vomit blood in anger. Wuxia sighed. In fact, the Divine Dragon Mysterious Realm is a paradise for Yao beasts, because the Yao beasts here are stronger than the warriors of Mount Dragon God. For example, that Azure Ox just now is at the peak of the inborn realm. Can sweep away a lot of inborn experts. Therefore, we have to be careful. The second one is Long Qianzu, an ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He has extraordinary strength. Even the top experts of Mount Dragon God are no match for him. The second one is Long Qianzu, whose original form is a centipede. He has the blood of the Dragon God, so his combat strength is very strong. He can use 18 weapons and is more powerful than King Kong. The last one is called Emoing. He is the most special one among the 3 kings. His strength is also the most special because his combat strength is not strong. However, he has a unique ability which is possession. Once you are possessed by Emoing, you will be under his control. That Azure Ox is King Kong's subordinate. Wuxia spoke eloquently again. It seems that Mount Dragon God is indeed the only safe place left. Lin Fei also understood Wuxia's problem. Although Mount Dragon God was the safest place, there was still a barrier that blocked the attacks of the Yao beasts. Such a barrier required a certain amount of consumption, and the consumption was in the Dragon Mysterious Realm. They needed to keep searching for it, so they risked their lives to search for it. For example, if it weren't for Lin Fei, all of them would have died here. Dragon God Mountain wasn't unfamiliar with situations like this. At certain times, there would always be people who would search for source stones to maintain the barrier's power. No matter who received this mission, it would be very troublesome. Soon the Azure Ox leg was roasted and served. You too have weak qi and blood. Eat the Azure Ox leg. Maybe you can make a breakthrough in your realm. Lin Fei tore off a piece of green beef and said with a smile. The Azure Ox leg weighed hundreds of kilograms. Even Lin Fei and the other 2 could not finish it. Therefore, Wuxia was lucky enough to taste it. Lin Fei ate very slowly. On the contrary, after Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan ate it, their qi and blood surged violently. Obviously, this beef was extraordinary. Lin Fei slapped the beef with his palm. Soon, The two of them digested the beef and completely absorbed its essence. After eating a little beef, they made a breakthrough in an instant. Yixian was the most excited one. He was originally stuck in the innate realm. Now, after eating the beef, he directly broke through. Yi Zixuan also made a breakthrough. Her strength had improved a lot. Now, if she encountered the Azure Ox again, she would not be so embarrassed. At the very least, she could deal with it calmly. Even if she could not kill the Azure Ox, she could easily leave. The Azure Ox leg that could not be finished was soon distributed to the innate realm masters. They were all very excited. Chapter 4305. The caravan left. They left with a large amount of beast hide and meat. After they left, a huge figure emerged. However, it walked with a limp which looked very strange. This was the green ox that had left. At this moment, the green ox's eyes were almost spewing fire, flashing with anger. Someone from beyond the heavens. That must be someone from beyond the heavens. The King Kong asked us to keep an eye on the whereabouts of someone from beyond the heavens. I didn't expect to run into him. The green ox seemed to have left, but in fact it was hiding. No one knew that the green ox had an innate magical ability, which was to attach its mind to the corpse of the monster. Therefore, it heard everything clearly and more or less guessed the general situation. The green ox's desire for revenge was very strong. Losing a leg would have a great impact on its strength, so it had to remember who did it. Although there were many experts in the sacred mountain and the green ox was afraid of some, no one could use sword intent to easily cut off one of its legs. I must report this news to the king. When the time comes, the king will personally go out and capture the person from beyond the heavens. I must eat one of his legs. No, I want to eat both of his legs. Only then can I vent the anger in my heart. The green ox returned immediately and kept shuttling through the forest. After half a day, it went into a cave. The cave was winding, but when it reached the bottom, it turned into a huge natural cave. There were a large number of monsters living in the cave, but they were all orderly. The green ox soon saw its king. The King Kong. The three-headed and six-armed King Kong was eating a monster. In 2 or 3 bites, it had devoured hundreds of kilograms of monster meat. King, I just received shocking news. Someone from beyond the heavens has come to our secret realm. As soon as the green ox finished speaking, its pupils shrank. His pupils suddenly shrank. He noticed that there were 2 people dressed in strange clothes beside the king. They seemed to be very similar to the young man from before. Little Qing, you found out too late. However, it seems like you've suffered a loss at the hands of someone from beyond the heavens. Even one of your legs was cut off. The King Kong laughed heartily. The green ox knelt on the ground. My king, I brought the little ones to attack a caravan. In the end, we encountered someone from beyond the heavens, and one of our legs was cut off. Please help me, my king. I must eat that bastard. Azure Ox had a certain status under the King Kong because he was invulnerable and extremely strong. I wonder if the one who attacked you was a young man. Heaven's End Demon King stood up and said coldly, if it's this person, then I know who he is. He should be Lin Fei. That's right, that's right. It's a young man. He seems to have brought an old man and a woman with him. Those two have average strength, but that young man is extremely terrifying. I didn't even notice it and one of my thighs was cut off. If it wasn't for the fact that I, old cow, ran fast, I would have been eaten by now. At the thought of this, the green ox shuddered subconsciously. He was too scared. He, old cow, would also be eaten by someone one day. He had always been the one eating others. When had it ever been someone else's turn to eat him? The King Kong laughed heartily. Old cow, to think that you would have such a day. I told you to be careful. Those guys on the sacred mountain aren't that easy to deal with. I didn't expect you to encounter someone from beyond the heavens first. It's already good enough that you came back alive. However, don't worry. You're my general. If someone from beyond the heavens dares to eat your thighs, he will be my enemy. Heaven's End Demon King cupped his hands at the King Kong and said, My king, that kid is a sword expert. He can use a powerful sword formation. Even the 4 of us couldn't take advantage of him. I think that kid must have a big secret. My king, if you capture him, you will definitely gain a lot. Heaven's End Demon King had suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. Therefore, when he heard that it was Lin Fei, he definitely wanted to smear him. Moreover, he also guessed that Lin Fei must have a big secret. If the King Kong made a move, Lin Fei would definitely not be able to escape even if he grew wings. The King Kong's eyes flickered. Then all three heads laughed. Since he has a big secret, I can also exercise my body. I haven't attacked the sacred mountain for a long time. It's about time to contact those two guys. King Kong, you don't need to contact them. We came uninvited. Since the people from beyond the heavens have come, then the rumors have come true. It's also time for us to make a move. At this time, two figures walked in. They were the other two of the three kings, Long Qianzu and Mo Ying. Long Qianzu was a ferocious-looking man. His whole body exuded a fiendish aura. His body was riddled with scars, and the most eye-catching thing behind him were the 18 tentacle-like arms. Each arm was holding a weapon, and it was a shocking sight to behold. The Mo Ying couldn't be seen clearly. His whole body was covered by a cloak. He was clearly standing in front of you, but in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have disappeared. It was a very strange feeling. This was the best proof of the Mo Ying. No one could learn the Mo Ying's move. Therefore, no one could impersonate him. I heard that the people from beyond the heavens have come. The three of us haven't fought for a long time. Why don't we try the sacred mountain? The Mo Ying said coldly. When the three kings were gathered, Lin Fei and the others finally arrived at the sacred mountain. Only when they reached the foot of the sacred mountain did they realize how big the Dragon God Mountain was. They saw that the Dragon God Mountain was filled with palaces of various sizes. They were built on the mountain. When looking at it from afar, they felt shocked. When they saw it in front of them, they felt even more shocked. It was a towering Dragon God Mountain. Guxiuzi, you are lucky to be able to come back. I heard that many caravans were attacked by demonic beasts not long ago. Your caravan is intact. There was a barrier at the entrance of the city. A small patrol team was stationed here, and the leader was a Pixiantian expert. The man recognized Guxiuzi at a glance and smiled. We are lucky. Otherwise, we would have ended up like them. It's really hard to collect source stones. Guxiuzi smiled bitterly. By the way, go and report that I have something important to report to the Sacred Lord. Guxiuzi said again. The leader of the patrol team rarely saw Guxiuzi say something like this. His face turned solemn. Are you sure you have something to report to the Sacred Lord? You should know that once the Sacred Lord sees you, you will be in trouble if it's not something important. Because the people from beyond the heavens have come. I don't know if this news is worth reporting to the Sacred Lord. Shukju website. Chapter 4306. At the highest point of Dragon God Mountain, there was a huge palace that overlooked everything below. This place was called the Dragon God Palace. A figure hurried into the Dragon God Palace. Finally, he came to the main hall. The main hall was empty, except for a huge dragon-shaped statue in the middle, which was very eye-catching. In front of the dragon-shaped statue, a man sat cross-legged. He wore a crown and exuded a majestic aura. Sacred Lord, I've just received news that people from beyond the heavens have come. The proverb left by the patriarch has come true. This person is at the foot of the mountain. Should we summon them immediately? The man softened his footsteps and knelt behind the Sacred Lord. His expression became extremely respectful. The man wearing the crown slowly opened his eyes, and two rays of light flashed across them. The Sacred Lord did not have a name, because after becoming the Sacred Lord of Dragon God Mountain, there was only the word Sacred Lord left. I didn't expect that after waiting for more than 1,000 years, people from beyond the heavens have finally come. This is good news. Invite them up immediately. I'll welcome them personally. The Sacred Lord smiled. He bowed to the dragon statue with both hands. Patriarch, your words have finally come true. People from beyond the heavens have really come. Lin Fei did not stop Guxiuzi from reporting the situation. He had already known along the way. From Guxiuzi, Lin Fei learned one thing. The Patriarch of Dragon God Mountain seemed to have left a message a long time ago, saying that people from beyond the heavens would enter the divine dragon mysterious land one day. This was something very normal to Lin Fei. Moreover, although the appearance of the sinkhole seemed mysterious, it seemed to have been planned. Therefore, Lin Fei also wanted to know what the words left behind by the Patriarch meant. Or was there some secret in the divine dragon mysterious land? Or perhaps the patriarch had left something good, which was why there was such an arrangement. He would know all of this once he met the sacred lord. Not long after, on the winding mountain road, a patrol team arrived. However, the appearance of this patrol team shocked the entire Dragon God Mountain. That was because this patrol team was the Dragon God Patrol Team. There was only one such patrol team in the entire Dragon God Mountain. This patrol team's strength had reached the innate realm. Every single one of them was in the innate realm. This was also the most powerful force of Mount Dragon God. May I ask if the three of you are guests from outer space? Our Saint Master welcomes you very much. An armored Xiantian expert walked over. Yixian and Yi Zixuan felt a lot of pressure. After all, the patrol team this time was made up of innate level people, and they seemed to have received a certain boost. It was as if they were a team, and they could feel the power from the first encounter. I'm very interested in your holy lord. Take us there. Lin Fei was very calm. Under the guidance of this patrol team, the three of them walked all the way to Mount Dragon God. The Dragon God Mountain's palace was different from other places. There were traces of the Dragon God everywhere, and these people were all wearing beast skins or armor, which was very different. Not long after, they arrived at the top of the Dragon God Mountain, and the Dragon God Palace appeared in front of them. The three of you must be guests from outer space. Welcome to the Dragon God Palace. I'm the Saint Master here. At the entrance of the Dragon God Palace, the Saint Master personally came out to welcome them. Yixian and Yi Zixuan were a little flattered. They could feel an unfathomable aura from the other party. They had only felt such an aura from a supreme being before. Could it be that this Saint Master was a supreme being? You're too kind, Saint Master. We're just a group of passers-by. We came to the Divine Dragon Secret Realm just to take a look, but it's more interesting than I thought, Lin Fei said generously. Just like what he said, the others came to the Divine Dragon Secret Realm to look for treasures, while Lin Fei came to watch the show and to meet the ancestor. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Lin Fei to have that kind of interest and that kind of thought? Gossiping was quite interesting. This surprised the Saint Master a little. There were very few people who said it so openly and without hiding it. I wonder what this brother's surname is. It's rare to see someone as straightforward as you. Lin Fei. He's just an ordinary person. The corner of the Saint Master's eyes twitched. If you were an ordinary person, the others would be in trouble. Moreover, the demonic beasts that could break in from the outside were enough to give people a headache. Even an inborn expert would have to be careful when he was outside, fearing that he would be besieged by the demonic beasts. Everyone, please come in. The three followed the Saint Master into the Dragon God Palace. There were side halls of various sizes in the Dragon God Palace. In one of the side halls, the three sat down. After they sat down, a servant immediately served tea. This is the dragon blood tea unique to the Dragon God Palace. It's used to strengthen one's physical body. The three of you must be tired after coming from afar. You can try this dragon blood tea. The 3 cups of dragon blood tea were blood red in color, and one could feel the heat coming from them. After taking a look, Lin Fei picked up a cup of dragon blood tea and took a sip. A domineering effect spread through his body. It's indeed pure dragon blood tea. The effect is amazing. Doesn't this mean that a dragon god has fallen in the divine dragon mysterious realm? I always thought it was a joke, but it seems like it's true. After taking a sip of dragon blood tea, Lin Fei knew that a dragon god had fallen in the divine dragon mysterious realm. The dragon god should be a real divine dragon with a very high bloodline to produce such dragon blood tea. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such an effect. If an ordinary cultivator were to consume the dragon blood tea day and night, the effects would be extraordinary. Yixian and Yi Zixuan were curious. There was such a tea. Both of their physical bodies were average. However, after consuming the dragon blood tea, they felt as if they were in a furnace. It was a very strange feeling, but it also made them realize that this dragon blood tea was indeed good stuff. There is indeed a dragon god in the divine dragon mysterious realm. However, this place used to be a battlefield. The Saint Master explained, and it was a dragon-slaying battlefield. Later on, the divine dragon mysterious realm came into being. It can be said that the entire divine dragon mysterious realm was evolved by the dragon god. We, the younger generation, just got some luck. A dragon-slaying battlefield? That's a little hard to tell. Lin Fei didn't see any traces left behind. All he saw was the abnormality of the divine dragon mysterious realm. This happened a long time ago. Can be traced back to thousands of years ago. Brother Lin, other than the few of you, is there anyone else here? If they enter the territory of the 3 demon kings, it'll be troublesome, the Saint Master said. Chapter 4307. The Holy Lord didn't stay for long. Everyone's topic was very simple, and they didn't have a deep understanding of each other. Lin Fei and the other 2 were arranged to stay in the side hall of the Dragon God Palace. The Holy Lord arranged for people to take care of them, and allowed them to walk freely in Sagely Mountain. He didn't look like he was going to make things difficult for them. Young Master Lin, don't you think that the Holy Lord seemed very calm when we came in but didn't say anything important? I think it's a little weird. After staying in the side hall, Yi Zixuan suddenly asked, I thought a smart woman like you wouldn't even notice this. This Saint Lord is indeed different, so we should be careful. However, I'm sure he has something to ask of us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told us about the arrival of people from beyond the sky. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably waiting for someone. Once everyone is here, he might take the initiative to look for us. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Maybe Yi Zixuan couldn't see anything but Lin Fei could. This Holy Lord did have some thoughts about them. He didn't sense any killing intent from the Holy Lord, so Lin Fei pretended that nothing was wrong. Whatever the Holy Lord wanted to do, he would do it first. Lin Fei just had to watch quietly. Lin Fei didn't think that the Holy Lord would be like this. He definitely had something to do with them staying in the Dragon God Palace. However, Lin Fei couldn't guess what it was, but it most likely had something to do with the ancestor. While staying in the Dragon God Palace, Lin Fei and the others walked around Sagely Mountain. Compared to the outside world, Sagely Mountain was rather backward. However, they could see all sorts of things here. Bartering was also a popular practice here. The most common was exchanging beast meat for beast meat. As for the rest, it depended on the mood of both parties. Lin Fei also exchanged some things here, but the things he used were very simple. He used pills to exchange for them. This was because these things could only be found in the Divine Dragon Secret Realm, and couldn't be found outside. For example, medicinal ingredients. The medicinal ingredients here all contain traces of dragon blood essence. The pills refined from them would definitely have shocking effects. Lin Fei did not hesitate to sweep through the area. All of a sudden, Lin Fei, a person from beyond the heavens, became a big local tycoon here. Although the effects of the pills that Lin Fei refined himself could not be compared to the ones in the other world, it was still quite good when placed in this Divine Dragon Secret Manual. This was because the skills of the alchemists in the Divine Dragon Arcane territory were very crude. Although they all knew how to concoct pills, it was a waste of materials. Poison King and 3 Stones God King are here as well. In a restaurant on the Holy Mountain, Lin Fei bumped into the Poison King and the 3 Stones God King. It was not surprising that the 2 of them ran into Lin Fei. When they entered Mount Dragon God, they already knew about Lin Fei. If you don't mind, let's sit down and have a drink together, said the Poison King proactively. Lin Fei naturally had no objections. Anything is fine. Whether it was the Poison King or the 3 Stones God King, both of them were wary of Lin Fei. Young Master Lin, I have to tell you some unfortunate news. The Heaven's End Demon King and the Heaven's Eye King seem to have fallen into the 3 Demon Kings' territory. I don't know if they are alive or dead. The Poison King sighed when he said this. It can't be. The 2 of them are so unlucky to have entered the 3 Demon Kings' territory. I don't think they will end up well. Lin Fei was speechless. Of all places, they had to go to the 3 Demon Kings' territory. Wasn't that just asking for death? Lin Fei guessed that the 3 Demon Kings were probably at the same level as the Honorable, which was the strength of the Foundation Establishment realm. Who would have thought that there would be Demon Kings in the Divine Dragon Arcane territory? I heard that Demon Kings are at the same level as the Honorable, or even stronger. 3 Stones God King sighed. When they entered, they were already prepared. They did not expect it to be more terrifying than they imagined. The strength of the Heaven's End Demon King and the Heaven's Eye King was obvious. In the end, there was no news of them when they arrived, and they did not know if they were dead or alive. Of course they were happy. After all, 2 less kings meant less fighting for resources. In the future, only the two of them had the chance to step into the honorable realm. The four kings had been fighting for so long. Now that they heard that the Heaven's Eye King and the Heaven's End Demon King had fallen into the Demon King's territory, they were indeed a little sad. Now that you are at Mount Dragon God, what do you plan to do next? Lin Fei asked with interest. The resources here are quite good. It's much better than outside. The Poison King and the Three Stones God King laughed bitterly. We did not bring much with us when we came, so we only exchanged some medicinal ingredients. However, I feel that this Holy Lord is not simple. I wonder if young Master Lin noticed anything? The Poison King asked. We all came from the outside, so we are in the same boat. If the Holy Lord schemed against us, it would be bad. Three Stones God King said. If the four kings were here, they might not be so worried. However, now that there were only the two of them left, Lin Fei, who was stronger than them, naturally became their target. No matter what, they had to stand on the same line. Otherwise, they would not be able to find help when something unexpected happened. Until now, they still could not tell what level Lin Fei was at. In any case, his strength was higher than theirs, but he had not yet stepped into the honorable realm. Why think so much? Anyway, even if the Holy Lord wants something, we just have to wait. He will speak up sooner or later. If we have the time, we might as well take a look around the sacred mountain. Sometimes we might even find some good stuff, Lin Fei said casually. However, the Poison King and Three Stones God King could not do as they pleased. They came to the Divine Dragon's secret territory to search for treasures. In the end, there were living people in the Divine Dragon's secret territory, Mount Dragon God, and the three Demon Kings. The situation suddenly became complicated. Their desire to search for treasures was suddenly shaken. Who knew if they would run into big trouble? Over the past few days, they did not stop asking around about the sacred mountain. In the end, the situation in the Divine Dragon's secret territory was worse than they had imagined. The thought of going out to search for treasures was immediately extinguished. After all, there were so many monsters outside. They had personally experienced it. Once they were surrounded by a dense horde of monsters, even Chi refinement realm experts like them would not be a match for them. They had not met any powerful ones before. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to stand here and talk. Young Master Lin is still optimistic. They knew that they could not do that. Dong 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 dong. At this moment there was a commotion. The people in the inns and restaurants immediately became nervous. Someone exclaimed, "Not good. The Demon Kings must be attacking. They are going to attack the city. Hurry and defend the city. We cannot let the monsters charge into our Mount Dragon God. Otherwise we will all be in trouble." Chapter 4308. One figure after another quickly rushed out of the inn, all of them rushing outside. Lin Fei and the others were the first to see what was happening outside. At that moment, the entire holy mountain was filled with moving figures. The Yao Kings are attacking the city. To think that we would run into something like this. The Poison King was speechless. Is it because of us that the three Demon Kings have come to attack the city? I've heard that these Demon Kings rarely come to attack cities. It might not be a big deal if just one of them comes, but if all three Demon Kings come, this sacred mountain will be in trouble, Three Stones God King suddenly said. Since the Yao Kings are attacking the city, let's go take a look and see what's going on. Lin Fei laughed and rushed out. The others did not hesitate to follow. Compared to other places, Holy Mountain was rather orderly. Clearly, these people were used to the Yao Kings attacking the city. There was no hint of panic or unease. Instead, there was determination. By the time Lin Fei and the others reached the city walls, there was already a large number of people gathered there. All of them were armed with weapons and clad in armor. I didn't expect the three Yao Kings to attack the city. How is that possible? I heard that the three Yao Kings have not attacked the city for a long time. We are in big trouble now. If it's just one Yao King attacking the city, it would be fine. However, if it's three Yao Kings, the Holy Lord will have to step in. When Lin Fei and the others arrived, they heard these people talking. Outside the city walls, the three Yao Kings had brought at least tens of thousands of Yao beasts. They were gathered outside the city. It was a rather majestic sight. Anyone who saw it would be afraid. Even Xiantian experts would feel their hair stand on end when they saw the Yao beasts. Their faces would turn pale. It was rare for the three Yao kings to join forces to attack a city. Look over there. Is that Heaven Eye Monarch and Demon King Heaven End Monarch? Why are they together with King Vajra? The Poison King suddenly said as he looked in a direction. Lin Fei and the others looked over and saw Heaven Eye Monarch and Demon King Heaven End Monarch. At that moment they were standing beside a huge ape. The ape was none other than King Vajra. It had 3 heads and 6 arms and was very easy to recognize. This was because the 3 great monster kings were all very unique. He could recognize them at a glance. There was no way he would mistake them. Looks like they're quite lucky. They actually got along well with King Kong, one of the 3 great Yao monarchs. Lin Fei laughed. Who knows, they might have been involved in the attack on Sacred Mountain. The faces of the Poison King and 3 Stones Divine King changed slightly when they heard that. They agreed with this logic because all of this was too much of a coincidence, so much so that they could not believe it. Why do I get the feeling that those 2 fellows' strength has risen again? How long has it been? Did they get some benefits from the 3 great Yao kings? The Poison King suddenly exclaimed. Although he was not far away from them, the Poison King could feel that their strength had changed a lot. They were old rivals, so there was still some telepathy between them. At a glance, they could feel that they had become different. If this wasn't an increase in strength, then what was? It seems like his strength has really increased. 3 Stone God King could also tell that something was amiss. When Lin Fei and the others saw Heaven Eye King and Demon King Heaven's End, they also noticed Lin Fei. Great King, that kid over there is Lin Fei. He has quite a lot of good stuff on him. Heaven Eye King noticed Lin Fei as well. In the beginning, Heaven Eye King and Demon King Heaven's End were still feeling uneasy. However, they had obtained quite a lot of good stuff from King Kong, which had increased their strength in an instant. Although they were still experts at the peak of Chi Disciple, this increase in strength was something that they might not be able to achieve in 10 years. Where else could they find something like this? So now they were not angry at all. They were happy because they had encountered such a good thing. Now that they saw Poison King, 3 Stones Divine King, and Lin Fei's group, they were confident that they could fight against Lin Fei again. They wanted to see who was stronger. That kid is Lin Fei? He is indeed different. He actually gave me a dangerous aura. I didn't expect the visitors from beyond the heavens to be so strong. King Kong looked over as well. His huge pupils constricted slightly. Then, he immediately revealed his excitement. Heaven Eye King and Demon King Heaven's End strength could only be considered average. They couldn't even beat the Monster Kings. However, that Lin Fei was a little different. King Kong found some interest. 3 Monster Kings, what is the meaning of this? Are you here to attack Dragon God Mountain again? Don't tell me that the lesson our Dragon God Mountain has given you is not enough? An angry voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Holy Leader flew out and landed on the city wall. Other than Holy Leader, there were also a dozen people in black armor. These armored people landed on the city wall one by one. They were expressionless, but they gave off a valiant aura just by standing there casually. It seems like Holy Mountain has quite a lot of good stuff. They even have puppet warriors. Lin Fei also noticed the black armored warriors. With just a glance, he could tell that these armored warriors were not ordinary. Any one of them could easily kill an innate expert. In other words, these guys had the strength of Chi refinement. Lin Fei counted a total of 18 of them. In other words, these 18 black armored warriors could form a battle formation. Aside from Holy Leader, this was probably the strongest method. Holy Leader, we didn't come to attack. We just wanted you to open the ancestral sacred ground. After all, the people from beyond the heavens are here. We can open the ancestral sacred ground now. Are you going to keep it open? Long Qianzu, who was the strongest, laughed. That's right. It's okay if you don't open the ancestral sacred ground. We can just force our way in. King Kong laughed. Actually, I quite agree with this suggestion. Holy Leader, you can think about it. Emoing laughed as well. When Holy Leader saw the 3 Monster Kings, he wasn't too shocked. However, when he saw the other 2 visitors from beyond the heavens, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that he had found 2 helpers. These 2 experts were at the pinnacle of Chi refinement. With their support, they would have the strength of a supremacy. In other words, they had 5 supremacy experts on their side. Such a lineup could not be underestimated. If the three monster kings could attack the city again, they must have some tricks up their sleeves. Lin Fei was startled. He finally understood why the three monster kings had come to attack the city. It seemed that the visitors from beyond the heavens had something to do with the opening of the ancestral sacred ground. This holy leader was still hiding many secrets. Holy Mountain's ancestral sacred ground is not something you can open as you please. You three monster kings are too arrogant. Holy leader said coldly. It seems that you don't plan on opening the ancestral sacred ground for us. In that case, we three monster kings will have to do it ourselves. Let's see if you can stop us this time. Long Qianzu's eyes were cold. I feel that there is something that needs to be settled before we attack the city. I wonder which one of you is called Lin Fei? You chopped off one of my subordinates' legs. I feel that we can talk about this. Chapter 4309. The King Kong took the initiative to step forward and look at the city wall. At the same time, he stared at Lin Fei. Everyone immediately understood what he meant. He was targeting Lin Fei, the man from beyond the heavens. Cutting off one of the green ox's legs was a big move. Everyone knew that the green ox was a capable general under the King Kong. He was invulnerable and strong and was a good vanguard. No one expected him to have one of his legs chopped off. Many people began to covet the green ox's leg. It was definitely a good item. If it was taken out for sale, everyone would fight for it. After all, it was a green ox at the peak. King Kong, it was that kid who chopped off one of my legs. If he hadn't used despicable means, he wouldn't have succeeded. The green ox with a lame leg jumped out and roared. King Kong, don't go too far. Lin Fei is a guest of the Divine Dragon's secret territory, as well as a guest of our sacred mountain. If you cause trouble for Lin Fei, you're going against our sacred mountain. Fight me if you have the guts. The sacred leader snorted coldly. He had naturally heard of this matter. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated Lin Fei. Even the sacred leader felt helpless against the green ox's defense. He did not expect Lin Fei to chop off one of its legs. The green ox's strength was greatly reduced after losing one of its legs, which meant that the King Kong had lost a capable subordinate. Unless the green ox broke through one day or found a treasure, it would not be able to recover its leg. Sacred leader, there's no need to trouble you with this. I've long heard of the King Kong's reputation. I didn't expect him to be so different. He has 3 heads and 6 arms. Amazing. Lin Fei laughed. King Kong, are you sure you want to have a big fight with me? I wouldn't fight an ordinary person. I heard that visitors from outer space are very bold, and you are also very strong. Could it be that you plan to be a coward in the Holy Mountain? That's fine. Once we break through the Holy Mountain, we will naturally find you to exchange pointers. When that time comes, I won't be the only one dealing with you. The Vajra King chuckled. If you could take down the sacred mountain, you would have done so long ago. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? This has nothing to do with me. You have to show me something that interests me. I heard that you demon kings have been entrenched in the Divine Dragon's secret land for a long time. As long as you can show me something that interests me, I will naturally fight you. Otherwise, you can only take down the sacred mountain first. King Kong really wanted to provoke Lin Fei so that he would come out. It would be even better if he could take down the other party. The Vajra King sensed an extraordinary aura from the other party. It was obvious that this person had secrets. The Vajra King's eyesight had always been very good. Moreover, he had 3 heads, so he could think further than anyone else. Every detail and movement could be infinitely magnified. Ordinary people simply could not achieve such an achievement. What about me, the Vajra King? I am one of the 3 demon kings. If you win, I will be your servant. If you lose, I will kill you directly. Who told you to cut off one of my subordinates' legs? You should know that Azure Ox is my capable general. What you did is equivalent to slapping my face. The Vajra King was also eager to give it a try. Beside him, Emoing was completely speechless. This guy was a fighter. Every time he attacked a city, he would fight the experts of the Sacred Mountain one-on-one. This was not the first time. Emoing did not expect that he would bring himself out this time. Although Lin Fei's strength seemed somewhat mysterious, if something were to go wrong, the Vajra King would become Lin Fei's subordinate. Then the 3 great Yao monarchs would become a joke. Vajra King, what time are we in now? Why are you still saying such things? Let's take down the sacred mountain first. Otherwise, let the sacred lord open the ancestral sacred land. We don't have so much time to waste here. Long Qianzu snorted coldly and swept a cold gaze at the Vajra king. Long Qianzu wished he could capture the Vajra king and beat him up. Didn't he see that this was a critical moment? Isn't it just one of your subordinates' legs? Your old cow's strength is only a so-so. Without that leg you can just slowly cultivate. As for fighting one-on-one with someone at this time, although Long Qianzu had the strength to take down the Vajra king, he would also have to pay a huge price. Moreover, there was also a Moing eyeing him covetously. Although the 3 demon kings seemed to be in an alliance, they all wanted to become the number 1 demon king and lead the forces of the other 2 demon kings. Naturally, Long Qianzu would not allow the Vajra king to suffer and let Moing take advantage of him. The Vajra king said disapprovingly, I clearly distinguish between official and private matters. I will teach this kid a lesson in a minute. He even dared to cut off my subordinate. He clearly doesn't dare to give me the Vajra king face. The Vajra king was such an old-fashioned person. No one could change the fact that he had decided on. The demon king of Heaven's End and the demon king of Heaven's Eye were excited. They couldn't even block a few moves from the Vajra king, and were immediately defeated. If the Vajra king had not shown mercy, they would have become corpses long ago. If Lin Fei fought the Vajra king, the outcome would be the same. He would definitely be defeated in less than 10 moves. They all had a deep understanding of this. The sacred leader also looked at Lin Fei. This matter was indeed difficult for him to deal with. Are you sure you want to be my subordinate after losing? However, a subordinate like you is not bad. With your 3 heads and 6 arms, you are very suitable to be a fighter. Moreover, you are a top fighter. Lin Fei smiled. This Vajra king was quite interesting. This showed how much confidence he had in his own strength. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like that. However, my 3 heads and 6 arms do indeed look very suitable to be a fighter. However, not everyone can have a fighter like me. It all depends on whether or not you have what it takes. If you don't, then you can only become a corpse, a nourishment for the divine dragon's secret land. I haven't met an expert with 3 heads and 6 arms in a long time. Coincidentally, my hands have been itching recently. Let's spar. Lin Fei looked at the sacred leader and said, This is a personal matter of mine. Please open the barrier and let me fight with him. I also want to see the strength of the 3 demon kings in the divine dragon mysterious land. I want to see if they are as strong as they say. The sacred leader actually did not intend to let Lin Fei go because the Vajra king's strength was obvious to all. Moreover, the Vajra king had an innate mystique. This was his greatest trump card. Even the sacred leader had to be careful when fighting with the Vajra king. Now that Lin Fei was going to fight with the Vajra king, the sacred leader was indeed a little worried. In the end, the sacred leader agreed with Lin Fei. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4310. Vajra Monarch, this guy is always like this. What do you think we should do? This outsider, Lin Fei, seems to be quite capable. After Lin Fei came out, Moing and Long Qianzu secretly conversed. What else can we do? As long as Vajra Monarch shows signs of defeat, we'll take down Lin Fei first. As long as we control this outsider and open the primogenitor's sacred ground, the sacred lord will have to ask us for help. These guys all have the divine dragon key, Long Qianzu said coldly. Moing and Long Qianzu didn't want Vajra Monarch to take action, especially at a time like this. They didn't expect that Vajra Monarch would make a move first because of an old bull, disrupting their rhythm. However, they didn't dare say anything. After all, Vajra Monarch was also a monster king just like them. How many moves do you think Lin Fei will take? I bet he won't be able to block Vajra Monarch's attack in 5 moves. Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven Absolute Demon King began to bet. 5 moves is too much for him. I think he'll lose in 3 moves. If you lose, you'll have to give me the elixir that Vajra Monarch bestowed. After Lin Fei came out, Vajra Monarch stared at Lin Fei. His eyes, which were as big as copper bells, flickered with a strange light. I heard from Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven Absolute Demon King that your sword formation is very powerful. I'll cut to the chase. Take out your strongest sword formation and let me see if it can break my 3 heads and 6 arms. Vajra Monarch moved 3 of his heads and 6 of his arms. It's been a long time since I've experienced what it feels like to be injured. Even the Sacred Lord wouldn't be able to injure me. I heard that sword cultivators have always been very powerful, but you made me want to fight. Lin Fei could naturally tell that Vajra Monarch wasn't lying. Vajra Monarch was invulnerable. Furthermore, as a monster king, his body was naturally very strong. Ordinary people couldn't break it. Therefore, it was very difficult to injure him. Since you're a demon king, I'll definitely satisfy you. Besides, I'm also looking forward to my suggestion. Can it break open your 3-headed, 6-armed body? Lin Fei said casually. With a whoosh, a gust of wind blew over, and the expression of the King Kong, who had been laughing loudly, changed slightly. Cracks appeared on his body. These cracks spread out and instantly turned into a huge spider web, exploding into bloody scars. Sword intent is like the wind. I didn't expect your sword intent to have reached such a level. You really live up to your reputation. You are indeed a legendary sword cultivator. My eyes have been opened. The Diamond King looked down at the interweaving cracks on his body and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven End Demon King's hearts sank. Although they knew that Lin Fei was very strong, they didn't expect him to have mastered the sword essence to such an extent. His first attack was like the wind. Even they didn't feel it. If it was against them last time, they probably wouldn't even be able to block it. This guy was too cunning. But it's not enough. My body isn't as weak as you think. Vajra Monarch shook his head after laughing. Even so, the hearts of the people on the holy mountain sank. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. Although everyone had heard of sword cultivators, they had never seen how powerful they were. Now they finally saw that sword intent could be mastered to such an extent that it could really kill people without them noticing. I attacked once. Naturally, I'll wait for you to attack once. Otherwise, it would be a pity if I accidentally killed you. Lin Fei did attack just now. He used sword intent like the wind, and it gave Vajra Monarch an invisible blow. Vajra Monarch's body was also beyond Lin Fei's imagination. His current sword intent could basically reach the level of chi refinement. However, it only left the shallowest wound on his opponent's body. Although they formed a big net, no one really injured Vajra Monarch. This was also within Lin Fei's expectations. After all, this was a big ape in the Foundation establishment realm. At the same time, this guy had inherited a part of the Dragon God's strong defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. Sacred Lord's expression was enough to know. 3 demon kings made him feel pressured. This couldn't be hidden from Lin Fei. You're quite an interesting person. Since you said so, I'll fulfill your wish. Take my attack first. It was rare for the King Kong to encounter such an expert swordsman. The swordsman had actually left such a wound on his body in just one move. It was no wonder that Old Cow's leg had been cut off in one move. Perhaps the swordsman had been merciful. Otherwise, Old Cow would have been dead. Old Ox, no Green Ox, originally thought that King Vajra Monarch would be able to avenge him. At that moment he gasped. This was too powerful. To be able to display sword will like the wind, if he were to make a move against him, wouldn't he become a piece of beef? It was too terrifying. Green Ox was so scared that he trembled. He silently took a few steps back. It seems that this guest from outer space, Lin Fei, is not simple. With such sword intent, Vajra Monarch probably won't be able to take him down. Long Qianzu's eyes turned cold, revealing a trace of seriousness. He is indeed quite strong. If he uses this kind of sword intent to deal with us monsters, I don't think many monsters can withstand it. Emoing nodded. Let's wait and see. If Vajra Monarch really can't take him down, let's attack together and kill him. Long Qianzu absolutely did not want anyone to appear and change the situation in the Divine Dragon's secret dimension. Under the joint attack of the 3 monster kings, no one could withstand it. Even the Sacred Lord had to rely on the Sacred Mountain's array. Otherwise, the Sacred Mountain would have been broken long ago. Vajra Monarch made his move. His entire body turned into an afterimage as he pounced forward. In everyone's eyes, Vajra Monarch seemed to have disappeared in an instant. He was too fast. Speed was naturally a big advantage for Vajra Monarch. As soon as Vajra Monarch pounced forward, his 6 arms slapped down like 6 afterimages, forming one afterimage after another. All three heads revealed smiles. As the palm shadows fell, the entire void seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The power of the 6 arms slapping down made everyone feel a terrifying aura. Vajra Monarch was worthy of being called Vajra Monarch. Just as the 6 arms were about to land on Lin Fei's body, a layer of ripples appeared, shining like flowing light. Vajra Monarch's 6 arms slapped the ripples, creating a loud rumbling sound. However, the ripples could not be torn apart. Chapter 43:11. The Vajra King was indeed very strong. His 6 arms slammed down, and almost all of them had the same amount of power. They were extremely penetrating. When this power surged out, the Vajra King felt as if his power had hit a piece of cotton. He could not use any power at all. You know how to use sword intent to defend? I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I wonder how many times you can block my attacks. The Vajra King's pupils shrank slightly, and his 6 arms moved again. Bam 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 bam. Bang! Every hit was very rhythmic, and it actually formed a certain frequency. At that moment, the Vajra King had used a secret technique to make his power stronger. With the help of his 6 arms, his power was far greater than before. Lin Fei was still using his sword intent defense. The defense rippled. Even though it looked like it was about to break, it did not collapse. It was still intact. Don't worry. Take it slow. No one has been able to break my sword intent defense for a long time. If you can break it, then I'll consider you powerful. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled and allowed the Vajra King to keep slamming down. However, he had to admit that the Vajra King was indeed very strong. The power of his 6 arms, especially after they formed a frequency, increased by 3 to 5 times. It could be said that each hit was fatal. A chi refinement expert would be killed in one hit. Moreover, they would die without a complete corpse. I don't believe that your broken sword intent defense can withstand me for that long. The Vajra King had encountered all kinds of opponents. He had even killed many defense experts that he was proud of. Sword cultivators were just famous. The Vajra King did not believe that this person's body could withstand his attacks. The Vajra King's power had a very strong penetrative and destructive power. Bang! 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 No one knew how long the Vajra King had been attacking. Every slap seemed to have landed on everyone's hearts. After a long time, everyone's faces turned pale. Only the Vajra King could attack at such a high frequency. Vajra King has met his match this time. It looks like we should take action. That kid's sword intent defense is truly unparalleled. Even Vajra King can't break through it. Emoing shook his head. He was not optimistic about Vajra King. I think so too. This kid is really something. No wonder he was able to enter our divine dragon's secret realm. After the two of them looked at each other, they immediately made their move. Emo Ying's speed was the fastest. He directly rushed in front of Lin Fei. An overbearing mental attack directly enveloped Lin Fei's body. The spirit was so strong that even Lin Fei's body shook a little before he recovered. Is this the power of the Spectre Demon King of the 3 great demon kings? It's actually a spiritual force expert. No wonder this spiritual force can bewitch Xiantian masters and Qi cultivating masters. It's really powerful. I can even feel the scent of divine sense in it. While Lin Fei was momentarily dazed, Long Qianzu attacked. His speed was no slower than Vajra King's. 18 arms attacked in an instant. Compared to Vajra King's 6 arms, Long Qianzu's 18 arms were even more ferocious. Moreover, each arm was armed with a weapon. When those weapons smashed down at the same time, it was terrifying. Bang! 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 Under the attack of the 18 arms, Lin Fei's sword intent defense instantly collapsed. One layer after another. At first, Long Qianzu had a smile on his face, but in the blink of an eye, his expression changed to one of surprise. The sword wall defenses were so tight that not even wind could pass through them. Layer after layer, they continuously drained the power of Long Qianzu's 18 arms. In the end, all of his power was gone. Dragon Qianzu, what is the meaning of this? When did I ask you to help me? Vajra King was furious. What he hated the most was letting others interfere in his battle. It didn't matter who it was, as long as they interfered, he would feel very unhappy. Vajra King, Didn't you see this kid's sword intent defense? You think you can break it with brute force? You're dreaming. Didn't you see that the power of my 18 arms was neutralized by him? Do you think you can defeat him? Long Qianzu scolded. Vajra King was getting angry. After all, the opponent's sword intent defense was like a turtle shell. His 6 arms couldn't break it. Seeing Long Qianzu's 18 arms unable to deal with the opponent, Vajra King realized that he had underestimated the kid. He didn't expect this outsider to be so powerful. No wonder Heaven Eye Monarch and Demon King Heaven's End hated this kid so much. They must have suffered a lot at the hands of this kid. One Yao King couldn't beat him, so the other 2 Yao Kings attacked. In that case, I won't hold back. Courtesy demands reciprocation. I'll give you myriad swords converge. As soon as he finished speaking, a sky full of sword shadows appeared, instantly causing the expressions of the 3 monster kings to change, and they retreated one after another. No one knew how the sword images appeared. By the time the 3 Yao Kings realized it, the sword images had already enveloped them. In just one exchange, they had suffered countless sword intent attacks. In any case, they were densely packed. Myriad swords converge. This is the true myriad swords converge. Where did this kid come from? He even has my Sky Sword Mountain's absolute art. On another wall, when Sky Sword Mountain's Jin Yuanqing saw this scene, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He was so scared that he started shivering. Now Jin Yuanqing was even more suspicious of Lin Fei's identity. Could he really be an expert from Sky Sword Mountain? Otherwise, how could he control his sword intent so well? Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do that. If Lin Fei really came from Sky Sword Mountain, their Sky Sword Mountain would become famous. No, they would have the chance to unify the entire Kunlun Mystery Land. After the myriad swords converge, the 3 Yao Kings appeared to be in a sorry state. However, they didn't seem to be seriously injured. Vajra King, your helper has appeared. Are you willing to admit defeat now? I am in need of a gold medal fighter like you. Lin Fei smiled as he looked at Vajra King. Vajra King's face turned pale. He had actually lost. He couldn't do anything to Wang Xian's tortoise shell. Wang Xian's attacks were very powerful. Even though he was a Yao King, his body was riddled with bloody holes. Let's just attack the city. Let's take down the sacred mountain first. Vajra King pretended to be confused. Long Qianzu and Emoing no longer dared to look down on Lin Fei. Wang Xian already had the strength to threaten them. Attack the city. After the 3 Yao Kings retreated, they immediately gave the order. You guys. As Yao Kings, your face is too worthless. You actually don't want to admit defeat. Miao Shu House. Chapter 43:12. The Vajra King was indeed shameless. In any case, he had already lost. Did he really want to become the opponent's golden fighter? You're thinking too much. Destroy the sacred mountain first. You must have heard wrongly. I, the Vajra King, have always been a man of my words. Since when did I say something like that? On account of your decent cultivation, go as far as you can. Don't get involved in this matter. The Vajra King would never admit that he had lost. Was the Demon King's face not a face? With a command, the tide-like demonic beast army attacked. The sacred mountain's barrier was activated. A series of ripples appeared. The demonic beasts were stopped. The sacred lord's face turned solemn. Among the demonic beast army, he saw a few special demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were huge in size and were pushed over by the demonic beasts. They were like war machines. You guys have actually cultivated such special demonic beasts. No wonder you guys are so confident in destroying the sacred mountain. The sacred lord also recognized these special demonic beasts. Because these special demonic beasts were used to destroy arrays, their venom had a special corrosive effect. Therefore, these demonic beasts were feared on the battlefield. Of course, their effects were also very good. These huge disc-like demonic beasts were called formation exterminator beasts. Countless nozzles on their backs sprayed green venom at the barrier. When the venom landed on the barrier, sizzling sounds could be heard. Then a hole appeared on the barrier. These holes weren't very eye-catching at first, but as the number of poisonous creatures increased, the holes continued to connect, forming huge holes. These demonic beasts also began to enter through these holes. Hurry up and kill these demonic beasts. We must not let them in. Kill the demonic beasts. The people below the city also came out one by one. 3 in groups, 5 in groups, besieging the demonic beasts. Fortunately, not many demonic beasts came in, but the scene was still very intense. Demonic beasts were constantly dying. More and more people joined the battle. The strength of the demonic beasts also increased. In the end, even Xiantian realm experts joined in. Sacred Lord, I don't know if your holy mountain can withstand the attack of our demonic beasts. Hurry up and open the primogenitor sacred ground. Otherwise, your holy mountain will be littered with corpses. Long Qianzu coldly said. The strongest of the 3 demon monarchs wasn't idle either. Although he was staring at the sacred leader, he was also staring at Lin Fei, the visitor from outer space. He had to guard against the strength of this sword cultivator. If he joined hands with the Holy Lord, it would be troublesome. Even if he had 18 arms, it would still be difficult for him to deal with them. You want me to open the primogenitor sacred land? You have to fight me first. Sacred leader was a hot-tempered man. He led the 18 black-armored men and charged forward. As soon as these 18 armored people rushed out, they directly killed their way into the demonic beast army. In an instant, countless demonic beasts were sent flying and fell to the ground, becoming corpses. All of a sudden, the pressure on the people of the Holy Mountain was relieved. The Sacred Master and Long Qianzu were also fighting. The Sacred Leader did not use martial arts, but pure spells. One after another, spells attacked Long Qianzu. Sacred Leader's spells were not simple. They were wind-type spells. Wind blades constantly attacked Long Qianzu from all directions, making it impossible for Long Qianzu to escape. Even if Long Qianzu managed to break free, the wind-type spells would immediately trap him. He simply could not get close to the Sacred Leader. It was impossible for him to cause any damage. Sacred Leader, your wind-type spells are still the same. However, do you really think that you can stop me by relying on wind-type spells? Long Qianzu laughed. He took out a bead with one of his arms. As soon as the bead appeared, it shone brightly. The wind-type spells that were attacking Long Qianzu were stopped by the bead. They simply could not land on Long Qianzu's body. Do you see this? This is the air-frozen bead that I obtained with great difficulty. It is specially used to break your wind-type spells. I don't know if you still have any way to stop me now. Long Qianzu laughed heartily and rushed forward. His 18 arms directly attacked. In an instant, the attacks landed on the Sacred Leader. Even if the Sacred Leader had arranged a wind-type defensive spell in the first place, he was still sent flying by the 18 arms. This is only the first gift. The best part is yet to come. After the Sacred Leader was sent flying, the 18 black-armored puppets flew up and formed a barrier in front of him. These puppets helped you a lot last time. However, it won't be so easy this time. Long Qianzu took out another treasure. It was a flute. He blew it with a whistling sound. As soon as the flute was blown, the strange sound fell on the bodies of the 18 armored puppets. The 18 armored puppets immediately changed direction and attacked the Sacred Leader. Don't think that I don't know that you brought these 18 armored puppets from the ancestral sacred land. However, I'm not stupid. I found a way to restrain them. I wonder what kind of gift I have. Long Qianzu used 2 treasures to greatly reduce the strength of the Sacred Leader. His wind-type spells were suppressed and the 18 armored puppets were no longer under his control. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Even the most powerful technique of the Sacred Leader was restrained by Long Qianzu. The treasures they took out were also unusual. Outsiders might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. They were clearly magic artifacts. He was even more curious about the ancestral sacred land. It seemed that there should be a lot of good stuff in the ancestral sacred land. He could go in and plunder it. The changes of the 18 black-armored puppets made the Sacred Leader flustered. After all, the combat strength of these 18 black-armored puppets was extraordinary. Coupled with Long Qianzu's attack, the pressure on the Sacred Leader multiplied. He had really underestimated Long Qianzu's calculations. To think that the Sacred Leader would even take out these 2 treasures. It was enough to restrain the Sacred Leader's strength. 18 levels of hell. Long Qianzu suddenly burst into laughter. His 18 arms formed seals and unleashed a powerful killer move. A killer move filled with death aura struck the Sacred Leader. The attack sent Sacred Leader flying. This time his injuries were even more serious than before. You actually cultivated to the 18 levels of hell. Your combat strength instantly soared by more than 50 times. The Sacred Leader spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Long Qianzu with fear. The Vajra King and Demon Shadow also frowned. They recognized this killer move as one of Long Qianzu's super-secret arts. It could instantly unleash 50 times its original power. It could be said that whoever it hit would be destroyed. It was very difficult to cultivate. It was also a very powerful killer move. Even the two of them did not dare to face it head-on. It was said that this was a secret technique unique to the Dragon Clan. Bookseller's website. Chapter 43:13. The moment Long Qianzu used his trump card, the Sacred Leader could no longer block it. His entire body was smashed into the ground, causing the entire sacred mountain to tremble. The might of a Demon King was terrifying. Anyone who faced Long Qianzu's move would feel its power. If anyone were to face them, they would be killed in an instant. It would even be very normal for them to be beaten to the ground. The Titan King and Emoing looked at each other with a hint of fear in their eyes. Although they had been working together to guard against Long Qianzu, they hadn't expected him to succeed in cultivating the 18 levels of hell. The power of one move increased by 50 times. That would definitely kill them. The three Demon Kings worked together to fight for the title of number 1 Demon King. And Long Qianzu seemed to have taken that step. Long Qianzu might have used this move to deal with the Sacred Leader, but it was actually a warning to King Kong and Demonic Shadow. See that? I've cultivated the 18 levels of hell, and can unleash 50 times the power. If you know what's good for you, submit to me and admit that I'm the number 1 Demon King. I'll take you to eat and drink. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll either kill you or subdue you. It's that simple. Sacred Leader, how does my move taste? If you're still not satisfied, I can give you another buy one get one free deal. After all, there are only a handful of people in the entire Divine Dragon Secret Land who can block this move of mine. Long Qianzu laughed heartily. Without another word, he unleashed the 18 levels of hell again. The power of 50 times erupted and blasted down. The Sacred Leader, who had been lying in the ground, was in tatters. That move had directly pierced through his defenses, and even his physical body had been severely injured. Seeing Long Qianzu attack again, despair filled his face. He hadn't expected Long Qianzu's strength to surpass him so quickly, and the treasure in his hand could suppress his strength. Splash, 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 splash. Just as the Sacred Leader was in despair, a stream of water appeared in front of him, blocking the attack for him. The stream of water was formed by sword intent. Facing Long Qianzu's 18 levels of hell, it sank slightly before returning to normal, losing more than half of its power. It's you, kid. Are you courting death? How dare you help the Sacred Leader? The moment the sword intent appeared, Long Qianzu immediately knew who the culprit was. It was Lin Fei, the visitor from outer space. More importantly, the other party's sword intent could actually withstand 50 times his attack. This was what made Long Qianzu feel dissatisfied. This kid was much stronger than he had imagined. Long Qianzu didn't know when the sword intent had appeared. In any case, when it appeared, it had already blocked his 18 levels of hell. Then, I wonder how many layers of my attacks your sword intent defense can withstand. There was a loud noise. All of a sudden 18 attacks erupted from the 18 levels of hell, one after another. It turned out that Long Qianzu had once again used a secret technique. There were actually 18 levels of attacks hidden within the 18 levels of hell. Layers upon layers of hell appeared, and an attack landed directly on the sword will's defense. No matter who it was, that scene would cause their hearts to sink. Long Qianzu's strength had already reached such a level. If it was a one-on-one fight, no one in the entire Divine Dragon Arcane Realm would be a match for him. The strength of the 18 levels of hell was terrifying. However, the sword will was as steady as flowing water, withstanding 18 attacks without making a sound. Your 18 levels of hell are not bad. However, my sword will's defense isn't bad either. Why don't we call it quits for today? Why don't we sit down and have a chat instead of fighting to the death? I'm not interested in the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm. I'm just here to visit, and I'm interested in the ancestor. If you want to continue fighting, why don't you play with me? Lin Fei smiled at Long Qianzu. He didn't retract the sword will's defense. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't watch Long Qianzu kill the sacred leader. He felt that if Long Qianzu killed the sacred leader, it might be impossible for him to visit the ancestor. However, he had to admit that Long Qianzu was indeed the strongest among the 3 demon kings. If it weren't for Lin Fei's recovery, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack of the 18 levels of hell. After all, it was a 50-fold attack. A demon king was already so powerful. Another 50-fold attack wouldn't be a joke. The Dragon 1,000 Feet Demon King frowned. He knew that it was impossible to kill the Holy Lord. This outsider was really a troublemaker. In the beginning, King Kong had offended this kid. Otherwise, he could have roped him in. However, it seemed like it would be difficult now. A boorish man will always be a boorish man. He only knows how to mess things up. Sooner or later, I'll deal with this King Kong. Long Qianzu laughed. Actually, I've never thought of killing the sacred leader. After all, he's the controller of the sacred mountain. If I kill him, who will bring us into the ancestors' forbidden zone? Everyone despised Long Qianzu's hypocritical behavior. He obviously couldn't wait to kill the sacred leader. How could he put on such a sanctimonious act? As for Long Qianzu and Lin Fei fighting, it was impossible. Then let's sit down and have a chat. Long Qianzu returned to his original position. All the demonic beasts gave up on attacking and retreated like a receding tide. Even so, the air was still filled with the smell of blood. The sacred leader mocked himself. He flew out of the ground with wounds all over his body. He quickly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Many thanks for Brother Lin's help. Otherwise, this old life of mine would be gone. The sacred leader smiled bitterly. Even a horse will stumble, let alone a human. As long as you're alive, nothing will be a problem. Brother Long, I think you should have attacked just now. With your 18 layers of hell, you can definitely break that kid's sword intent defense. At that time, I'll join hands with Emoing and will definitely be able to kill that kid. I feel that kid will always be a scourge here. King Kong instigated Long Qianzu the moment he returned. Emoing followed. I feel that that was the best opportunity. Even if we can't kill that Lin Fei, we can still kill the sacred leader. Long Qianzu coldly looked at them. If it's that easy to deal with, then the 2 of you can go. I'll hold them back from behind. As long as you can kill the sacred leader or Lin Fei, then you can become the #1 demon king. I, Long Qianzu, will submit to you and won't have any other opinions. King Kong and Emoing laughed dryly. They really didn't dare to do that. Then we'll slowly discuss it. We still have time. Let's see what the sacred leader has to say. Chapter 43:14. A battle had ended without a trace, just like that. The people of Sacred Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. After all, there were so many monsters. If they really fought to the end, it was unknown how many of them would survive. There were simply too many monsters attacking the city. So many that they felt their scalps go numb. Everyone looked at the extraterrestrial guests with gratitude. The Poison King and 3 Stones Divine King looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They really didn't want to fight these monsters. They were just too difficult to deal with. There was no need to mention the 3 monster kings, especially the Dragon 1,000 Feet Monster King, whose strength was unfathomable. Even the Holy Lord was tricked by him. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, the Dragon 1,000 Feet Monster King would probably be dead now. The place to talk was even simpler. They found a place with no one around. It wasn't far from Sacred Mountain. Our opinion is that you open the primogenitor's tomb, and we'll go in. It's that simple. If you don't agree, we'll continue attacking, Long Qianzu said coldly. If you don't open it, we'll continue attacking the city. We monsters reproduce quickly and aren't afraid of exhaustion. But it's different for you guys. It won't be that easy to replenish your numbers. King Kong chuckled. Sacred Lord's face darkened. In this aspect, they really couldn't compare to monsters. That was why Sacred Mountain's strength had been affected all these years. Then do you know what will happen after you open the primogenitor's tomb? Even I don't dare to guess. The primogenitor is already dead. He's probably turned to ashes. Do you think he can trick us? We 3 demon kings aren't afraid. As long as you open the primogenitor's tomb, we'll dare to enter. Long Qianzu really wasn't afraid of the primogenitor. He was already dead. At most, he would leave behind some legends. Lin Fei listened quietly. Currently, The only thing in the entire draconic arcane realm that Lin Fei cared about was the primogenitor's forbidden zone. Sacred Lord, if you can open it, then open it. They're courting death anyway. They can't blame anyone else, Lin Fei said with a smile. The Sacred Lord hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, then I'll bring you into the primogenitor's forbidden zone. If you die in there, don't blame me. I'm the one who warned you." The sacred leader was also rather helpless. If he didn't bring them in, they would definitely continue to attack the sacred mountain, and the sacred mountain would suffer heavy losses. If you want to enter the primogenitor's forbidden zone, you'll need to gather all 10 dragon keys, Sacred Lord said. Isn't it just 10 keys? That's easy. Just mobilize our men and we'll be able to find them in no time, Long Qianzu said nonchalantly. It was not difficult to gather 10 divine dragon keys. After spending nearly 6 days, he finally gathered all 10 keys. This time was still far beyond his expectations. Sacred Mountain had returned to its usual liveliness, but there was still a somewhat depressing atmosphere in the city, because the demon beasts stationed outside had not retreated. The sacred leader led the group to the center of the sacred mountain. The center of the sacred mountain was a completely different world. It was a huge natural cave. By chiseling on the natural cave, another part of the sacred mountain was formed. They walked down the sacred mountain. Soon they arrived at the underground world. A terrifying, depressing aura swept over them. This is formed by the aura left behind by the primogenitor, the sacred leader said. As expected of the sacred leader. I didn't expect the aura left behind after his death to be so huge. It can even form a sinister wind. The strength of this sinister wind isn't weak, almost comparable to the Xiantian realm. No wonder it's called a forbidden zone. Doesn't this mean that the deeper we go, the stronger the sinister wind gets? The Vajra King laughed loudly, allowing the sinister wind to hit his body. He was unharmed. The forbidden zone left behind by the primogenitor isn't as simple as you think. The sacred leader didn't dare to be careless. He cast a spell in front of him, forming a layer of defense to resist the attack of the sinister wind. The sacred leader's careful actions made the 3 demon kings even more disdainful. They didn't stop mocking and ridiculing him along the way. There weren't many people who came down this time. There were 4 demon kings, 3 demon kings, Sacred Lord, and Lin Fei and the rest. There were about 20 people in total. As they went deeper, the strength of the sinister wind grew. Everyone put up their defenses. However, the 3 demon kings clearly didn't think much of the sinister wind. They continued to resist it, unmoving like a mountain. Looks like the sinister wind here isn't as strong as I imagined. The Vajra King patted his body. They walked for 3 hours. Dragon 1,000 Feet Demon King asked why they didn't fly over. In the end, the sacred leader replied coldly, "There's a spatial tear here. If you have the guts, you can try flying over." With that, the 3 demon kings didn't dare to move. Originally, everyone was very casual. However, after the sacred leader said that, they became more cautious. This was a void tier. If he were to fall into it, who knew where he would run off to? The biggest possibility was that he would die within the void. Even though the demon kings were strong, they would still die in the void. They rested once along the way. After walking for nearly half a day, finally, a huge ancient tomb appeared in front of them. This ancient tomb was built entirely out of black rocks. Of course, the most shocking thing was that there were statues placed in front of the ancient tomb. These statues weren't real statues. They were ice sculptures. No one could imagine that there would be ice sculptures in the depths of the earth. There are people in the ice sculptures. These are all living people sealed in ice. It's too scary. It's really too scary. He was killed in one move. When everyone got closer, the sinister wind was even colder. Its strength was at the pinnacle of the inborn realm. However, these ice sculptures still made everyone gasp in shock. These are experts from our Sky Sword Mountain. Why are they here? Jin Yuanqing resisted the sinister wind. However, he was shocked too because he saw the experts from Sky Sword Mountain. Their attire was very obvious. It was hard not to see them. Poison King, Stone God King and the others were also moved, because they also saw a few familiar figures. After all, they had families backing them. Naturally, they knew some things. Therefore, when they saw the ice sculptures, they were shocked. They didn't expect that the people they couldn't find would die in the draconic arcane realm and become ice sculptures. These people have been dead here for a long time. I advise everyone not to touch these ice sculptures because they contain a terrifying chill. If you touch them, they might fall onto your body and turn you into a new ice sculpture. Holy Master reminded them. That's right. Holy Master. Holy Master. He waved his wind spells and countless wind blades flew forward. However, in the blink of an eye, these wind blades were frozen in mid-air. This is the first test in the ancient tomb. Chapter 43:15. The fact that spells could be frozen by this chilling wind made everyone secretly take a deep breath. It could be seen that this chilling wind was extraordinary. I've brought the place to everyone. You can enter the ancient tomb after passing the first stage of the sinister wind, Sacred Leader said coldly. Looking at the ice sculptures in front of them, no one dared to be careless. The wind blades that Sacred Leader used were pure energy attacks. They didn't expect that they would be frozen by the sinister wind. I, King Kong, have thick skin and flesh. Let me go in first and see how strong this sinister wind is. King Kong snorted coldly as he grabbed one of his subordinates and threw him in. Whoosh! Everyone heard the sound of something freezing. They saw that the demonic beast that was thrown out was frozen into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. They didn't even have time to breathe. What a terrifying, sinister wind. My subordinate is at the peak of the inborn realm, but he couldn't even block it. Why did the ancestor leave such a sinister wind here? King Kong cursed. Heaven Eye Monarch and Demon King Tianjua gasped. They were standing closer to King Kong and took a step back. He silently took a step back. If he had been thrown in just now, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. It didn't feel good to be killed in an instant. They really wanted to leave immediately. They didn't want to go to the ancestors' ancient tomb anymore. It was simply a matter of life and death. They didn't dare to move now. If they moved, King Kong definitely wouldn't mind throwing them in. This sinister wind is quite strong. But since the ancestor left it here, there should be a way to enter. Long Qianzu looked at Sacred Leader. What do you think, Sacred Leader? I think it's better for you to tell us the secret. Anyway, everyone is going to enter the ancestors' ancient tomb. You can't hide the secret in your heart. I didn't expect you to know so much. You actually know the secret of this sinister wind. Sacred Leader smiled wryly. I specialize in researching the primogenitor's ancient tomb. Although there aren't many words left behind, I more or less know that since the primogenitor laid down such a killing formation, there must be a way to break it. It's impossible for him to stop everyone from entering. What do you think, Holy Lord? I advise you not to hide your thoughts and speak them out openly. Long Qianzu said with a proud expression. This Sacred Lord is a little dishonest. A thought popped into Lin Fei's mind. At first he thought that this Sacred Leader was normal. But now, it seemed that this Sacred Leader had a lot of secrets. Actually, it's not that hard to enter the ancient tomb. Do you see these ice sculptures? Don't look down on them just because they've been frozen for a long time. As long as everyone sprinkles their blood on them, they'll be able to activate the people inside the ice sculptures. As long as they're killed, they'll naturally be blessed and enter the ancient tomb. Otherwise, no one will be able to pass through. King Kong laughed. I knew there must be a trick to this place. I didn't expect it to be like this. Doesn't that mean that the people inside the ice sculptures have a certain amount of combat power? That's just right. King Kong will be the first to fight them. This time King Kong didn't grab his subordinates. Instead he slit his hand and cut open his arm. His blood sprinkled on the nearest ice sculpture. Then, an incredible scene appeared. After King Kong's blood sprinkled on the ice sculpture, a crashing sound could be heard. The ice sculpture completely melted. The figure inside the ice sculpture suddenly opened its eyes. The eyes were cold and emotionless. They didn't carry a trace of aura. The figure instantly attacked King Kong. A corpse that has been dead for God knows how long. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Vajra King's 6 arms smashed down heavily and sent the puppet flying. Trash that can't even withstand a single blow. King Kong pounced forward again. His 6 arms fiercely smashed down. This time the chilling winds didn't take the initiative to attack him. Instead, they let him deal with the ice sculpture. After a few rounds, the ice sculpture was smashed into pieces by King Kong. Sacred Leader, Your secret is really useful. The chilling winds didn't attack me. Ha 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 ha. I'll be going first. The Vajra King laughed heartily and strode forward. Long Qianzu and Emoing exchanged glances. They gritted their teeth in hatred. King Kong was one step ahead of them. With that guy's temper, he would definitely sweep everything in his way. Long Qianzu and Emoing didn't hesitate. They also sprinkled their blood on the ice sculptures. However, the ice sculptures activated by the two seemed to be quite strong. It took King Kong a lot of effort to kill them. Then King Kong calmly chased after them. Aren't you going in? Lin Fei asked with a smile. If I don't go in, the three Yao Kings will take away all the items inside. If that happens, your holy mountain will have a hard time in the future. I'm just letting the three Yao Kings scout ahead. If there are any dangers, let them deal with them first. If we go after them, we can avoid a lot of trouble, Sacred Leader said. After the three Yao Kings killed the ice sculptures, the other four Yao Kings did not hesitate. One by one they followed suit. Needless to say, there were strong and weak ice sculptures. If they were lucky, they would encounter some weaker ones. If they were unlucky, they would encounter some stronger ones. After the three Yao Kings entered, the other four Yao Kings followed suit. This process didn't take too long. Brother Lin, aren't you going in? I heard that there are many good items inside. We can't let the Yao Kings snatch them away. No matter what, they will fall into our hands. When the time comes, we will have to trouble you, Brother Lin, to help us, Sacred Leader said with a look of anticipation. You've never gone in before? Lin Fei asked curiously. Don't mention it. It's very dangerous inside. I don't dare to go there a second time. Luckily, there are three Yao Kings leading the way this time. We can avoid a lot of danger. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were both looking forward to it. After all, this was the primogenitor's ancient tomb. Even people from the Kunlun mystery realm were looking for these primogenitor's ancient tombs. They didn't expect that there would be one in the Divine Dragon mystery realm. Without any hesitation, everyone activated the ice sculptures. For a moment, everyone was fighting with the ice sculptures. The ice sculpture that Lin Fei encountered was very simple. It was cut into two by his sword intent. The others didn't have it so easy. Some of them were heavily injured by the ice sculptures. Luckily, they didn't die and stayed outside. They couldn't wait and followed in. After passing through a large area of ice sculptures, a large door appeared. At this moment, the door had already been pushed open. Ha 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 ha. There's actually a treasure inside. This treasure is mine. Chapter 43:16. This was the voice of King Kong. He sounded extremely excited and ecstatic. His voice was also much louder than usual. After that, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Hearing the word magic treasure, many people were moved. Some of these people were natives of the Divine Dragon mystic realm, while some were experts of the Kunlun mystic realm. Naturally, they knew that magic treasures were above magic weapons. Usually it was hard to even see a magic weapon, let alone a magic treasure. If one could refine a magic treasure, they would truly be invincible. Everyone surged in like a tidal wave. The calmest person present was Lin Fei. Magic treasures were powerful things. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, they were nothing much. In the face of true strength, even a magic treasure could be destroyed. Moreover, the magic treasures in this ancient tomb were probably not of good quality. When everyone entered the ancient tomb, they realized that it was extremely huge and spacious. However, at this moment, the three demon kings of King Kong were fighting over the magic treasures. It turned out that at the end of the ancient tomb, there was a stairway to heaven. There were treasures hanging on both sides of the stairway. At the top of the stairway to heaven, there was a stone coffin with a treasure floating above it. There are magic weapons and magic treasures hanging there. Ha 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 ha. The founder is such a good person. He actually left behind magic weapons and magic treasures. As long as I can get my hands on any one of them, my strength will improve tremendously. By then, I will be invincible among those of the same cultivation level. The heavens have eyes. To think that I would be able to see magic weapons and magic treasures in my lifetime. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed towards the treasures. Just like that, a fight began. No matter who it was, they all hoped to get their hands on magic weapons and magic treasures. Even if they could not get a magic treasure, they would at least get a magic weapon. Otherwise, they would have made a wasted trip. Young Master Lin, are those really magic weapons and magic treasures? Yi Zixuan did not go for the magic weapons and magic treasures. She knew that she would only be sending herself to death if she went up. Yes, these are indeed magic artifacts and magic treasures. However, their quality should be very ordinary. However, with them, one's strength will increase by a lot. Basically, those without magic artifacts and magic treasures are no match for them. Lin Fei smiled. At a glance, Lin Fei could tell that these magic tools and magic treasures were indeed very ordinary. For these people, these magic tools and magic treasures were top-notch items. The magic treasures that the three demon kings were fighting over seemed to be of decent quality. Now they were fighting fiercely. No one could snatch it away. And at that moment, even the Holy Master made his move. He actually wanted to fight for the treasure as well. It's rare for us to come to the Divine Dragon Enigmatic Realm, and we've even come to the Ancestral Cemetery. We have to bring something back no matter what. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a ritual implement. Yi Zixuan suspected that she had heard wrongly. But there are so many people. Don't worry, I'm here. If we don't snatch it now, we probably won't have the time later. Yi Zixuan didn't understand. Could it be that something was going to happen here? No matter what, Yi Zixuan was still very tempted by magic tools. Lin Fei led Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan towards the sky stairway. The treasures on both sides of the heaven stairway were wrapped in a special power, so they had to break the power seal in order to take out the things inside. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Lin Fei's sword will crashed into these experts like flowing water. Those who could fight for the magic tools here were basically at the peak of the innate stage. After all, it wasn't that easy to step into the Qi cultivation realm. The sword will directly crashed into these experts like flowing water. Yi Xian and Lin Fei didn't kill them. They just chased them away. When these innate stage experts felt the sword will that was like flowing water, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. They didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying. They only breathed a sigh of relief after they landed on the ground. Their bodies were numb, but they were glad that they survived. When they saw that the person from beyond the sky, Lin Fei, made a move, everyone didn't have any more thoughts and quickly retreated to the side. This flying sword artifact should be alright for you. But when you step into the Qi cultivation realm, you can use this artifact again. Its power will be even greater. Lin Fei's sword will broke through the defense and swept away the flying sword. He took it down and casually threw it to Yi Zixuan. The quality of these magic tools was indeed very average. The crafting method was very crude, but it was better than nothing. Lin Fei decided to pack all of these magic tools back and give one to each of his innate stage subordinates to increase their strength. If Lin Fei were to craft them, it would be too degrading. He wasn't interested. The sword will opened up a path like flowing water. No one could stop it. One by one, the magic tools were easily collected by Lin Fei. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, who were following behind, felt like they were dreaming. It was actually so easy and simple. The four kings in the distance also grabbed a magic tool. But when they turned around and saw Lin Fei's method, they felt that the magic tools in their hands weren't good at all. You're all great experts. Why fight with us over magic tools? Can't you at least leave one for us? If you take all of them like this, we'll have wasted this trip. Our hearts were already thumping in fear. At least take a magic tool to comfort us. That was what they thought. But no one dared to stand out and say anything. They were really afraid. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Fei took away all the treasures. Lin Fei actually managed to collect more than 20 Dharma artifacts in total. It could be said that he took all the magic tools here in one fell swoop. The three great Yao kings were fighting over the magic treasures, and were in a heated battle. With the addition of the sacred lord, it became very lively. Young Master Lin, are you not tempted by the magic tools? Are you not planning to make a move? Yi Zixuan asked curiously. Lin Fei chuckled. If it's just this magic tool, then forget it. I'm not interested at all. Moreover, do you really think this magic tool is a magic tool? After taking the magic tools, Lin Fei didn't go up again. He didn't look at the stone coffin. Instead, he returned to the empty space below. Ha 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 ha. I finally managed to snatch this magic tool. If I'm not wrong, this magic tool is the 7-colored glazed pagoda left behind by the primogenitor. Long Qianzu laughed. Using his 18 arms and his strong fleshly body, He used the 18 levels of hell to send the 2 monster kings and the Holy Lord flying. One of his arms carried a glazed pagoda. It shone brightly and was very dazzling. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. When the Vajra King and Demonic Shadow saw the glazed pagoda, their hearts sank. Their strongest magic tool had been snatched away by Long Qianzu. Damn it, this is really too damn it. After Long Qianzu obtained this magic tool, they were no longer a match for him. He could easily suppress them with a magic tool. Vajra King, Holy Lord, Demonic Shadow, are you guys convinced? And you, the visitor from outer space, Lin Fei. At this moment, Long Qianzu was in high spirits. Chapter 43:17. At that very moment, Long Qianzu felt invincible. With the 7-colored glazed pagoda in hand, he would have the strongest magic treasure. Although Long Qianzu was one of the Yao Kings in the Divine Dragon Secret Dimension, he was not the strongest Yao King. That was because he was still incapable of suppressing the other 2 Yao Kings. But now he could finally do it. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Then he used a secret technique to control the 7-colored glazed pagoda. In an instant, the magic treasure floated above Long Qianzu's head. Long Qianzu, to think that you would secretly learn a secret technique to refine magic treasures. You sure hit it well. Looks like you took all the items from the pocket dimension back then. King Vajra swore loudly. Damned monkey, there is no one more stupid than you. Last time when we went to the pocket dimension I used you as a blade. How could you have imagined that all the good items there would be swept away by me? As for this treasure used to refine magic treasures, I obtained it from that pocket dimension. Don't you feel envious? A pity you don't have the life to do so. Chun Feng laughed coldly. Swoosh. The 7-colored glazed pagoda smashed down. King Kong raised his 6 arms and a loud rumbling sound rang out. In an instant he was smashed into the ground. Didn't you claim to be strong? In front of my 7-colored glazed pagoda, you are nothing. Long Qianzu's gaze swept towards Emoing. The 7-colored glazed pagoda moved again and smashed down. Another loud rumbling sound rang out as Emoing was smashed into the ground as well. Trash. Trash that can't even withstand a single blow. Long Qianzu laughed. Sacred Master, are you going to submit or resist? I only want one thing from you. From obtaining the 7-colored glazed pagoda to refining it, to defeating King Kong and Emoing, everything had happened too quickly. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Instead, they were filled with fear and unease. Long Qianzu was already very strong to begin with. Now that he had this magic treasure, his strength could not be underestimated. King Kong and Emoing were smashed down in an instant. If it had been them, they would have died without a doubt. You want me to submit? You need to have the strength to do so. Sacred Master had no intention of submitting. Then I will fulfill your wish. The 7-colored glazed pagoda descended once again. You can obtain a magic treasure, but do you think I, the Holy Lord, don't have a magic treasure? The Sacred Lord snorted coldly and took out a magic treasure. It was a pearl the size of a fist. After the bead flew out, it released a dazzling radiance and blocked the attack of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Holy Lord, as expected, you still have something good hidden up your sleeve. To think that you would have a defensive magic treasure in your possession. You are finally willing to take it out and use it. I had assumed that you would be hiding it for the rest of your life. Long Qianzu was only a bit surprised. Then he controlled the 7-colored glass to attack again and again. I want to see just how many attacks you can take. No matter how strong your magic treasure's defense is, it is still nothing in front of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Bang 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 bang. Not only did Long Qianzu control the 7-colored glazed pagoda to attack the Sacred Master, he also pounced forward with his remaining 17 arms. Young Master Lin, what should we do now? I didn't think that Long Qianzu would obtain a magic treasure. Not to mention, it is a magic treasure left behind by the primogenitor. It was one thing for Long Qianzu to obtain a magic treasure, but he was also able to refine it in such a short period of time. Although he was unable to unleash its true power, the power of the magic treasure alone was enough to defeat the Vajra King and Demonic Shadow. By the looks of it, the Sacred Master would not be able to escape this fate. Don't worry. Long Qianzu will be in trouble soon. Didn't you notice that the power of the primogenitor's magic treasure, the 7-colored glazed pagoda, is very average? It is completely unbefitting of the primogenitor's status. Lin Fei chuckled. He appeared very calm. Yi Zixuan pondered it for a moment. That seemed to be the case. The magic treasure was very strong, capable of instantly defeating the Vajra King and demonic shadow. It was even capable of putting a great deal of pressure on the sacred master. However, she kept getting the feeling that the magic treasure was not as world-shaking as the legends made it out to be. The smart Yi Zixuan seemed to understand something. The sacred master relied on the defensive capabilities of the bead to continuously defend against the attacks of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Long Qianzu did not realize that as he was attacking the sacred master, his emotions were in turmoil. His entire being seemed to have sunk into a state of rage. The 17 arms kept slapping at him. Any one of those attacks could easily kill a Xiantian realm expert or even a qi-cultivating realm expert. However, he was actually unable to break the defensive capabilities of the bead. Sacred Master, I will definitely kill you. This broken bead of yours cannot withstand the attacks of my 7-colored glazed pagoda. I will let you witness the true power of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. After attacking for a while, Long Qianzu realized that he was unable to break the defensive capabilities of the bead. Without saying a word, he spat out another mouthful of blood and pushed the 7-colored glazed pagoda forward. This time the 7-colored light shone brightly and a phantom image appeared. The moment the phantom image appeared, everyone's breathing became hurried. It was as though a huge mountain had appeared in their hearts, pressing down on them. That's the phantom image of the primogenitor. An expert from the sacred lands cried out and knelt down. It was an ancient figure. The moment the phantom image of the primogenitor appeared, the power of the 7-colored glazed pagoda skyrocketed. The defensive bead of the sacred master was finally unable to withstand it. After countless ripples, the bead was finally blasted apart. The sacred master was also severely injured. All the defenses were broken by the 7-colored glazed pagoda, and the sacred master was slammed against a huge pillar. See that? You are overestimating yourself. I already have the treasure left behind by the primogenitor, the 7-colored glazed pagoda. How are you going to fight me? Long Qianzu laughed out loud and the 7-colored glazed pagoda in his hand shone even brighter. Right now your life and death are in my hands. You can either submit to me or be killed by me in one strike. The severely injured sacred master's face was pale. However, at this moment he laughed out loud and knelt down on the ground. He spread his arms wide open as though he was prostrating himself on the ground. Welcome, primogenitor. The moment the words of the sacred master fell, Long Qianzu's face changed slightly. What do you mean by that? Isn't the primogenitor already dead? Don't tell me he's still alive. Ha ha ha, who said I'm dead? I'm the primogenitor and I'll never die. Your physical body is not bad and you have 18 arms. It's perfect for me to possess. A jingguang flashed out of the 7-colored glazed pagoda and entered Long Qianzu's mind. Hand over your body. Let this old man use your body to ascend the world. His voice was cold and domineering. Long Qianzu's face was ferocious. Dream on. Shukju website. Chapter 43:18. Long Qianzu's voice was extremely pitiful. His face then turned even more menacing, as though he was fighting with something. Long Qianzu, this old man is giving you face by using your body. With your potential and aptitude, it's impossible for you to break through that barrier. Only by using your body will you be able to go further. Don't you want to see how far you can go? You must know that the later stages of cultivation are what people yearn for the most. If nothing goes wrong, it's impossible for you to do so. Holy Master, you be *starred. You lied to me. This is your scheme. You must know that the Holy Master isn't dead. He's in the 7-colored glazed pagoda. You're using us to bait you. Long Qianzu roared. His 18 arms waved continuously, wishing that he could tear the Holy Master's body into pieces. But at this moment these 18 arms were no longer under his control. There weren't many people present who could remain calm. Even the 4 kings from the Kunlun mystic realm had a drastic change in expression. Under this pressure, they could not bring themselves to think of leaving at all. This time they were truly regretting their decision. The primogenitor wasn't dead. He had left behind a strand of consciousness within the seven-colored glazed pagoda, waiting for them to take the bait. Now they finally understood why the seven-colored glazed pagoda's power was so ordinary. It was clearly placed here to be used as a bait. Yet, Long Qianzu was the first to snatch the seven-colored glazed pagoda. Furthermore, he had the strongest physical body, much stronger than a human's. Furthermore, he had 18 arms. If the primogenitor were to possess this body, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying than before. Who didn't know that the monster race had the strongest physical body? Someone like Long Qianzu was even scarier. This was because he had inherited a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. Compared to him, the human race was far too lacking. I, Long Qianzu, am the strongest. I will never be possessed by you. I'll tear you into pieces. Long Qianzu continued to roar and struggle. However, his struggles were getting weaker and weaker. Young Master Lin, you really guessed it right. There is indeed something wrong with this magic treasure. I didn't expect that there would be a strand of the ancestors' will hidden inside. Yi Zixuan had already covered her mouth, almost unable to speak. The primogenitor, who had been dead for so long, was actually still alive. This is actually very normal. Otherwise, you would think that a treasure like this would be placed in the most obvious place. Lin Fei had sensed that something was wrong from the beginning. Even if the primogenitor had left behind a magic treasure, it definitely wouldn't be this ordinary. It would not be so easily obtained by others. Lin Fei had also noticed Long Qianzu's change, but he didn't warn him. Sure enough, it was just as he had imagined. The dead primogenitor had actually left behind a strand of divine sense to specialize in possession. Moreover, the target of possession was Long Qianzu. It seemed like he had predicted that a demon king would come in. The Dragon Thousand Feet Demon King was the most outstanding in all aspects, mainly because it was able to unleash its full strength and recover its strength in the shortest time possible. Lin Fei didn't stop them, nor did he want to. He remembered that there were quite a few experts on the same level as the primogenitor. Now that this primogenitor had been revived, it was clear that the other primogenitors had left behind their trump cards. All of a sudden, things became even more interesting. Lin Fei was a lively person. Now that he had the God Tree of Life to recover his strength was recovering day by day. Even if these primogenitors were to cause trouble, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. More importantly, Lin Fei felt that something big was about to happen since Shi had used such a secret technique. Long Qianzu's struggle didn't last for too long. In the end, he silently stopped moving and floated in midair. This didn't take long. In less than a minute, Long Qianzu slowly opened his eyes. When the possessed Long Qianzu opened his eyes, his gaze became extremely ancient, as though he had experienced a long time. At this moment, Long Qianzu was no longer Long Qianzu. He had been replaced by the primogenitor. This body is not bad. It's much better than this old man's previous body. Just 18 arms can increase this old man's strength by more than 18 times. The possessed Long Qianzu shook his head and moved his body. Kacha-kacha sounds came from all over his body. Saint Master, you've done well. After so many years, you've finally brought him in. The Saint Master stood up and said respectfully. His originally pale face had regained its rosy color. Master, this is what I should do. Without you, I wouldn't have become the sacred master. It's all thanks to these extraterrestrial visitors. If not for them, it wouldn't have been so easy for Long Qianzu to come in by himself. The Vajra King and Demonic Shadow, who had just climbed out of the ground, also saw this scene. Without saying a word, they fled to the left and right. It was too scary. It turned out that this was a trap left by the primogenitor. They originally thought that there would be something good in the primogenitor's graveyard. Who would have thought that it was a trap that could take someone's life? Long Qianzu was in high spirits. He had just flaunted his prowess for a short while, and now he had been snatched away. This made them realize that if they didn't leave now, they would be completely finished later. The Vajra King and Demonic Shadow were also smart. They each chose a direction. No matter how powerful the primogenitor was, it was impossible for him to keep both of them here at once. Long Qianzu glanced at them indifferently. Have I given you permission to leave? Two rays of holy light directly hit the Vajra King and Demonic Shadow. With a crashing sound, both of them were instantly frozen. Both of them were qi refinement experts, but they were instantly frozen by Long Qianzu's spell. The sacred master cast spells, but compared to Long Qianzu's spell, the power was on a completely different level. At the very least, the sacred master didn't have the strength to confine the Vajra King and demonic shadow in one go. I don't know who still wants to leave in front of this old man. You can step forward, and this old man will fulfill your wish. A cracking sound was heard. The Vajra King and demonic shadow were severely injured, and they collapsed to the ground. Their bodies were covered with frightening cracks that looked like ravines. If it wasn't for their lingering breath, everyone would think that they were dead. This time no one dared to move. I can smell the aura of the Kunlun mystic realm on you. It seems that the four of you came from the Kunlun mystic realm. However, your strength is too weak. Long Qianzu's gaze swept across the four kings. With this sweep, the four kings knelt on the ground with a plop. They couldn't bear it at all. Your strength is too weak. A ray of holy light landed on them, and the four kings groaned and fell to the ground. May I ask, how much of your strength do you still have? Remember the mobile version. Chapter 43:19. Suddenly a voice rang out. His words pulled everyone back from their panic and uneasiness. Only then did they realize that the visitor from the heavens, Lin Fei, had spoken. But why did his words sound so unbelievable? The three demon kings had been completely wiped out. The Holy Lord was this ancestor's disciple. The four kings from the Kunlun secret realm were also heavily injured. No matter how they looked at it, Long Qianzu was the strongest. No, it should be Ancestor Long Qianzu. Lin Fei chuckled, lightening the atmosphere. Could it be that this ancestor was bluffing? But if he was bluffing, he had only heavily injured the King Kong and Shadow Demon King. The Holy Lord said respectfully, "Master, this person is the visitor from the heavens, Lin Fei. He's a rather mysterious kid. I suspect that he saw through it from the start, but just didn't say anything." The primogenitor dragon 1,000 feet looked over with a hint of tyranny in its eyes. "So you're from the secular world. You sure talk big, but you don't know your place. Is this a place where you can speak as you please?" A beam of holy light shot out from the ground. This beam of holy light came out of nowhere. There was no movement at all, as if it had appeared out of thin air. "You're a dignified ancestor. Is there a need to be so sneaky? Isn't it perfectly justifiable?" Lin Fei snorted. His sword intent flowed like water and protected Lin Fei, as well as Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian. Layers of ripples appeared on the flowing water of the sword intent, easily blocking the attack of the holy light. He's a sword cultivator expert. His sword intent has reached such a high level of mastery. Defend. There was a loud rumbling sound. Beams of holy light shot out from the ground once again. In an instant, the area where Yi Xian was turned into a holy light attack. Ancestor Long Qianzu's technique enveloped the area, not giving this sword cultivator a chance to attack. He wanted to see what this secular expert was capable of. Could he be stronger than the King Kong and Shadow Demon King? Even they weren't a match for his attack. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, who were in the middle of the holy light's attack, turned pale. However, they were obviously a little excited. This was the ancestor's attack. More importantly, Lin Fei had actually managed to block it. Relying on his sword intent, he had easily blocked it. "Primogenitor, is this all you've got? You can't even break through my defense and you still have the nerve to pretend here? I'll stand here and fight for half an hour. If you can't break through, then you're just a puppy." Lin Fei laughed. A trace of unease flashed across Long Qianzu's eyes. The spell attack did not heavily injure the other party, nor did it kill him. Judging from the other party's tone, he seemed to be unscathed. "You are the disciple of the old ancestor of the Sky Sword Mountain. Other than him, I don't think there is anyone else who could cultivate the sword intent to such a level." As the holy light receded, the ancestor dragon 1,000 feet squinted its eyes. "Your eyesight doesn't look good. Who said I'm from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? Do you really have to be from the Heavenly Sword Mountain to be able to cultivate sword intent? Can't I become a self-taught genius? I think you'd better hurry up and attack. Could it be that you don't have the guts to attack? It would consume too much of your energy. Don't think that you can control Long Qianzu's body on the surface." How could Lin Fei not see that the primogenitor was not as strong as he had imagined? He had yet to completely control Long Qianzu's body. Just now he had unleashed his ultimate move. He wanted to gain the upper hand by making the first move. After all, everyone had witnessed the might of the primogenitor. Even the two strongest Yao Kings were no match for him, let alone the others. The deterrence was quite good. At the very least, everyone was afraid and no longer dared to have any other thoughts. Now that he had encountered Lin Fei, the situation had changed. Those few attacks were all genuine foundation establishment techniques. That kid's sword intent defense is impenetrable. There are no flaws to break through. I can't break through it for a while. Due to that, Progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet was unable to see through his opponent. His opponent was even able to tell him his greatest weakness. If you don't believe me, I'll just attack. At the same time, I can see for myself how strong the rumored primogenitor is. Hua 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 hua. The sky was filled with sword shadows that shot out like a colorful stream of light. Previously, Lin Fei had been attacked by the group of holy light. Now it was Progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet's turn to be surrounded by the sword intent. The dense sword shadows blotted out the sky, causing everyone to panic. Even Progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet's face sank. This was completely different from the plan. Even Sacred Lord felt the same. He had underestimated the strength of this outsider Lin Fei. Bang 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 bang. Dragon 1,000 Feet's 18 arms pushed forward. Even the 7-colored glazed pagoda landed on his head, emitting a brilliant light. The sword shadows that Lin Fei had released were like rain. They did not stop at all. Progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet could still block them, but Sacred Lord did not have it so easy. In an instant, he was sent flying by the sword shadows. Bloody wounds appeared all over his body. King Kong and Demonic Shadow crawled out at this time. Their injuries were severe. After all, that attack just now had directly torn apart their physical defenses and injured their foundations. Now, seeing the sky full of sword shadows attacking Progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet, the two of them looked at Lin Fei with fear and wariness. At the beginning, they had looked down on this person. Although they were a little wary, they were far from being as fearful as they were now. An expert. He was definitely a hidden expert. Did he have to toy with them like this? For some reason, they felt very happy now. At least they could hold back this huge threat. Progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet seemed to be in trouble. What were they waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Monster Kings were all very cautious. King Kong and Demonic Shadow slipped away just like that. Those who had followed Sacred Lord also slipped away. It was better not to watch this kind of battle. If they were not careful, they would die without even knowing how they were affected. Primogenitor Dragon Qianzu relied on the strength of his fleshly body to blast away the sword shadows. However, the sword shadows were so dense that they covered the sky and the earth. They were so powerful that he could not break through them all. Instead, wounds appeared on his body one after another. His expression grew more and more serious. This was a bad start. Friend, let's talk this out. Didn't you come to the Divine Dragon Mystic Realm to find treasures? I know the whereabouts of a treasure that can definitely satisfy you. It's the god blood that you can't bear to part with. No, it should be the dragon god blood. Blood flowed from the corner of Dragon 1,000 Feet's mouth. His body was covered in sword wounds. Fortunately, Dragon 1,000 Feet's physical body was very strong. The sword shadows were condensed from sword intent. Naturally, they were not as strong as sword intent, especially when they were divided. Chapter 43:20. The primogenitor's words shocked many people. He was a powerful primogenitor, yet he said such words to Lin Fei. Didn't this mean that he was afraid of the alien Lin Fei? You are an expert primogenitor, an invincible existence hundreds of years ago. No matter what, there should be a great battle. Could it be that his opponent had hit a sore spot? Or could it be that this body was not perfectly fused together? It was difficult for him to display Long Qianzu's full combat power. Lin Fei's sword intent attacks did not stop. They rained down on Long Qianzu like a meteor shower. You can scheme for a physical body. I have to discount your words. I think I should beat you half to death first. Lin Fei chuckled and did not show any signs of stopping. Long Qianzu was suffering. Although he had occupied this body, he could not perfectly fuse it. He could not perfectly unleash his power, so he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, Lin Fei's sword intent was not that simple. It possessed an extremely strong penetrative power. A single sword intent might not be a big deal, but what about tens, hundreds, or even thousands of sword intents? The sword intents that filled the sky would definitely cause Long Qianjing to experience a sour feeling. Without saying anything, Long Qianzu shook off the sword intents and rushed towards the sarcophagus. Did I say that you can leave? The sword intent formed a barrier in front of Long Qianzu. Long Qianzu hit the sword intent head-on. God knows how many sword intents had counterattacked his body, leaving wounds all over his body. Although Long Qianzu's body was very strong, he still suffered a lot. Alien Lin Fei, are you sure you want to fight me to the end? This old man advises you not to do this. Although your sword intent is very strong, this old man's means are not as simple as you think. Let's all take a step back. It's good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Long Qianzu looked at Lin Fei with even more resentment. It wasn't easy for him to occupy Long Qianzu's body. However, before he could completely control it, he had encountered such a powerful fellow. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator. He was as disgusting as the one from Sky Sword Mountain. I'm not interested in the past. I just feel that there should be a lot of secrets in this sacred mountain. As the person who knows the most, you can't possibly leave, right? Otherwise, who am I going to ask? Lin Fei chased after him unhurriedly, and the sky full of sword shadows attacked again. However, this time the sword intent seemed to be even sharper than before. Every time it would strike at the wound. Even though the progenitor dragon's 18 arms were pushing it to the limit, it was still unable to block these airtight attacks. In the past, he had fought against that person from Heavenly Sword Mountain many times, but his sword intent had not been this brutal. Not only did it have extremely penetrative power, but it also had a powerful destructive power. Once it entered the body, it would instantly cause a huge chain reaction. If it had been a weak body, it would have been turned into a hornet's nest in a single exchange. After Long Qianzu was pinned down by Lin Fei, Long Qianzu's expression turned ugly. He couldn't think of a good way to deal with this sword intent. If he relied on his powerful body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan looked at each other. That powerful ancestor of the Kunlun secret realm was actually not a match for Lin Fei. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that it was true? Now that this ancestor has been resurrected, do you think the other ancestors are still alive? Yi Zixuan suddenly said something. After this trip back, I must make things clear to the sect. Who knows, something big might happen in the Kunlun secret realm. The appearance of the ancestor was no less than the descent of a supreme being expert. There were 6 supreme beings in the Kunlun secret realm. Now that there was another ancestor, there would be a total of 7 supreme beings. They would definitely be able to affect the situation in the Kunlun secret realm. Long Qianzu was having a hard time resisting. Lin Fei, you forced this old man to do this. Since you won't let this old man live, this old man won't let you have it easy either. Hee. Since you're preparing to unleash your ultimate move, bring it out. Let's see what other ultimate moves you have. Let me have a taste of them. After all, you're the ancestor. Your current moves are still a little too weak. That's right. The current progenitor dragon 1,000 feet was indeed too weak in Lin Fei's eyes. Although it could still unleash the power of a foundation establishment cultivator, it was still too weak. Although he could also unleash the strength of a foundation building realm cultivator, his foundation building realm strength seemed a little too weak. It was as though his strength had been greatly reduced. Lin Fei had not fought with the 6 supreme beings in the Kunlun secret realm before. Naturally, he didn't know how strong they were. But he also knew that they were in the foundation building realm. But this ancestor Long Qianzu's strength was indeed not as strong as he imagined. 13 transformations of the dragon god. Long Qianzu snorted coldly and unleashed a powerful secret technique. Fresh blood flowed from his body. Dragon scales emerged from his body and covered his entire body. Even his face was covered in dragon scales. Long Qianzu's voice turned extremely cold. This old man can finally unleash the 13 transformations of the dragon god. The feeling of being strong is really good. As expected of the dragon god bloodline. Whoosh! Long Qianzu's figure charged forward. All 18 of his arms were covered in dragon scales as he attacked. The moment he opened his mouth, dragon might roared out from Long Qianzu's mouth. The entire graveyard was filled with a whistling sound. This sound was like a primordial dragon emerging from the depths of the abyss, rushing straight into everyone's heart. Bang! 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 One by one, the experts vomited blood and fell to the ground. Even King Kong and Emoing were the same. Their faces were pale. The suppression of the bloodline caused them to lie on the ground, unable to move at all. Dragon God. This is definitely the might of the Dragon God. Long Qianzu's 18 arms turned incomparably sharp, shattering the sword intent one by one. No matter how strong Lin Fei's sword intent was, when it landed on Long Qianzu's body, it was blocked by the dragon scales, leaving only a few white marks. This is this old man's trump card. I can't bear to use it. But since you don't know the meaning of death, this old man will fulfill your wish. I'll let you see the means of the Dragon God. Now that this old man is impervious to swords and spears, even your sword intent can't break this old man's defense. This old man wants to see what makes you think you can fight with me. Long Qianzu's attack was like a torrential storm. His strength had increased by more than 10 times. It had definitely skyrocketed. 18 arms came crashing down, and each arm had the power of a foundation establishment powerhouse. If I'm not wrong, you took away Long Qianzu's body to unleash the 13 transformations of the Dragon God. I wonder how many transformations you'll be able to unleash. The flowing sword intent blocked in front of Long Qianzu. If Long Qianzu's attack was like a torrential storm, then Lin Fei's sword intent defense was watertight. One hard and one soft. It seemed like neither could do anything to the other. Chapter 43:21. After Long Qianzu used the 13 transformations of the Dragon God, his strength had indeed soared. But even so, Long Qianzu still couldn't easily break through the layer of sword intent defense. The sword intent was like flowing water layer after layer. Even if he broke through one layer, a new layer would immediately appear in front of him. There was no end to it. That was a very sad thing to happen to him. Long Qianzu had planned to use Long Qianzu's body for a long time to use the 13 transformations of the Dragon God, but he had been very careful. Fortunately, Long Qianzu had obtained the body in the end, but when he thought about how he had failed on his first try, how he still couldn't break through Lin Fei's sword intent defense after using the 13 transformations of the Dragon God, his opponent's sword intent defense was as stable as Mount Tai. This made Long Qianzu more and more flustered. Could it be that he really couldn't suppress this guy? Could it be that he really had to use his strongest move? That was his true trump card. Once he used it, it would be gone. Long Qianzu had been in a very good mood when he had obtained control of Long Qianzu's body, but now he was in a very bad mood. Why didn't this guy show up earlier? Why did he have to show up now? His plan back then had been completely wrong. Your 13 transformations of the Dragon God is still lacking. You can't even break through this small layer of sword intent. You can only say that you're unlucky. Lin Fei said indifferently. Do you really not want the Dragon God blood? That's a rare treasure. Once you consume it, your body will instantly reach a new level. It might even let you step into the Supreme Being Foundation establishment level. I can tell you an even more shocking secret. Do you really not want to know? Long Qianzu kept bombarding the sword intent defense, trying to distract his opponent with words, so that he could find an opportunity to attack. What kind of person was Lin Fei? Even if it was the Dragon God blood, it wasn't real God blood. He naturally wouldn't be moved by it. Lin Fei probably wouldn't be moved even if he had the divine snow blood in front of him. Forget it. I'm not interested in that thing. I'm just interested in you. Let's talk about the past. Why do we have to fight here? Look, almost everyone has run away. Lin Fei said casually as he allowed Long Qianzu to attack him. The more Long Qianzu fought, the more anxious he became. Every strike from the 18 arms was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, but they could not break through the defense of the sword intent. After Long Qianzu launched another fierce attack, he instantly left behind an afterimage and landed on top of the sarcophagus. If you don't let this old man have an easy time, this old man won't let you have an easy time either. Let's all die together. The stone coffin opened. Long Qianzu jumped off the cliff. A loud rumbling sound followed closely behind. Lin Fei didn't expect Long Qianzu to be so cunning. He actually ran back into the sarcophagus. He didn't even want the 7-colored glazed pagoda outside. Not good, let's go. There was a loud noise. The ground exploded. A huge skeleton drilled out from the ground. The ground kept cracking, forming a huge crater. It was the skeleton of a divine dragon. It was huge and over 1,000 meters long. The entire primogenitor's ancient tomb collapsed in an instant. Swoosh! The moment the divine dragon's skeleton appeared, the boundless dragon might cause the remaining people to look at each other in dismay. They couldn't resist it at all, and they were all suppressed there, unable to move. Lin Fei recognized that this was a divine dragon. He didn't expect to see a divine dragon in the divine dragon mystic land. What surprised Lin Fei was that this divine dragon wasn't a powerful divine dragon. Its bones were still white, not gold or dark gold. Lin Fei had seen bone dragons before. He had even fought bone dragons before. The bone dragon before him was only average in terms of strength. Even so, it was still very powerful. At the very least, Lin Fei felt a certain amount of pressure. This was the only thing that could make Lin Fei feel pressured. Lin Fei, aren't you very powerful? In that case, you can have some fun with this bone dragon. Originally, this old man was prepared to use it as a trump card, but unfortunately I met you. In that case, this old man can only use it in advance. Good luck. There was a divine dragon skeleton under the primogenitor's ancient tomb. Lin Fei didn't notice it at all. At least the primogenitor dragon Qianzu had schemed against him. The primogenitor is so weak. If I'm not wrong, even if you let me know the whereabouts of the divine dragon's blood, I'll still have to fight this divine dragon. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan had never seen such a huge divine dragon. Could even move. Its dragon might was so strong that they couldn't move. Lin Fei came over. He protected the two with his sword will and flew out. With a sweep of the bone dragon's huge body, it swung its tail. Everywhere it passed, there were ruins everywhere. The divine dragon's attack was much stronger than Long Qianzu's. It was filled with overbearing might. This divine dragon was extremely fast, even faster than Long Qianzu. Lin Fei's speed wasn't slow, but he was still hit by the dragon's tail. A large amount of sword will defense collapsed and landed on his body. This was Lin Fei's first time being hit by the divine dragon. In just a moment he felt as if his body was about to collapse. I underestimated this divine dragon. It's actually stronger than the foundation building realm. Dragon ancestor Dragon Qianzu, who was hiding in the dark, didn't leave. He wanted to see Lin Fei killed by the divine dragon. He's fine. This guy's body is so strong. Dragon ancestor Dragon Qianzu took a deep breath. He wasn't that lucky when he was hit by the divine dragon. His body was destroyed and he had to escape into the seven-colored glazed pagoda to survive. Seeing that Lin Fei was fine after taking the attack, it was really infuriating. Even a monster king would be destroyed by a divine dragon's attack, let alone a human expert. But dragon ancestor Dragon Qianzu guessed wrong. It was ridiculously strong. This old man doesn't believe that his body can always be this strong. The divine dragon seemed to have its eyes on Lin Fei's group. It attacked continuously, its huge tail sweeping left and right. In the blink of an eye, the primogenitor's tomb was reduced to ruins. All the traps were destroyed by the divine dragon's attacks. Lin Fei pushed lightly, and Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan flew out like two rays of light, landing lightly in the distance. Ancestor, I have to thank you. You left a divine dragon here, and even used a secret technique to activate it. Seems like you've obtained quite a lot of good stuff. Although this divine dragon looks huge, it's pretty good for traveling. Lin Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he faced the divine dragon. It's been a long time since I used this dark technique. I wonder if it'll work. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. This smile seemed to be bad in the eyes of dragon ancestor Dragon Qianzu. Chapter 43-22. The bone dragon's huge body rushed out of the sacred mountain, blotting out the sky. The moment it appeared, everyone on the sacred mountain was scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a huge bone dragon before. The bone dragon's aura was so oppressive that they couldn't breathe. All of them lay on the ground, their minds blank. It was just a skeleton, yet it could fly and release a terrifying dragon aura. No expert could withstand the dragon aura released by the bone dragon. Although the bone dragon didn't have a body of flesh and blood, its huge frame was the most powerful weapon in battle. Houses and palaces collapsed wherever it passed. Dust flew everywhere, and more than half of the sacred mountain turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. No one had expected that there would be a bone dragon under the sacred mountain. The Vajra monarch and Moing, who had just escaped from the ancient tomb, looked at each other and felt even more uneasy. They had finally thought that they could escape, yet another bone dragon had appeared. This bone dragon was terrifyingly powerful. The suppression from their bloodlines made it impossible for them to even think about fighting. Meanwhile, progenitor Dragon Thousand Feet had been hiding in the dark, but he felt a trace of panic and uneasiness when he saw the smile on Lin Fei's face. If it weren't for the series of events that had happened before, progenitor Dragon Thousand Feet wouldn't have cared. But now he couldn't care less. He had a feeling that something bad had happened, but he quickly cheered himself on. No matter how powerful this outsider Lin Fei was, could he subdue this bone dragon? Now this bone dragon didn't have a body of flesh and blood, and was only a skeleton, but it was still a peerless expert. Everywhere it passed, there was nothing it could do. Even the sacred mountain couldn't do anything to this bone dragon. This old man must have been too suspicious. When Lin Fei saw the bone dragon appear, he was indeed a little surprised and astonished. Then he smiled. It had been a long time since Lin Fei had seen such a dark creature. He didn't expect to see one in the divine dragon's secret territory. Although its strength wasn't very high, it could still be a helper. Fortunately, Dragon Thousand-Foot Primogenitor was hiding far away, and didn't know Lin Fei's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been dumbfounded. In the other world, Lin Fei had fought with these dark creatures many times and knew how to control them. Darkness Totem. Lin Fei formed a seal with both hands, and a mysterious seal flew out from his hands and hit the bone dragon. After the imprint landed on the bone dragon, it was easily shaken off by the bone dragon and split into pieces. Perhaps it was because of this, the bone dragon directly rushed towards Lin Fei. Whoosh! This bone dragon actually spewed out black dragon flames. The earth and even the void were corroded in the blink of an eye. What did this kid do to the bone dragon? He actually forced the bone dragon to use its most powerful dragon flame. 1,000 Feet sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that he had died under this dragon flame in the past. There was no way he could resist it at all. In just a moment, his physical body had been completely destroyed. The memory of this dragon flame was still fresh in 1,000 Feet's mind. It was no different from a nightmare that he would never forget for the rest of his life. With the bone dragon's dragon flame, this kid is definitely finished. No matter how strong his physical body is, can he withstand the might of this dragon flame? This is an existence that can corrode the void and even the earth. Lin Fei did not take it head-on. He knew how powerful the dragon flame was. If he was at his peak, he would naturally have nothing to fear. But right now, he was still far from that level. Sword intent after sword intent appeared in front of him as he retreated rapidly. The dragon flame was indeed the bone dragon's strongest move, as it continuously corroded the sword intent's defenses. In just a single exchange, dozens of Yi Xiaolong's defenses had been destroyed at an unbelievable speed. Fortunately, Lin Fei managed to resolve it in the end. Lin Fei did not idle around as he continued forming seals. One seal after another was formed, landing on the bone dragon's body. In the beginning, the bone dragon was still able to break free. But as the number of seals increased, the bone dragon's speed began to slow down. This kid seems to be trying to control the bone dragon. How could he have such a move? We can't let him succeed. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was getting anxious. This was the strongest killer move of the Divine Dragon's secret ground. He wanted to use this bone dragon to deal with this outsider Lin Fei. If Lin Fei were to control the bone dragon, he would have to run for his life. The moment Ancestor Dragon Qianzu appeared with a swoosh, a torrent of sword intent surged forth, instantly turning into a meteor shower that kept him at bay. Not good. It's this move again. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was most wary of sword intent attacks. It wasn't easy to break through, and he would suffer if he tried to take it head-on. This was the most disgusting move of all. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu pushed his 18 arms to their limits. Even so, he was still unable to break free from the sword intent attacks. Compared to the previous sword intent attack, this sword intent attack was actually a 5-line attack. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu attacked furiously with the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Under the combination of the 5 elements, its power skyrocketed. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was completely dumbfounded. He actually grasped the 5 elements? What the hell? This is going to be troublesome. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu didn't say anything and turned to run. If it was an ordinary sword intent, then it would be fine. Ancestor Dragon 1,000 feet could still resist it. But if it was the 5-element sword intent, then it would not be easy to resist it. It would be a huge loss. The old man from the Sky Sword Mountain had never managed to cultivate the 5-element sword essence. However, this kid was able to display it so easily. For a moment, Ancestor Dragon Qianzu felt that he was old. He was actually no match for this kid. Or was this kid an old monster and not as young as he thought? Ancestor Dragon Qianzu didn't dare to think about it. Right now, he just wanted to run for his life. If he didn't run now, he wouldn't have a chance if this kid really controlled the bone dragon. Lin Fei sent one imprint after another on the bone dragon's body. These were all darkness magic, specifically used to control the bone dragon and other creatures of darkness. Although the bone dragon's resistance was still quite strong, it could not withstand the imprints. One after another, the bone dragon's speed gradually slowed down, and the strength of its struggle also weakened. Finally, the dark magic was successfully imprinted on its body. The bone dragon completely stopped its attacks. Lin Fei somersaulted and landed on the bone dragon's head. Dragon Qianzu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's have a good chat. Swish. The bone dragon actually tore the void apart. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu, who was running for his life, had already escaped from Sacred Mountain. A voice rang out from behind. Next, he saw the void move and a bone dragon charged out. It opened its mouth and breathed out dragon flames. Chapter 43-23. The moment Ancestor Dragon Qianzu saw this, he broke out in cold sweat. Even his voice was trembling. You've activated the void-traversing ability of a bone dragon. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was someone who had seen much of the world. Naturally, he knew that the strongest ability of the dragon race was their spatial abilities. However, after the death of this bone dragon, he had never activated this ability again. To think that this outsider, Lin Fei, would be able to activate the void-traversing ability so easily. Even though it was a short distance, this short distance was enough to give Ancestor Dragon Qianzu a huge amount of pressure. After spitting out a ball of dragon flame, a huge stretch of the void was corroded. No matter how fast Ancestor Dragon Qianzu ran, he was still no match for the bone dragon. The bone dragon spat out a mouthful of dragon flame from the skies. It almost took the life of Ancestor Dragon Qianzu. With a sweep of his tail, Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was sent flying. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu landed heavily on the huge mountain, causing his entire body to cave in. The bone dragon swung his tail through the air once more. A tremendous amount of power came crashing down on Ancestor Dragon Qianzu's body. To begin with, Ancestor Dragon Qianzu's physical body wasn't much to begin with. It wasn't a perfect fit. Therefore, this strike caused him to spit out fresh blood. Hold on. Don't attack anymore. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu could no longer sit still upon seeing that the bone dragon was about to spit out dragon flame. Even if he were to control Ancestor Dragon Qianzu's physical body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Half of his body would be crippled. Now we're going to have a proper conversation. Weren't you running really fast just now? Go ahead and run. Since the Divine Dragon's secret grounds isn't small, I'll let you run one round before we talk. Lin Fei stood on the head of the bone dragon and looked down at Ancestor Dragon Qianzu. By now, they were far away from the Sage Mountain. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother Lin, let's talk this out. Killing this old man is useless to you. Why don't you keep this old man alive? I'll tell you everything you want to know. I even know those big secrets. Among the primogenitors, Dragon Qianzu smiled bitterly. Lin Fei did not directly kill progenitor Dragon 1,000 feet. Naturally, he wanted to know some of the past events from its mouth. He wanted to explore the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm again. Lin Fei did not think that the Divine Dragon Arcane Land was that simple. There was the primogenitor's ancient tomb and the appearance of a divine dragon. Although it was just a skeleton, it was far more than all the secrets of the Divine Dragon's secret realm. Therefore, he felt that the progenitor dragon 1,000-legged must know some other big secrets. That was why Lin Fei had spared the Ancestor Dragon's life. The Ancestor Dragon's strength had already reached the Foundation Establishment stage, but his Foundation Establishment wasn't truly stable, so he couldn't fight for long. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to crush the Ancestor Dragon's 1,000 feet so easily. He had to thank the Ancestor Dragon Thousand-Legged for giving him such a generous gift. To think that there was a dark creature in the form of a bone dragon in the Divine Dragon mystical land. Lin Fei might not be able to deal with other things, but this dark creature really had a way. With this bone it would be a great help. At least when it came to traveling, no one would be able to catch up. Even if the Ancestor Dragon Thousand-Legged ran 3 laps, it would still be able to catch up easily. This was the Bone Dragon, the Dragon Clan's most proficient spatial ability. Then tell me what other big secrets there are in the Divine Dragon's secret realm. I don't think that the Primogenitor's ancient tomb is a secret. You purposely released all the secrets about the Divine Dragon's secret realm to lure us here. You've been planning this for a long time. The Ancestor Dragon Thousand-Legged's plan was indeed very good. It had been eyeing the Demon King Dragon Thousand-Legged's body for a long time, but it had no way of obtaining it. Now that it had borrowed the Demon King Dragon Thousand-Legged's body, it finally got what it wanted. Unfortunately, it had encountered Lin Fei, and everything had gone to waste. Given the current situation, the Ancestor Dragon Thousand-Legged did not dare to hide anything anymore. Who knew if the Bone Dragon Thousand-Legged would spit out a mouthful of dragon flame? With its current heavily injured body, 2 or 3 mouthfuls of dragon flame would be enough to turn it into ashes. This time there was no chance for it to escape. Previously, it could still make use of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. But this time it was completely hopeless. Actually, there is no divine dragon blood in the Divine Dragon's secret realm. The most important thing about the Divine Dragon's secret realm is that it leads to the Kunlun's secret realm. Leads to the Kunlun's secret realm? Lin Fei was a little surprised. This was obviously the Divine Dragon's secret realm. How did it have anything to do with the Kunlun's secret realm? Back then, the Divine Dragon's secret realm was also a part of the Kunlun's secret realm. It was just that it was separated from the Kunlun's secret realm after a great battle between experts. They even set up a formation here. This place is a holy land for cultivation. If you cultivate for a year in the Kunlun's secret realm, you can cultivate for 5 years here. Ever since he entered, Lin Fei felt that the Divine Dragon's secret realm was different. If he cultivated here, he would definitely be able to get twice the results with half the effort. Unexpectedly, it was as he had imagined. If he could cultivate for a year in the Kunlun's secret realm, he could cultivate for 5 years here. It was indeed worthy of being called a holy land. Not killing the Ancestor Dragon Thousand-Legged was somewhat meaningful. At the very least, this fellow knew some secrets. Continue. Just this alone isn't enough. Lin Fei felt that the story behind this would be very interesting. The Ancestor Dragon Thousand-Legged could still feel the murderous aura of the skeletal dragon. He knew that if he didn't give a rough explanation today, he would definitely not have a good ending. The Divine Dragon's secret realm connecting to the Kunlun's secret realm is just one of the secrets. Back then, this place was a holy land for cultivation. However, the most important thing is that there is a real teleportation gate in the Divine Dragon's secret realm. It can be used for long-distance teleportation to reach the so-called cultivation world. The Ancestor Dragon Thousand-Legged took a deep breath. He wanted to see if this visitor from the heavens, Lin Fei, would be moved. However, he was very surprised because there was no change in Lin Fei's expression. Don't be fooled by the unfathomable strength of the few supremes in the Kunlun's secret realm. If they don't enter the cultivation world, they will reach the end of their lifespan. In the end, they will die of old age. All of us have the same wish, which is to enter the cultivation world. Only by entering the cultivation world will we be able to raise our strength to the next level. This news was nothing surprising to Lin Fei. He really didn't care much about fighting and killing. To Lin Fei, the long-distance teleportation gate was something that he could do without. You've been here for so long. Didn't you activate the long-distance teleportation gate to head to the cultivation world? Lin Fei was very curious. The Ancestor Dragon Thousand-Legged replied leisurely. I also wish that it was true. However, I discovered an even bigger secret. This long-distance teleportation gate is unique. It's not from our side to the cultivation world. Instead, it's from the cultivation world to our side. Therefore, after a long period of searching, I discovered that there's a really big secret in the Divine Dragon's secret realm. Chapter 43-24. Initially, Ancestor Dragon 1000 Feet hoped that his secrets could pique Lin Fei's interest. However, the outcome surprised him. Lin Fan did not seem to have changed at all. Did he really not care about the cultivation world? Did he not care about those secrets at all? If any of these secrets were to be spread to the Kunlun Mystery Land, those powers would all be dumbfounded. It's good to hear about the big secrets. Let me broaden my horizons. What other big secrets are there in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land? Lin Fei was not too shocked. Fortunately, there was no one around at this time, so the news would not spread. Therefore, this secret was only known to Lin Fei and Ancestor Dragon 1000 Feet. Just as Lin Fei had expected, Ancestor Dragon 1000 Feet knew quite a lot of secrets. He had probably researched a lot in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. I think that the Divine Dragon Mystery Land, including the Kunlun Mystery Land, is actually a prison. We are all people locked up in this prison. The progenitor Dragon 1000 Feet's voice became a little excited, but also a little angry and unwilling. All sorts of emotions tangled together, causing its entire face to distort. If you guys can't break through, just say that others have limited your potential. To put it bluntly, it's your own potential. If you have enough potential, even if this is a prison, you can still break through. Lin Fei shook his head. This secret was really not that big of a secret. If it's just these secrets, then forget it. I'm really not interested. Let's talk a bit more. You're the primogenitor, yet you survived. It's impossible for the other primogenitors to disappear or die for no reason. Tell me, what do you think? Lin Fei asked again. Let's talk about it after you survive. The face of the Ancestor Dragon 1000 Feet turned cold. In an instant, his entire body expanded, and a destructive force swept out, instantly enveloping Lin Fei. At this moment, Ancestor Dragon 1000 Feet had detonated his entire body. After the destructive force swept out, the entire place was turned into ruins. One could only imagine how strong this force was. The sword intent flowed like water, but Lin Fei remained as still as a mountain. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. It must have been hard on you to stall for some secrets, but at least I can make you happy. That's more interesting. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei didn't believe that Ancestor Dragon 1000 Foot would be so convinced, so he must have some other thoughts. In Lin Fei's eyes, this little trick was simply too childish. Therefore, he simply beat the progenitor Dragon 1000 Feet at its own game, and allowed it to use its secret technique. The power of the secret technique was very strong, but it could not hurt Lin Fei at all. At most, it was just a fluctuation in his blood qi. On the other hand, the primogenitor Dragon 1000 Feet was definitely severely injured. It might take a long time for it to recover. Even if he could recover his strength, he would definitely be weaker than he was now. However, Lin Fei believed what the primogenitor had said. He did know a lot of things, but that was all. Lin Fei returned to the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain was reduced to ruins, and the huge bone dragon appeared once again. One by one, the experts of the sacred mountain knelt on the ground. At this moment, the sacred leader had just come out of the tomb. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw the bone dragon appear on the sacred mountain. He also saw that terrifying figure. The sword was shrouded down and swept the sacred leader up. Spare me, spare me. I was just following orders. I didn't really want to harm you. The sacred leader, who was shrouded by the sword will, hurriedly surrendered. If he didn't surrender, the sword will would turn him into a hornet's nest. He couldn't be more dead. If he were to be casually tossed down, he would become a meat patty. Until now, the sacred leader still didn't understand why the powerful primogenitor had disappeared. Instead, the bone dragon appeared here. It seemed like it had been subdued by this outsider Lin Fei. The sacred leader more or less knew some secrets. But now, it seemed like the primogenitor was a little unreliable. However, it was better to stay alive first. You're quite smart to be able to shirk all responsibility so quickly. However, since you're so smart, I'll spare your life. At the same time, help me manage this sacred mountain, as well as this divine dragon mystery land. Originally, Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the Divine Dragon's secret land. However, this place was a little different. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was unbelievably dense. It was pretty good to cultivate here. This was no different from a paradise. Therefore, an idea popped into Lin Fei's mind. I'll occupy this place first. Fishing and drinking tea here isn't a bad thing. As for managing this place, I'll leave it to the sacred leader. As for the primogenitor dragon 1,000 feet, he was no longer in the Divine Dragon's secret land. That fellow had used a secret technique to detonate his physical body. It could be said that his vitality was greatly damaged. Even if he could revive, he wouldn't be able to reappear so easily. Lin Fei suspected that this fellow might have gone to the Kunlun's secret land. Now that he had his eyes on the Divine Dragon's secret land, Lin Fei wouldn't let anyone else get it. Hearing this, the sacred leader heaved a sigh of relief. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Fei condensed 10 sword intent seeds and sent them into the sacred leader's body. The sword intent seeds formed the 7 stars and Big Dipper in the sacred leader's body. A mysterious relationship caused the sacred leader's heart to skip a beat. He felt as though his body had been replaced by a furnace that could explode at any moment. The sacred leader finally understood that his life was in the hands of the other party. Help me manage the sacred mountain well. I believe you should be able to do it. The sacred leader nodded his head repeatedly. I can do it. I can definitely do it. I guarantee that I'll manage this sacred ground properly. No, I should say the entire Divine Dragon's secret land. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the sacred leader's reply. You alone aren't enough. I've decided to find 2 more helpers for you. The skeletal dragon left the sacred mountain once again. Bringing the sacred leader with him, Lin Fei controlled the skeletal dragon and went to the Demon King's region. Actually, before reaching the Demon King's region, Lin Fei had already discovered the Vajra Monarch and Moing, the 2 Demon Kings. The Vajra Monarch and Moing had suffered a lot and were covered in injuries. Fortunately, they were able to return. When the powerful bloodline pressure from the skeletal dragon assaulted them again, the Vajra Monarch and Moing smiled bitterly. This time they really had nowhere to run, especially after seeing Lin Fei and the sacred leader on the skeletal dragon. The Vajra Monarch and Moing understood one thing. That primogenitor had lost. We admit defeat. We admit defeat. The 2 Demon Kings were very decisive. How could they fight? There was no way to fight at all. One skeletal dragon had completely crushed their combat power. In front of the skeletal dragon, they only had 10 to 20% of their combat power left. Since you know this, then come with me. The sword intent turned into a cage, trapping the 2 of them and bringing them to the sacred ground. Chapter 43-25. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all that the Diamond King Inspector had submitted. After placing a restriction on them, he brought them back to the sacred mountain. When they returned to the sacred mountain, he also let the 2 Demon Kings unify the demonic beast's forces. Long Qianzu's subordinates were also unified. King Kong and Demon Shadow loved to do such things. Although Lin Fei had used violent means to subdue the 2 of them, he had also given them some benefits. It was the Demon King's cultivation technique. Lin Fei didn't have many other things, but he had a lot of cultivation techniques. Whether it was the demonic beast cultivation techniques, ghost cultivators cultivation techniques, or even the human race's cultivation techniques, he had them all. Any one of them would cause a bloodbath. King Kong and Demon Shadow were indeed a little unwilling, but after seeing the demonic beast's cultivation techniques, they didn't have any objections. They would never obtain such a cultivation technique in their lifetime. They didn't expect to obtain such a cultivation technique by submitting to someone else. With this cultivation technique, their strength could continue to break through. The Divine Dragon's secret domain was a good place to cultivate. They really had to thank the primogenitor for his help. Otherwise, their cultivation would have ended. They were so interested in the primogenitor's tomb because they wanted to obtain something that would help them improve their strength. They had unintentionally planted a willow, but it turned out to be a good thing. They were sincerely convinced. They also realized that this extraterrestrial visitor, Lin Fei, was definitely not someone from the secular world. He might even be an old monster or antique. Since King Kong and Demon Shadow obtained the cultivation technique, the Sacred Lord naturally obtained it as well. The Sacred Lord continued to be the Sacred Lord, But with King Kong and Demon Shadow, his authority as the Sacred Lord was greatly reduced. Of course, he didn't dare to have any opinions. The huge bone dragon was also kept by Lin Fei, turning into a small bone dragon. The sacred ground announced its unification. This matter was naturally handled by the Sacred Lord. King Kong and Demon Shadow also appeared. The people of the Sacred Mountain were originally anxious about this disaster. They didn't expect to be pleasantly surprised. Amidst their shock, they heaved a sigh of relief. From now on, they would no longer have to fight with the demonic beasts. Over the years, it was unknown how many experts of their holy lands had died. The corpses could be piled up like a mountain. They could finally cultivate in peace. The Divine Dragon Arcane Realm would no longer be a dangerous place. At the same time, in an inconspicuous forest in the depths of the Kunlun Mystery Land, crack, a pile of rocks exploded. A few demonic beasts seemed to have smelled something and followed the path to the place where they came from. A figure rushed out. Balls of bloody light flew out from the bodies of these demonic beasts and directly entered the body of this person. This was an extremely ugly middle-aged man. He opened his cold eyes. Lin Fei, this old man will remember you. You caused me to lose Long Qianzu's excellent physical body. This person was none other than the primogenitor. However, the current primogenitor was indeed very weak. This old man's strength has been greatly affected. It can be said that it has damaged my foundation. Fortunately, this old man was prepared back then and left behind this body. Although it is broken, it can still be used. However, I have to recover my strength first. If those old things find out, I will definitely be in trouble. The primogenitor was filled with hatred. All his preparations were ruined in the hands of that Lin Fei. If there were no accidents, the entire Divine Dragon Arcane Realm might be controlled by that brat. This was a holy land for cultivation. Even the primogenitor was tempted to make a move. No, the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm must not be given to that brat. No matter what, I have to find some trouble for him. If this old man can't get it, that brat can forget about getting it. Lin Fei controlling the Sacred Lord was equivalent to controlling the entire Sacred Mountain. Four Kings, I am not a bad person, right? It didn't take me long to invite you guys over. The Four Kings were all invited over by Lin Fei. Once King Kong and Demonic Shadow made a move, Death King had no choice but to come. The changes in the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm were rather huge. Heaven and Demon King and the others looked at each other. Before they could react, the Arcane Realm seemed to have changed owners. The seemingly ordinary Lin Fei had actually become the master of the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm. Even the Sacred Lord of Sacred Mountain, including King Kong, had submitted to him. The huge difference made Heaven and Demon King and Heaven Eye King suck in a breath of cold air. What replaced it was fear and uneasiness. I didn't plan to do anything to you guys. I just wanted to understand the Kunlun Arcane Realm. Just tell me everything you know about the Kunlun Arcane Realm. Heaven and Demon King and Heaven Eye King were already prepared. However, when they heard this voice, they heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Fei didn't want to kill them, it was fine. No matter what Lin Fei wanted them to do, they had no objections. After heaving a sigh of relief, they also told him everything about the Kunlun Arcane Realm. Even if it was the secrets of the higher-ups, they didn't hide anything. Although they had such thoughts, they still had to see where they were and who they were facing. They spoke for a full 2 hours. Lin Fei also had a deeper understanding of the Kunlun Arcane Realm. He even knew many rumors about it. Poison King and you can leave first. Heaven and Demon King and Heaven Eye King's heart sank. They realized that they were in trouble. Why didn't he mention their names? With a plop, the two of them knelt down. Spare us. Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven and Demon King wished they could slap themselves. The ordinary Lin Fei already had the ability to control their life and death. The Ancestor Dragon and the Thousand-Legged Bull, for example, were still defeated. What qualifications did they have to fight with Lin Fei? It was better for them to shrink their necks. Don't worry, I won't kill the innocent. After all, the two of you are the Four Kings below the Supremes. Your strength is not bad, so my request is very simple. Protect 2 people for me in the secular world for 10 years. I believe you should be able to do it. It would be a pity if he didn't use such good fighters. If he didn't kill them on the spot, they could burn incense and pray to Buddha. No problem, no problem. We are willing to protect people. 10 years wasn't long, but compared to losing their lives, protecting people was nothing. Moreover, there weren't many experts in the secular world. Lin Fei placed a seal on the two of them and told them that the seal had a time limit of 10 years. Once the time was up, it would naturally be undone. They didn't dare to say anything. Did they want to die? Chapter 43:26. The strength of the four kings was decent in Lin Fei's eyes. Of course, it was even better in the secular world. If the Heaven Eye Monarch and the Heaven End Demon King were to protect someone, it would naturally be to protect his parents. After sending the two kings away, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. As for Yixian and Yi Zixuan, they started to cultivate in seclusion on the sacred mountain. Master, this is the core of the sacred land. Previously, only Master, no ancestor could enter. I don't know what is inside. The sacred lord carefully brought Lin Fei to the depths of the ground, in front of an inconspicuous door. If not for the sacred leader leading the way, he wouldn't have been able to find such a door. The door looked extremely ordinary. However, Lin Fei could see layers upon layers of restrictions on it. Of course, these restrictions were very crude. However, it was a headache for Xiantian and even energy-cultivating experts. It wasn't easy to break it. Lin Fei sent the sacred leader away. After checking it out, the sword intent slammed into the door like water and instantly triggered the restrictions. With such a violent method, the restrictions were smashed into pieces by the sword intent. However, the door was undamaged. Ancestor set up a method on it. I want to see what is inside. The door was not ordinary. At least, Lin Fei couldn't feel anything inside. After the restrictions were broken, Lin Fei opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a dragon's roar assaulted Lin Fei's face. It was as if a huge dragon had rushed out, directly crushing Lin Fei's body. This was the attack of a divine dragon. It was very powerful. Lin Fei had long since been prepared for this. His sword will stood in front of him, blocking off all the attacks in an instant. Furthermore, this attack lasted for a very long period of time. It was truly capable of catching one off guard. Lin Fei walked into the secret room. He was surprised when he walked in because there were bones everywhere. These skeletons were everywhere. His gaze fell on the place in front. There was a furnace there. It was a three-legged furnace. It was huge and gave off an ancient aura. Inside the cauldron, Lin Fei could smell the scent of raging flames. If one were to approach, they would be completely evaporated by the aura of the raging flames. The primogenitor is still hiding something. There's actually a drop of divine dragon blood sealed inside this cauldron. There was indeed a drop of divine dragon blood inside. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, this drop of divine dragon blood was nothing much. He couldn't even be considered a true god. As for being able to transform one's physical body after consuming it, that was naturally impossible. This drop of divine dragon blood was filled with an endless fiery aura. Anyone who consumed it would be vaporized immediately. It seems like the ancestor was unable to completely refine this drop of divine dragon blood, so he could only leave it in this cauldron. This drop of divine dragon blood wasn't that rare. However, for the current Lin Fei, the divine dragon blood was a pretty good item. At the very least, it would be useful for his tree of life. The storm of sword intent shrouded the cauldron and launched a fierce attack. It was unknown what material was used to refine the furnace, but it was very sturdy. However, no matter how sturdy the material was, it would still be able to hold out for a long time under such an airtight attack. In just an hour it was broken. The moment the cauldron was broken, a dragon roar surged into the sky. A dragon's might swept out in all directions. It contained a frightening destructive power, especially when it was directed at one's physical body. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the drop of divine dragon blood. After he swallowed the drop of divine dragon blood, the tree of life within his body grew a series of tendrils that dragged the drop of divine dragon blood over. Even though this drop of divine dragon blood was extremely strong, even though it was within Lin Fei's body, it couldn't disintegrate Lin Fei's physical body. Instead, its strength was being devoured by the tree of life bit by bit. For the time being, the tree of life won't lack nourishment. For Lin Fei, this drop of divine dragon blood was nothing but nourishment. Where else could he find such nourishment? After the divine dragon blood was taken away, the suppressive force in the secret chamber disappeared completely. After searching for a while, Lin Fei managed to find some useful items. For example, some ancient books that were left behind. The books were all written in ancient texts. Of course, this didn't stop Lin Fei. After studying it for a while, he read it out and understood its meaning. This is really interesting. Lin Fei didn't stay for too long. He turned around and left. No one knew what was recorded in the books, because Lin Fei had taken them all away. Lin Fei's figure soon arrived outside the sacred mountain. The divine dragon's secret realm wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. After searching for a while, Lin Fei finally arrived at an inconspicuous valley. This valley was really inconspicuous in the dense forest. There were many monsters living in the valley. The moment Lin Fei arrived, he released his aura slightly, scaring away all the monsters. There were caves within the valley. These caves were all inhabited by monsters. With a wave of his hand, his sword intent swept away all the unpleasant smell in the cave like flowing water. He arrived at the innermost part of the cave. The sword intent swept through the thick layer of rocks. It was a very violent way of breaking through. A stone door appeared in front of Lin Fei just like that. The information in the books was right. There really is a place in the Divine Dragon Secret Realm that leads to the Kunlun Secret Realm. If I'm not wrong, it should be here. This door led to the Kunlun Secret Realm. It was well protected. Although Lin Fei had broken it with brute force, if it were an inborn expert or a chi refinement expert, they wouldn't be able to break it. They wouldn't even be able to tell what was wrong with it. The disguise was too good. No matter how strong one's mental strength was, one wouldn't be able to tell that there was something wrong with this rock wall. There was a restriction set up on the door. There was a huge talisman pasted on the restriction. The talisman gave off a dangerous aura. It seems like someone doesn't want the Kunlun Secret Realm to be connected with the Divine Dragon Secret Realm. It would be the same even if it was me. Lin Fei had been to the Kunlun Secret Realm. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth there was indeed average. It couldn't be compared to the cultivation speed in the Divine Dragon Secret Realm. This place was better than the 36 blessed and heavenly lands. Luckily I came here earlier. Knowing the primogenitor's temper, he might expose the entrance to the Divine Dragon's arcane plane after suffering such a great loss. I'll have to set up a formation here first. The sacred ground was rich in resources. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't lack materials to set up a formation. Lin Fei knew of countless formations, such as the ancient ominous formation. Any one of them could turn this place into hell. Anyone who entered would be doomed. I hope the ancestor can help me do something good. I can use this formation to take them down a notch. I'll let them know that the Kunlun Secret Realm and the Divine Dragon Secret Realm are separated by heaven and earth. It's not a place they can enter just because they want to. Bookseller's website. Chapter 43-27. Lin Fei spent a few days and finally set up a super formation. This formation was called Azura Hell. There were a total of 10 levels, and each level had different powers. No matter who it was, as long as they broke into this Azura Hell, they would either die or lose a layer of skin. After the Azura Hell was set up, Lin Fei was completely relieved. He really did not believe that the ancestors or the Supremes could break this formation. They would take care of everything that came in. The Divine Dragon's Secret Realm was under his control. Lin Fei would not hand it over to anyone easily. There were not many things that could interest Lin Fei, and the Divine Dragon's Secret Realm was one of them. After setting up the formation, Lin Fei left. This place was located in an inconspicuous valley in the forest. Lin Fei was not worried that someone would find this place. Back at the sacred land, Lin Fei left after giving some instructions. Yixian and Yi Zixuan were still in seclusion. Lin Fei told the sacred lord that if Yixian and Yi Zixuan wanted to leave this place, he should send them out personally. Before leaving the Divine Dragon Secret Realm, Lin Fei had one more thing to do. He had to destroy all the previous entrances and set up a formation. After all, that entrance was set up by the ancestors for them to enter the Divine Dragon Secret Realm. After reading those books, Lin Fei knew that there were other exits to the Divine Dragon Secret Realm. It was just that they were very secretive. Even the Sacred Lord did not know about them. At the edge of a cliff in a dense forest, looking at the void in front of him, Lin Fei's lips curled up as he stepped forward. Who would have thought that this seemingly sky was actually an illusory formation? However, this illusory formation was very clever. Ordinary people would not be able to tell. Even the Sacred Lord would not be able to tell. This was the exit to leave the Divine Dragon's secret realm. From the moment Lin Fei entered to the moment he left, he had indeed stayed for a long time. He really did miss the outside world. Speaking of which, the Divine Dragon's secret realm was very boring. Lin Fei was probably the only one who could say something like that. I wonder what will happen after we get out of here. I am really looking forward to it. After the world turned upside down, Lin Fei fell into the water. When Lin Fei got out of the water, he found himself near a beach. It was not a deserted beach, but a beach by the sea. Lin Fei glanced around and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He seemed to have arrived at the subtropical Vietnamese province. This place must be a provincial one. Lin Fei could guarantee that, because the weather here was simply too pleasant. The air pool was filled with a damp odor. It was impossible for them to exist in Shanghai. Where else could it be other than Yu Province? Lin Fei found it hard to believe. This was a huge leap. A moment ago, he was still in the northern desert. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the end of the south. The person who set up this exit was truly a weirdo. He actually didn't know about this place. Lin Fei really didn't expect this. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't stand out when he appeared. After all, there were too many people swimming here. Who knew when someone else would appear? Lin Fei didn't bring any swimsuits. He walked up drenched. After asking around, he confirmed that this was South Asia in Vietnamese province. As a scenic tourist attraction, South Asia was naturally crowded, especially during this season. Lin Fei decided to find a place to stay first. The place he wanted to stay was naturally a 5-star hotel. Lin Fei. Not long after walking on the beach, Lin Fei heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw a familiar person. Charlene, why are you here? The person he met on the beach was the first girl he met on his way back, Charlene. Charlene went to Bai Shangnan's company to be an assistant. Lin Fei was quite surprised that Charlene would be here in South Asia at this time. Boss, you really know how to have fun. You actually came to South Asia without a word. If I didn't feel that your back looked familiar just now, I really wouldn't have recognized you. Charlene ran up with a smile. Even at the seaside, Charlene's dress was still relatively conservative. Her one piece was still youthful and cute. Lin Fei knew that Charlene must have thought too much. Aren't we going to give our beauty Charlene a surprise? Lin Fei also laughed and teased. Charlene was amused and giggled. Big boss, don't tease me. You are such an honest person. Even though Xiaolin knew that Lin Fei was talking nonsense, Xiaolin was still very happy. I have swimming trunks over there. Do you want to change into them? After arriving at South Asia in Vietnamese province, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go back. Sure, no problem. Although Lin Fei could easily evaporate the water on his body, there were too many people here, so he decided not to do so. Charlene was in a good mood after meeting the big boss here. Lin Fei was in a good mood. After chatting for a while, Lin Fei also found out that Charlene was out on vacation. Ever since the cloud shapewear became popular, Charlene, the assistant, had not been idle. It wasn't easy for her to find a vacation time. She didn't expect to meet the big boss Lin Fei here. Charlene recalled the bits and pieces of Lin Fei living in her room. I bought these swimming trunks by mistake and kept them. I was going to throw them away, but now it's a bargain for you, big boss. In the drawer not far away, Charlene rummaged through a pair of swimming trunks. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and put it on. It wasn't the first time that Charlene had seen Lin Fei's good figure. Compared to other people with big bellies, Lin Fei's figure was top-notch with an 8-pack and a vest line. Anyone who saw it would be envious. It was the same for Charlene. After Lin Fei joined, Charlene had even more fun. This time Charlene didn't just come alone. She came with a best friend. However, when that best friend saw Lin Fei, her face was a little unhappy, but it returned to normal immediately. You're really good to your friend. You even let him wear the swimming trunks. Also, you look at him with drooling eyes. Don't tell me you have a crush on this kid? Charlene's best friend was called Zhang Weiwei. Zhang Weiwei's figure was also very good. She was also a great beauty. Her looks were around 85 points. Nonsense, Lin Fei and I are good friends, okay? Charlene said seriously. Zhang Weiwei didn't believe Charlene's words. Those eyes and actions couldn't deceive her. Charlene didn't tell Zhang Weiwei that Lin Fei was the big boss of her company and the creator of the cloud shapewear. Look at yourself. You're smiling. Zhang Weiwei rarely saw Charlene smile like this. Her eyes never left Lin Fei. Chapter 43-28. Kunlun Mystery Land. The six Supremes all received a piece of news. It was about the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. This was because everyone who entered had basically gained nothing. What was even more terrifying was that it was a trap set by one of the ancestors. As the news spread, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. While everyone was still in shock, the six Supremes unexpectedly received a piece of news that piqued their interest. Someone had exposed the entrance to the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. According to the news brought back by the Four Kings, one thing was certain. The cultivation in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land was indeed better than the Kunlun Mystery Land. The heaven and earth spiritual chi became denser, which naturally allowed everyone to break through faster. If I'm not mistaken, it should be here. A short figure arrived at a valley. At the end of the valley was a small lake that was very inconspicuous. This short figure was one of the six Supreme Beings. Supremes Tianyun. Despite his short appearance, Supremes Tianyun was actually a midget. However, it was this person who managed to cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm in the Kunlun Mystery Land and became in Supremes. His strength was rather terrifying. Supremes Tianyun, you're pretty fast. It seems like you're very interested in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. Just as Supremes Tianyun stood by the lake, another figure rushed in. It was a pink figure. It was a female Supremes. This was the only female Supreme martial artist among the six Supremes. Supremes Phoenixes. Supremes Tianyun smiled when he saw Supremes Phoenixes. Supremes Phoenixes, you really know how to joke. I'm just interested in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. I didn't expect the rumor to actually exist. It seems like the news back then was true. The six Supremes all knew one thing. The Divine Dragon Mystery Land was originally a sacred place for cultivation, and it had always been above the Kunlun Mystery Land. The Kunlun Mystery Land was originally a place under the jurisdiction of the sacred place. However, due to some unknown reason, the sacred place disappeared. No one knew where it went. It was not that the Supremes did not search for it, but they could not find the entrance. As time passed, everyone gave up. I'm just here to see if it's true. Supremes Phoenixes chuckled. Not long after, the other four Supremes arrived. Everyone was very concerned about this news, because this information was only known to the six Supremes. Outsiders didn't even know about this news. While they were shocked, they were also secretly guessing. Who was it that passed the news to them? Because the news came from their territory. After all six of them had arrived, everyone's goal was the same, and that was to break the entrance. The Kunlun Mystic Realm was indeed a good place to cultivate, but it was nothing compared to the Divine Dragon Mystic Realm. If he could enter the Divine Dragon secret grounds, not only would he be able to obtain cultivation resources, it was said that there were as many demonic beasts as there were clouds in there, and all of them were good stuff. At the very least, in the Kunlun Mystic Realm, demonic beasts were few and far between. Those who encountered one would basically be captured alive and brought back to the sect to rear. Everyone understood the principle that eating beast meat all year round would greatly improve one's physical body. Although they didn't have high requirements for their bodies, who wouldn't want their bodies to be as strong as possible? No matter what, let's give it a try first. What if we really succeed? Heavenly Cloud Supreme was the first to speak. In fact, everyone's thoughts were the same. Then let's do it together. Not only did they know that the Divine Dragon secret grounds was under this lake, but they also knew the way to break the formation. After a loud rumble, the six Supreme Beings made their move. The small lake was instantly destroyed. A door appeared at the bottom of it. The protective formation almost collapsed. Initially, everyone had their doubts. However, when they saw the door, they heaved a sigh of relief. The news was true. There was indeed a storage area here. The possibility of it leading to the Divine Dragon's secret grounds was higher. When they saw the door, they heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't know what the person who spread the news was about, but they had to confirm it no matter what. It seemed like their trip wasn't in vain. The six honorable beings struck out once more and broke through the formation on the door. With that, the entrance below appeared. The news is true. There's an entrance. It seems like the Shenong mystic realm has indeed been isolated by someone. This concealment formation is too advanced. Sovereign Phoenix Cauldron chuckled and was the first to descend. After that, Heavenly Cloud Supreme also came down. They easily entered the door. After the 6 Supreme Beings checked and didn't find any danger, they relaxed again. I'll go take a look and confirm whether it's true or not. It was impossible for one Supreme Being to go, so the best way was for all 6 Supreme Beings to go together. If there were benefits from the other side, they really had to consider it. Without further ado, the 6 Supreme Beings decided to go to the Divine Dragon's secret grounds together. Without blinking, they rushed in together. When the lake was blasted open, a tattered figure appeared. The figure was still shriveled and emitted a decaying aura. Let the 6 Supreme Beings test it out first. Those old antiques aren't that easy to fool. We have to let that Lin Fei suffer a bit first. If one Supreme Being isn't enough, then let's do it with all 6 Supreme Beings. The strength of the 6 Supreme Beings was quite good in the eyes of Ancestor Qianemo. Qianemo was the name of this ancestor. After all, they had existed in this realm for a long time, unlike Ancestor Qianemo. Once he took over, his strength didn't reach his peak. In the end, he met Lin Fei and suffered a huge loss. It's a pity that my strength hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, it would be great to take over a Supreme Being's body. It's a pity that my 7-colored glazed pagoda is wasted. It wasn't easy for him to seize a body, but he missed it just like that. It was all because of that damned Lin Fei. When his strength recovered, he would definitely let Lin Fei have it easy. What concerned Ancestor Qianemo the most was that bone dragon. Such a powerful bone dragon was actually controlled by that kid. This was the most inconceivable thing. After the 6 Supreme Beings came over, they instantly felt like they had fallen into hell. In an instant, they were bewildered and disoriented. This is the Divine Dragon's secret grounds. No, we seem to have encountered a formation. With a whistling sound, it was as if the sky was falling. One by one, the Supreme Martial Artists spat out blood. They were injured by the formation in less than a second. Let's go. This is a formation. Someone set up a formation. It might be used to deal with us. Chapter 43:29. After being attacked by the formation, they immediately retreated. Even so, they still suffered greatly. This was because the formation was simply too savage. One layer after another, it became stronger and stronger. They did not have the ability to resist at all. Fortunately, there were 6 Supremes who entered together, so they had some ability to resist, so they were not injured that badly. If any of them were to come in, they would probably lose their lives here. We've been tricked, we've definitely been tricked. Someone is trying to kill us all, Supreme Skycloud roared. Supreme's Phoenix Color was also frightened, but then said, I think the person who plotted against us is in this valley. If we rush out now, we might be able to catch him off guard. Supreme's Phoenix Color's words made the eyes of the remaining 5 Supremes brighten. They realized that there might really be someone waiting for the result outside. If they rushed out now, it was very likely that they would catch the other party off guard. Although they were all injured, their injuries were not too serious. After a short moment of hesitation, they understood. They had to vent their anger. Ancestral founder Thousand Motes was indeed waiting outside to watch a good show. If they could capture a Supremes, it would be a good thing. Although his current physical body looked decent, it could not unleash its full strength. Therefore, he had to find a Supremes to act against. Even if he could not take over the other party's body, he had to control them into a puppet. That way he would have a thug. Originally, he had a disciple like the Holy Master, plus the Divine Dragon's secret realm controlled by the Holy Master, which was equivalent to holding a trump card. He did not expect to lose this trump card so quickly. This was the worst thing that had happened to him. Fortunately, he had successfully lured the 6 Supremes here. No matter what, he had to give that Lin Fei quite a bit of trouble. If Lin Fei killed the 6 Supremes, that would be for the best. The primogenitors behind the Supremes would definitely make their move. What's that sound? Ancestral founder Thousand Motes' expression suddenly changed, and he retreated. In the next second, 6 figures directly rushed out. What's going on? Why did they come out so quickly? No, they are injured. Ancestral founder Thousand Motes immediately understood what was going on. The only thing that Ancestral founder Thousand Motes did not understand was how long the 6 Supremes had been in there. Why did they all come out injured? This was not right. They had clearly just come out. Was there an ambush? Or was Lin Fei that brat lying in wait? However, I am the only one who knows about this connection point. Even if Lin Fei obtained the Holy Land, he would not know about this place. During this moment of hesitation, the six Supremes discovered ancestral founder Thousand Motes. Everything was as Phoenix Color had predicted. There was indeed someone waiting outside. To be. Shameless bastard, you actually dared to ambush us. Eat our combined attack first. Supreme Skycloud waved his hand and unleashed a wave of heavenly fire, which instantly enveloped Primogenitor Thousand Moths. Sovereign Phoenix Cauldron also unleashed her own attack. Golden threads instantly wrapped around Ancestor Thousand Darkness. In the blink of an eye, Ancestor Thousand Darkness was no different from a silkworm cocoon. A bell-shaped treasure came crashing down. This was the work of another Supreme Being. The attacks of the six Supremes were indeed fierce. To be honest, Ancestral Founder Thousand Motes was caught off guard. According to Ancestral Founder Thousand Motes' calculations, the six Supremes would cause a ruckus there. This would take at least 10 days to half a month. And this was under the condition that things did not go smoothly. If things went smoothly, it would take at least a month. Now they had gone in and out and all of them were injured. What Supreme's Thousand Motes could not accept was that he had never schemed against them. No, it was an ambush. If nothing went wrong, this was definitely done by Lin Fei. It must be a formation. That brat set up a great formation. That's why those six Supremes were injured in a single exchange. What a sinister and vicious fellow. While Ancestral Founder Thousand Motes cursed, he had to defend against the attacks of the six Supremes. If he was at his peak, it might not have mattered. But now it was a real headache. Ancestral Founder Thousand Motes defended while retreating. He could not withstand the attacks of the six Supremes. All of them attacked in a domineering manner, all of them filled with rage. Naturally, the might of their attacks had increased. Speak, who are you? You actually dared to lay a formation here to ambush us. Could you be one of those old antiques? The moment the six Supremes attacked, they immediately realized something was different. Because Ancestral Founder Thousand Motes was very strong. He could actually defend against the attacks of the six Supremes. This kind of thing was really rare. My name is not something you can know. Ancestral Founder Thousand Motes did not dare to use his famous move. He could only defend passively, but in his heart he still looked down on these guys. In the next second, a cold light pierced through his chest. Ancestral Founder Thousand Motes was actually injured. Unknowingly, one of the Supremes had actually used a secret treasure. Taking advantage of Ancestral Founder Thousand Motes' indifferent attitude, he directly gave Ancestral Founder Thousand Motes a big slap. Ancestral Founder Thousand Motes' strength had not recovered. Now that he was injured, it was like a gap had been opened. Ancestral Founder Thousand Motes cursed once more. He turned and ran. This time he had no choice but to run. Someone touched my formation. In Yu Province, Lin Fei was eating with Xiaolin. He frowned slightly before returning to normal. Just now, his formation was touched by someone. Lin Fei purposely left it behind. They moved really quickly. I wonder if this slap will be like pouring a bucket of cold water on them. I think it should be very satisfying. Brother Lin, what good thing did you think of? Xiaolin was very happy these few days. The only thing that made Xiaolin a little unhappy was that she actually came out with her best friend Zhang Weiwei. Unknowingly, there was another light bulb. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just a bunch of bandits barged into a master's house. In the end, they were beaten up by the host. Don't you think this is a happy thing? Lin Fei did not know that Ancestral Founder Thousand Motes wanted to take advantage of the situation. In the end, he was chased by six Supremes. If Lin Fei knew, he would probably be even happier. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a good mood. After all, he had his eyes on the God Dragon's secret domain. He definitely would not allow anyone to touch it. Xiaolin, so you are here. That's for the best. Come with me. Just as he finished speaking, a few people rushed in. Why are you here again? Xiaolin said angrily. Didn't I say that you are wrong? I don't have anything on me. Chapter 43:30. As soon as these people came over, Charlene's face darkened. They were martial artists. After a glance, Lin Fei could tell that these people were all martial artists at the level of clear strength. Since when were there martial artists in South Asia? These martial artists seem to have ill intentions. It's not up to you to decide. That thing is in your hands anyway. Unless you let us search it ourselves, you have to come with us. The leader was at the late stage of clear strength. His face was very cold with a hint of arrogance. Lin Fei, who was at the side, was ignored by the other party. He was just an ordinary person. Who would care about him? Didn't you hear what my friend said? I advise you to leave quickly. Don't disturb our meal. Lin Fei said to them indifferently. The leader of the martial artists looked over with a cold look, but then he took a few steps back with a bang, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes fell on Lin Fei. Let's go. Charlene was a little confused. Fortunately, they finally left, which was a happy thing. Boss, I don't know who they are. They said that I took something from them, but I really don't know what is not mine. As soon as they left, Charlene said with a face of grievance. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Don't worry. Tell me the situation briefly. It would be best if you can be more detailed. I will help you analyze and see what is going on. In fact, Lin Fei still believed what those people said in his heart. After all, these martial artists would never talk nonsense. Maybe Charlene really got something, but she just didn't know it. Lin Fei was also curious about what Charlene took that made them come in person. They didn't take action directly, probably because they were not sure and just had some doubts. Charlene was also confused. She thought about it and said, Here's the thing. After I got off the plane with Zhang Weiwei that day, Charlene said as she thought. During this time, Lin Fei also asked some questions. Boss, that's what happened. Do you think they misunderstood? Lin Fei was very sure that Charlene had been used as a scapegoat. If nothing went wrong, that thing was really with Xiaolin, it was just that she did not know. It's not really a misunderstanding. It's just that you've been used. That thing is really on you or in your room. Charlene was stunned. It can't be, I don't think anything is extra. After dinner, just take me to your room. Maybe it's not with you but with Zhang Weiwei. It was rare that Zhang Weiwei didn't come over to be a third wheel. It seems that I really didn't pay attention to whether there was anything extra in Vivian's place. How could Xiaolin still have the mood to eat? He immediately called Zhang Weiwei. After he made the call, he couldn't get through. His phone kept telling him that he was offline. What's going on? I can't get through to Weiwei's phone. She's a cell phone maniac. She always has her cell phone with her every day. Could it be that Weiwei went swimming? That can't be right. It's so hot outside. She'll shed her skin if she goes swimming. Charlene couldn't help feeling anxious. Then let's go to her room to take a look. Charlene realized that something might have happened to Zhang Weiwei. After paying the bill, she walked to the door. Charlene's phone rang. It was Zhang Weiwei. It's Weiwei, I'm probably thinking too much. She picked up the call. Charlene's expression changed because it wasn't Zhang Weiwei's voice but a man's. Your good bestie Zhang Weiwei is in my hands. You have half a day to bring us what we want. Otherwise, your bestie will be fed to the fishes. We have crocodiles and sharks here. It would be a pity to feed such a delicate girl to the fishes. A cold voice came from the other side. Zhang Weiwei was completely panicking. Don't hurt Weiwei, we'll go find it immediately. We'll definitely find it for you, please don't hurt Weiwei. That's for the best. Alright, ask your friend to come over too. Remember not to call the police. If you do, your best friend will be finished. Keep the phone on, I'll call you. He hung up the phone. Charlene hurriedly called again, only to find that Zhang Weiwei's phone was turned off again. Lin Fei, who was beside Charlene, heard everything clearly. He patted Charlene's shoulder lightly. It's okay, your best friend will be very safe. But I really don't know what is in our hands. Charlene was at a loss. The thing should be in your room, let's go over now. Charlene suppressed her panic and stopped a car. The two of them returned to the hotel. Not good, our door seems to have been opened. When they reached their room, Charlene exclaimed because the tightly locked door actually had a small crack. It was obvious that someone had opened it. Lin Fei stretched out his hand to stop her. Stand behind me, I'll go in and take a look. Don't panic. Lin Fei already knew that there was someone inside. And it was a martial artist. Because of this, Lin Fei told Charlene to stand outside and wait. Charlene's room was an apartment with a room inside and outside. At this moment, a figure was looking for something with a hint of anxiousness on his face. Where did the thing go? I clearly stuffed it in their bags. Did they throw it away? No, they shouldn't have noticed. It was a young man who looked like he was in his early 20s. After searching for a while, he still couldn't find anything. Friend, isn't it a bit too much to barge into someone's apartment like this? Suddenly, a voice appeared in the room. The young man turned around and broke out in cold sweat. Without saying anything, he kicked towards the window, using both his hands and feet. In a few steps, he reached the window. Outside of the window was a forest. There was a big tree at the side. Although it was only 3 to 4 meters away, the young man felt that he could jump over it. Just as he reached the window, a figure stood in front of him like a ghost. With a gentle wave of his hand, the young man flew out and fell on the sofa. After he got up, he grabbed him by the neck with one hand and lifted him up. In a panic, the young man took out a dagger and stabbed towards the person. With a crack, the dagger broke and fell to the ground. If I were you, I'd be honest and tell the truth. Who knows, maybe I'd be able to see the sun tomorrow. Chapter 43:31. Wang Qingyun never thought that his luck would be so bad. It wasn't easy to steal something good from a place, but he was hunted down before he could even warm it up. He ran to 3 provinces in a row, but he was still being watched by them. He had no choice but to put the thing on someone else and escape with great difficulty. It took him a while to find the 2 of them, but he couldn't find the thing. Wang Qingyun was about to cry. If that was the case, then there was nothing to say. But he met a powerful expert and was caught in an instant. There was even a moment when he felt that he was going to die. Inside the apartment suite, Wang Qingyun stood there honestly. His face was a little pale, and he didn't even dare to move. I remember you. You were the one who touched me, but you said it was nothing. I didn't expect you to be so bad. You actually dared to frame us. Tell me, what did you put in our bags? It was naturally easy to deal with a guy who had just touched the bright side card. It didn't take long for the other party to stand there obediently. Lin Fei's pinch just now made him walk on the edge of life and death. No one was willing to experience that kind of feeling a second time. At most, other people would let you walk around, but with Lin Fei it was equivalent to taking half a step in. Wang Qingyun seemed to have seen that path, but he was forcibly pulled back. This was the most uncomfortable thing. No, it was the most terrifying thing. If he didn't grasp the timing correctly, he might really walk into the gates of hell. When Wang Qingyun looked at the other party, his whole face was filled with panic. Xiaolin also recognized Wang Qingyun immediately. After all, she had contact with this person on the plane, but she didn't care at that time. Wang Qingyun's appearance was too deceiving. People who didn't know would think that he was a person who had just entered university. Naturally, they wouldn't think too much about it. Charlene was the same, but now she realized that this guy might be the one who framed them. As a result, Zhang Weiwei was taken away by someone. Wang Qingyun didn't dare to move now. I only put a piece of jade in your bag, but I can't find that piece of jade. Wang Qingyun said with a sad face. Actually, I didn't mean to make you take the blame. I only did it because I had no other choice. I caused your best friend to be taken away. I'm really sorry. Xiaolin seemed to have thought of something. She went to the bottom of the sofa and pulled out a piece of jade. Actually, it wasn't really jade because this piece of jade was the size of a fist and had strange runes carved on it. Yes, that's the thing. They should be looking for this thing. I also stole it from them. I really don't know what it is. Anyway, they are very concerned about this thing. They chased me through 3 provinces. Wang Qingyun nodded his head and explained. However, he no longer dared to look at the jade stone. I thought this thing was left here by the previous resident. It looked strange, so we kicked it under the sofa. I didn't expect that it was this thing that caused Zhang Weiwei to be taken away. Xiaolin finally remembered. She didn't expect that after all the trouble, it was actually this thing. Wang Qingyun was also very helpless. This thing was actually under the sofa. Who would notice that this thing was here? One must know that this was a hotel apartment. He didn't think about this at all. If it was at home, it might be possible, but here he wouldn't even think about it. If it was under the sofa, then Wang Qingyun wouldn't have to work so hard. In the end, he met the other party, who was also an expert, and took him down without making a move. This isn't an ordinary jade stone. No wonder those people wanted to chase you. Lin Fei took the jade stone from Xiaolin's hand and laughed softly. Then if this isn't a jade stone, what is it? Could it be an antique? But antiques don't look like this. Lin Fei was also quite surprised. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. It was very normal for the other party to chase Wang Qingyun, because this jade stone wasn't an ordinary jade stone, but a piece of soul jade. Soul jade was very rare because its texture was very special. However, every piece of soul jade contained a special power. This power was left behind by an expert, and whoever inherited this power would be able to be reborn. Although that was the case, it wasn't that easy to inherit the thing inside the soul jade. Of course, this wasn't a difficult thing to Lin Fei. Kid, you're quite gutsy. Of all things to steal, you just had to steal this thing. It's not bad that you're still alive. Lin Fei snorted lightly as he played with the soul jade in his hand. This thing was indeed a priceless treasure, and it just had to appear in South Asia. It shouldn't be South Asia, because the soul jade was stolen by Wang Qingyun. I'm quite curious. Where did you steal it from? If you tell me clearly, I might let you go. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Wang Qingyun didn't dare look at this young man anymore. Although the other party looked a few years older than him, his methods were definitely not something he could compare to. I stole this from a big villa. Because I'm a thief, I like to visit villas the most. The villa is very simple, but there are many people inside. Their tone is a little different, just like people in a sect. I stole it when they weren't paying attention. Wang Qingyun realized that this piece of jade definitely had a great background. It was worth it for them to hunt him down. Lin Fei didn't know what to say about this kid. To think that he could steal the soul jade in front of those experts. Was it because they were useless? Or was this kid too strong? You don't have to hope to get this thing back. Since you're quite honest, scram as far as you can. I advise you to leave the country for the best. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. Although he didn't know where these people had obtained this piece of soul jade, it was definitely a priceless treasure. Wang Qingyun dared to steal this piece of soul jade from them, regardless of whether they found this piece of soul jade later. As the culprit, Wang Qingyun wouldn't have a good ending. Wang Qingyun could tell that this wasn't a joke. It was the truth. He had gotten himself into big trouble, and this trouble was so big that he couldn't continue living in the country. Lin Fei wasn't joking. What he said was the truth. Chapter 43-32. To be able to find a piece of soul jade here was indeed an incredible thing for Lin Fei. After chasing Wang Qingyun away, Lin Fei played with the soul jade in his hand and looked at Charlene with a smile. After all, he had a special feeling for Charlene. At the very least, when he returned from the alternate world, it was Charlene who brought him home and took care of him. It could be said that if it wasn't for Charlene, he might not have recovered so quickly. No matter what, Lin Fei owed Charlene a favor. As for Charlene's love for him, Lin Fei could see it clearly. After finding out that it was a soul jade, Lin Fei immediately checked it out to see what was inside. Fortunately, this soul jade should be the power left behind by a female expert. It was gentle and not overbearing. Don't think that anyone could inherit the power in the soul jade. Actually, it depended on the person. If a woman inherited a man's power, she would definitely not be able to bear it. Even if she could bear it, her personality would change drastically. Therefore, there was a certain risk in inheriting the soul jade. After checking the inside and outside of the room, Lin Fei was completely relieved. Boss, the way you look at me is a little weird. Don't tell me you have some improper thoughts about me? Charlene giggled. Previously, Charlene was a little worried. Now that she found it, she heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they called again, she would be able to get her best friend Zhang Weiwei back. Shaolin, I want to ask if you are interested in letting yourself see a whole new world. As long as you say it, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Fei was giving Charlene a chance to see what she would choose. A whole new world? Charlene found it strange, but she was also a smart girl. Ever since she brought Lin Fei back, she felt that Lin Fei had a mysterious aura that made people want to dig deeper. But until now, Charlene had not dug out the secret on Lin Fei. But now, Charlene's gaze suddenly fell on the soul jade. Was it because of this? As a girl, Charlene's feeling was very correct. At the very least, she could tell that Lin Fei's words had a deeper meaning. It didn't sound like something he would say normally. Could it be a chance to get closer to Lin Fei? Charlene realized that this might be her only chance. If she missed this chance, there might not be a next time. He didn't know when it would happen, so he had to seize this opportunity. I intend to give it a try. I hope you can fulfill my wish. Charlene thought about it and looked at Lin Fei with anticipation. Actually, Lin Fei wasn't surprised by Charlene's choice at all. Congratulations on making the right choice. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Lin Fei laughed. Follow me to the room. I'll show you what a new world is. Lin Fei walked into the room with a smile. But Charlene was taken aback by this. What new world? Could it be that he had to go to the room? Charlene's thoughts ran wild, but she still walked into the room in the end. You can sit here now. I'll help you open up a new world. But before that, I have to ask you, do you know what a warrior is? Charlene had heard of a warrior before. I know that. I heard that a warrior is a pugilistic expert. Can I become a pugilistic expert? Those who can fly in the sky and smash bricks with one palm? Wouldn't I become a heroine? Charlene giggled. She had yearned for this for a long time. Unfortunately, she didn't dare to learn taekwondo or judo as it was too painful. You can understand it that way. So this time I'll let you become a warrior. Close your eyes now, and when you open them, you'll realize that this world will become very interesting. Lin Fei planned to use the soul jade on Charlene here. He would guide all the energy out and pour it into Charlene's body. Of course, if it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible to succeed. But with Lin Fei here, it would be easy. Charlene was very obedient. She closed her eyes and sat on the bed, but she was actually very nervous. Lin Fei took out the soul jade. He placed it on Charlene's head. With a flick of his power, the seal on the soul jade was completely undone. Swoosh! A flood-like power surged down. Lin Fei, who was at the side, was already prepared. He split the power. The originally fierce and domineering power became like flowing water as it flowed into Xia Lin's body unhurriedly. That wasn't enough. Lin Fei had to refine the power so that it could be stored in Charlene's body. So this step was very important. Lin Fei had done this many times, so he was able to easily inject the energy into Xia Lin's body. Originally, Charlene didn't have a trace of a warrior's aura. But in the blink of an eye, she broke through from light strength to negative strength, then from negative strength to transcendent grandmaster, and finally stepped into the innate peak realm. Actually, the power in the soul jade wasn't released completely. That was because Charlene's body was too weak. So Lin Fei sealed the remaining power. As long as Charlene continued to cultivate, the power in her body would be released continuously. It would allow her to easily break through to the qi cultivation realm. Only Lin Fei could do such a thing. The others could only watch. After receiving so much power, Charlene fell asleep. Just like what Lin Fei said, when Charlene woke up, a whole new world would open up. After the power in the soul jade dissipated completely, the soul jade lost its luster and was no different from an abandoned jade. Of course, if such a jade was brought to a jewelry store, it could be sold for hundreds of thousands. Now let me see just what kind of background these fellows have. To think that they could actually produce soul jades. I'm quite interested in them. If there are a few more of them, the strength of the people around me will increase one by one. That will save me a lot of trouble. When he was in the Holy Mountain, Lin Fei had more or less found some clues through the ancient books and information. This Kunlun mystery realm wasn't as simple as he thought. It hid a huge secret. So after dealing with these matters, Lin Fei still had to make a trip to Kunlun mystery realm to get to the bottom of this. Because there were too few things that could interest Lin Fei now. It was rare to find something, so he had to go for a stroll and get rid of some troubles, such as Ancestor Thousand Silence. Remember the mobile website. Chapter 4333. Xia Lin fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, her phone rang. Lin Fei took her phone and a cold voice came from the other side. Beauty Xia Lin, it's time. I don't know if you found the thing we want. Otherwise, your best friend Zhang Weiwei won't have a good ending. You have to think carefully. I found the thing. It's in my hands. If you dare to hurt Zhang Weiwei, then don't even think about getting this thing for the rest of your life. I think this thing is pretty good. I don't know if it will attract the interest of those people if I auction it outside. Lin Fei chuckled. The person on the other side was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the person who answered the phone would be a young man. After thinking about it, the person understood. So you're the one who injured my people. You're really arrogant. Now you've brought the thing to teach people. As long as we see the thing, we'll naturally return Zhang Weiwei to you. Tell me your address, I'll send it to you now. But if you dare to do anything to Zhang Weiwei, then don't blame me for fighting to the death with you. You have to know that this thing looks very precious. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll casually throw it somewhere. I'm afraid you won't be able to find it again for the rest of your life. The cold man on the other side was silent for a moment. Don't worry, as long as we see the thing, we'll naturally return Zhang Weiwei to you. We won't hurt a single hair on her head. I can guarantee that. But if you dare to deceive us with a fake thing, then don't blame us for being impolite. He hung up the phone. Xiaolin's phone had an additional address. Lin Fei frowned slightly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. You dare to play such a little trick? I want to see what kind of strength you have. It's best if you have a big fish. Otherwise this trip will be in vain. It was indeed inconceivable for Lin Fei to encounter a soul jade in a place like Yu City. Therefore, he was prepared to dig up some roots and understand the process. Maybe he could make an unexpected discovery. If it wasn't for Qian Mo ancestor's last words, Lin Fei wouldn't have paid special attention. Now, he more or less understood some things. The Kunlun mystic realm and the sacred mountain were actually one entity. It was just that there was a problem. Now there was a big secret waiting for him in the Kunlun mystic realm. Lin Fei was very interested in unearthing secrets. These days, Lin Fei also paid attention to the news on the internet, especially the news in the north. It was said that there was indeed a sandstorm there, and it lasted for several days. However, it disappeared completely recently, and it returned to the state of a desert. As for the so-called heavenly pit, it had long since disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire the Qian Mo ancestor. He actually had such a method. This was also good. The disappearance of the sinkhole naturally wouldn't attract the attention of outsiders. Some things were better left unknown to outsiders. Lin Fei came out of the hotel. He flagged down a taxi and went straight to the address. This was an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of South Asia. The driver didn't ask at all. After sending Lin Fei nearby, he drove away, leaving Lin Fei alone. It seems that you are a very tactful person. You actually came alone. I don't know where Xiaolin is. Don't plan to play any tricks. Your every move is under our surveillance. When Lin Fei arrived, his phone rang. No, it should be Xiaolin's phone. Lin Fei took Xiaolin's phone, while his own phone was in the room. If Xiaolin woke up, she could still find him through the phone. Of course, it was impossible for Xiaolin to wake up all of a sudden. Lin Fei was still quite relieved about this. Lin Fei's eyes scanned the area and quickly locked onto a warehouse. Because there were a lot of warehouses here. It looked like they were all scrapped, but at this time there were more than a dozen figures in the middle of the warehouse. These auras were not bad, especially one of them, which made Lin Fei's eyes light up. It was actually a Xiantian master. It seemed that this was not a small fish. Whether it was in the Holy Mountain or outside, to be able to cultivate to the Xiantian realm, one could more or less be considered a top figure. If it was just a grandmaster, then Lin Fei wouldn't be interested in it. But if it was a Xiantian master, then it would be a little different. If he caught him, he would definitely be able to obtain more information. Lin Fei was quite satisfied this time. At least he didn't come in vain. He didn't know how many secrets the Xiantian master knew, but he shouldn't be too disappointed. According to what the other party said, Lin Fei walked towards the warehouse. In a short while, he stood at the entrance of the warehouse. At this time, more than a dozen figures in the warehouse stood up and stared at Lin Fei with bad intentions. At this time a figure walked out. It was a young figure in his 30s, but his eyes were particularly cold. Not bad, not bad. You actually have the guts to come here. Where is our thing? This person looked at Lin Fei with a trace of disdain. The thing is in my hands. Where is my friend Zhang Weiwei? If I don't see her, I can't give it to you. The soul jade fell into Lin Fei's hands. When the soul jade appeared, the young man's eyes lit up. The young man's eyes lit up in an instant. This was what he needed to find. As long as he brought these things back, He would have made a great contribution. Bring her up. The young man snorted lightly. Immediately, a subordinate helped Zhang Weiwei out. At this time Zhang Weiwei's face was pale. She was indeed frightened. Fortunately, she didn't suffer any injuries. However, sitting with so many strong men was indeed a lot of pressure. Look carefully. We didn't do anything to her at all. It's just that this Zhang Weiwei is a little timid and was a little frightened. But it doesn't matter. As long as we get this thing later, we will naturally compensate her. Just give her 500,000. I am a very generous person. The young man chuckled. Zhang Weiwei saw Lin Fei coming over and heaved a sigh of relief. Until now, she still didn't understand what they had taken from the other party. When she saw the round ball, she finally understood. It was actually this thing. Zhang Weiwei had always thought that it was left behind by the previous guest. She didn't expect that it would cause her to suffer so much. Then you can give us the thing, and I will hand her over to you. The young man stretched out his hand. Chapter 43-34. The young man was indeed happy, and he heaved a sigh of relief. This was a great merit and he had obtained it just like that. No problem, I'll pass this to you now. However, you have to catch it first. Lin Fei chuckled and tossed the soul jade over. The young man was elated. He was worried that Lin Fan would go back on his word. Fortunately, he tossed it over. Now that he had the item, the rest was simple. However, when he reached out to grab the soul jade, a thought flashed through his mind. Not good. Because the soul jade directly exploded with an extremely powerful force, directly crushing his body. The young man was sent flying and crashed into a huge pillar in the warehouse. Kacha kacha kacha. Cracks appeared on the pillar. The young man's entire body smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Fei walked over unhurriedly. Wherever he passed, the dozen strong men would fall to the ground, clutching their wounds. A single sword will had injured all of them. Of course, this was because Lin Fei had shown mercy. Zhang Weiwei was dumbfounded. These were more than a dozen strong men who had been flaunting their prowess. Now all of them were lying on the ground. At this moment she heard a voice. You must have had quite a scare today. Have a good rest. Everything will be fine when you wake up. Zhang Weiwei saw a figure appear in front of her and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Fei gently patted Zhang Weiwei's neck, causing her to fall into a deep sleep. At the same time, he sealed the scene that had happened today. When Zhang Weiwei woke up, she didn't remember anything like this. Even if there was a trace of it, she would feel like she was dreaming. She didn't think that it had happened at all. Who are you? The young man was a pinnacle Xiantian expert, but now he couldn't move at all. God knew how many bones in his body were broken. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers and pulled the young man over. Then he easily lifted the young man. Look at my eyes. The young man looked over subconsciously, but in the blink of an eye, his eyes lost their color. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything to this pinnacle innate realm fish. He directly used the soul-searching technique. In any case, this fellow didn't do anything good. The baleful aura on this fellow was simply too much. There was no point in keeping such a person alive, so it was better to just kill him. After looking through the other party's memories, Lin Fei finally understood the situation. He chuckled. Looks like the origin of this soul jade is not small. It actually managed to mobilize so many experts. It seems like there are quite a number of Xiantian experts in the secular world. Lin Fei had indeed obtained a lot of information from this young man's memory. The most eye-catching thing was the origin of the soul jade. It turned out to be a bounty issued by a faction. Anyone who brought back this soul jade would be rewarded greatly. For example, the Xiantian pinnacle master in front of him. As long as he brought the soul jade back, he would have the opportunity to obtain treasures. Not only would his strength increase, but he would also receive their protection. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Coincidentally, the place where the bounty was issued was in South Asia of the Yu province. If it was somewhere else, it would be fine. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to go. However, since it was in South Asia of the Yu province, he had to go and take a look. He heard that there were quite a number of experts in that place. Lin Fei brought Zhang Weiwei back to the hotel suite. Both of them had to sleep for more than a day. Lin Fei left a note beside Charlene and left the suite. He decided to go to that place to take a look. Actually, Lin Fei also wanted to know more about the soul jade. Since he could find such a piece of soul jade, there would definitely be a second and third piece. He couldn't possibly miss out on such an opportunity. The outskirts of South Asia. Near the seaside. There was a huge villa here. It could be said to be a big villa with a sea view. It was very grand. This was a private place. There were security guards constantly patrolling the villa. One look and anyone could tell that this was a place where the rich lived. Lin Fei stood on the beach not far away. He let the sea breeze blow past his face and silently felt it. There seemed to be quite a number of people in the villa. There were 6 Yantian experts and one of them was actually a qi refinement expert. This was a little unbelievable. It wasn't a big problem to meet a Yantian expert, but a qi refinement expert was a little rare. I just caught a small fish. I didn't expect a big fish to come. It seems like this guy definitely knows about the soul jade. Lin Fei more or less guessed that this person should have received news that the soul jade appeared in South Asia of the Yu province. He was here to bring it back. Regardless of whether the other party was here to bring back the soul jade, Lin Fei decided to go in and take a look. Lin Fei walked into the villa unhurriedly. The patrolling security guards didn't see Lin Fei at all. This was because Lin Fei cast a spell on himself. No matter where he went, no one could see him. It was the same even if the security guards had some foundation in martial arts. Congratulations, Old Wang. This trip wasn't in vain. You'll be able to get that soul jade soon. When that time comes, it will be a great merit. Everyone in the villa was complimenting the old man. This old man looked to be around 60 years old, but his face was ruddy and he was full of energy. As he sat there, he felt like a huge mountain. In front of this old man, there were more than a dozen warriors, all of whom were respectful towards him. It's all thanks to you guys that I can complete this task. If it wasn't for you guys, it wouldn't be so easy for me to complete the task. Old Wang smiled at everyone and took a sip of the tea beside him. I see that everyone is in a good mood. I hope you don't mind an outsider like me coming over to have a cup of tea. Lin Fei pushed the door open and walked in, interrupting everyone's compliments. These people who were complimenting him turned around and looked a little displeased. Who are you? Why are you here? Get out now. One of the hot-tempered people snorted coldly at Lin Fei. He's not from our villa. Let's capture him and interrogate him first. Someone recognized that Lin Fei wasn't from this villa. Moreover, there were security guards patrolling outside. Anyone who could appear here must be an opponent. 2 figures pounced over like leopards and wolves and displayed the eagle claw fist. I'm just here to have a sip of tea. Is there a need to be so violent? Your sincerity isn't enough. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. The 2 experts let out a groan and flew to both sides. Lin Fei walked in and sat on the sofa. Can someone get me a cup of tea? Thank you. Chapter 43-35. Lin Fei's words were neither light nor heavy. However, to all the martial artists present, it was no less than a mountain. Instantly their expressions changed. The 2 martial artists that attacked just now were very strong. They were at the inborn realm. After all, a transcendent master wasn't qualified to stand here in the villa. However, these 2 inborn experts were sent flying in an instant. In fact, they didn't even see how the fight started and the 2 of them were already injured. Everyone, let's attack together and get rid of this guy first. Who does he think he is to dare to strut around here? Yeah, let's attack together. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of this guy? You're so young. How dare you cause trouble in our villa? You really don't know how high the sky is. The remaining inborn experts were infuriated and all of them attacked. After all, they didn't like to talk about rules. If they could attack together, they would attack together. There was no such thing as a one-on-one duel. That was a thing of the past. A sword will slip past them instantly. The sword will was like a mountain that swept across their bodies. Kacha kacha. The rest of the innate experts were sent flying. The sword will entered their bodies directly, and they instantly lost their fighting strength. An expert from Sky Sword Mountain. The old man called Old Wang's pupil shrank. He quickly stood up and stared at the young man. Lin Fei chuckled. I think it's better that you don't care about my background. I just wanted to have a cup of tea and chat with you. What do you think? A sword will appeared in front of Old Wang. It pierced through his left shoulder. Old Wang fell onto the sofa. Fresh blood flowed down from his left shoulder and quickly dyed the sofa red. "We know Sky Sword Mountain. What you're doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, Old Wang's right shoulder was pierced by the sword will again. Fresh blood flowed down again. Lin Fei extended his hand and the teapot flew over. "If I were you, I'd sit still. My mood isn't always so good. If I'm not careful, my next sword will pierce through your forehead. If you think your forehead can withstand it, feel free to tell me. I'm a person who likes to help others." Lin Fei poured himself a cup of tea. This tea was pretty good. The tea leaves cost at least 100,000 yuan per caddy. In this villa it was indeed quite good. Even outside, not many people could afford to drink this tea. Old Wang didn't dare to say anything else. No matter how sturdy his glabella was, could it be stronger than the other party's sword intent? "Senior, I don't know what you want to know. As long as I know it, I will tell you honestly." At this time he didn't dare to talk about backing anymore. The young man's temper was not small, and he would not give him any chance at all. If he really made the other party unhappy and sent a strand of sword intent over, he would be completely finished. He had to be wary of that. A soul jade appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He smiled and said, "I just want to know where this soul jade came from. If it's good, then you can leave today. If it's not good, then you can retire. I think that you are already 60 or 70 years old, so it's suitable for you to retire." Old Wang's heart skipped a beat. What a cruel person. Unless he was a fool, he wouldn't be willing to retire. Of course, he could tell what she meant by retirement. It was just a waste of his strength. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate to the qi cultivation realm. If he retired, he probably wouldn't be able to live for more than a few years. When he saw the soul jade, he understood what was going on. However, he was shocked. This soul jade actually ended up in the hands of this expert from Sky Sword Mountain. Did he not know where this soul jade came from? Old Wang didn't dare to say such a thing. Who knew whether or not this person had a bad temper? It was better to explain honestly. "Senior, are you saying that you want to know where this soul jade came from?" "Actually, this soul jade came from Kunlun's secret dimension. I heard that there are a total of 3 of these soul jades and this one is one of the reincarnated ones. That's why all of us came out non-stop to search for this soul jade." Old Wang explained briefly. At the same time his heart jumped. He didn't know why the young man would ask such a question. Did he really not know where this soul jade came from? He also didn't know that this was something that reincarnated ones had. Hearing the words reincarnated ones, Lin Fei was a little interested. He came from another world, so naturally, he knew about the existence of reincarnation. "There are reincarnations in this place? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" "Senior, how would I dare to joke with you? There is indeed someone in Kunlun's secret dimension who has reincarnated. It has been confirmed and these 3 soul jades were left behind by her." Old Wang said carefully. Lin Fei smiled. "Doesn't that mean that it will be more troublesome for me to get my hands on this soul jade?" "Oh right, tell me, which person in Kunlun's secret dimension has this soul jade?" Lin Fei knew that this would be the case. There was more than one soul jade. Now that he heard about reincarnated ones, Lin Fei's interest in the other 2 soul jades was piqued. If the one in his hand was strength, then the other 2 must be extraordinary. What if it was strength? Old Wang's heart skipped a beat. Did this fella really not know, or was he just playing with him? That person is the last disciple of one of the 6 Supremes. He is also the strongest among the 6 Supremes. His name is Supreme Xinghai. Lin Fei didn't know much about the 6 Supremes. This time those Supremes must have suffered quite a bit. His limitless hell formation wasn't set up for nothing. From what you said, the remaining 2 soul jades are in the hands of this Supreme Xinghai. Lin Fei had intended to make a trip to Kunlun's secret dimension to find out more about the secret. Now it seemed like he had another reason. In other words, he had to take a look at this soul jade. The remaining 2 pieces of soul jades are indeed in the hands of Supreme Xinghai. I've heard that 3 pieces of soul jades are required in order to fully activate the mysteries within, allowing the successor to inherit it. I've also heard that once the successor inherits it, he would become the 7th sovereign of the Kunlun secret realm. No wonder you guys would be so patient in searching for this soul jade. Unfortunately, I've already used up one of the soul jades. Sigh, that reincarnated one is really pitiful. To think that such a good item would end up in the outside world. I think there must be a story behind this. Lin Fei chuckled. However, in the ears of old Wang, this was definitely a shocking matter. This fella had actually used up the soul jade? How could this be? Didn't they say that all 3 soul jades had to be gathered? Bookseller's website. Chapter 4336. From old Wang's mouth, Lin Fei found out a lot of information. He also found out some insider information about the reincarnated people. Hence, he was rather interested in the Kunlun mystic realm. When he left, Lin Fei sealed old Wang's memories. It was as if he had never been here. He had used up the soul jade and he didn't want Charlene to have any trouble. After sealing the memories of these people, it would be simple. No one would know the whereabouts of the soul jade. As for Wang Qingyun, he had long run away. In Lin Fei's perception, the divine sense that he left behind was getting further and further away from him. If nothing went wrong, that guy would definitely run out of the country. That was the only way for him to survive. When he returned to the suite, Charlene and Zhang Weiwei hadn't woken up yet. They were still in a deep sleep. Charlene's absorption was very good. She seemed to have been reborn. When she completely woke up, she would be able to open up a whole new world. As for Zhang Weiwei, she would forget everything that happened before, and wouldn't know that she had been taken away by someone. Everything had become perfect. The next morning, Charlene was the first to wake up. She felt refreshed and she subconsciously flipped over. But when she flipped over, she felt that something was wrong. She actually flipped off the bed and landed on the carpet. She almost fell to the ground. Her body was as light as a swallow. I actually flipped off the bed. Could this be the whole new world that Brother Lin mentioned? Charlene came back to her senses. She didn't forget what she said yesterday. She also remembered the word martial artist. If she did not see Zhang Weiwei at the side, Xiaolin would have jumped in excitement. Now she could even touch the roof. This was definitely an unbelievable thing. In such a short time she actually became an expert. She felt that her body was filled with energy. It was as if she could smash the table with her palm. Suppressing the urge to attack, Charlene went outside. How is it? Aren't you pleasantly surprised? Congratulations. You are now a great expert. However, you still need to properly train your strength. Otherwise, it will be somewhat troublesome. Lin Fei chuckled. Lin Fei was the first to speak. Brother Lin, is this your world? So this world is so exciting. Charlene jumped 3 feet high and actually jumped towards Lin Fei. Xiaolin only wanted to walk over, but she didn't expect that with a slight movement of her feet. She actually bounced up and crossed a few meters in an instant. Seeing that she was about to fall to the ground, Yi Xiaolong reached out and carried Charlene on his body, casually placing her on the sofa at the side. Xiaolin, you really have to practice your control over your power. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, no one will be able to catch you. Lin Fei joked with a smile. Charlene's ability to accept things was very strong. Ever since she found out about that piece of soul jade, she felt that this piece of soul jade was not simple. Perhaps this was a woman's intuition. Brother Lin, can you help me? I'm really afraid that I won't be able to control my power. I've never learned it before. Xiaolin said helplessly. How could Lin Fei not know what Charlene was thinking? But he didn't expose her. Let me teach you. You're my savior after all. Charlene chuckled. At least you know your place. You even know that I'm your savior. However, you've become my boss now. You haven't come to see me in a long time. Is it because I don't look as pretty as Bai Shengnan? Perhaps it was because of the change in her identity. Charlene finally said what she wanted to say. Brother Lin, actually, I've liked you since a long time ago. Even until now, I've always liked you. Now I can finally come into contact with your world. Charlene had always wanted to know what kind of person Lin Fei was. She only knew that Lin Fei was very mysterious, and that his entire body exuded a mysterious aura. However, she had never thought that Lin Fei's world was so exciting. Lin Fei chuckled. It's just the door to a world. If you want to go further, you still need to work hard. Of course, you can also think of this as my world. However, you're still a little far from me. Charlene suddenly clenched her fists tightly. Brother Lin, I'll definitely work hard to catch up to you. At this moment, Charlene's gaze became very determined. Initially, she was a little worried that Lin Fei would reject her. Now, it seemed like Lin Fei had never intended to reject her at all. He only gave her a path to choose. Even though Lin Fei was standing quite far away, Charlene already knew that she would definitely be able to catch up to him, because Lin Fei had already given her a chance. Actually, when Lin Fei helped Charlene guide the power of the soul jade into her body, he was actually giving her a chance. If Charlene didn't choose, it wouldn't matter. The soul jade naturally had other uses. Once Charlene accepted it, it would be equivalent to a chance. Whether she could catch up to him would depend on Charlene's talent. As the first woman he met in East Sea and also his savior, even if Charlene didn't save Lin Fei, nothing would happen to her. However, it wouldn't be so smooth. I'll be waiting for you in front. Charlene, Lin Fei. Can the two of you stop showing off your affection here? At this moment, Zhang Weiwei walked out of the room and smiled at the two of them. Charlene had a tacit understanding. She didn't say anything about Zhang Weiwei being taken away. She just casually said that. I have to talk about you. You were tired from playing yesterday and actually stayed in my room. I was almost kicked down by you at night. What do you think I should have done? Charlene said. Zhang Weiwei was confused. Really? I didn't feel that I was tired from playing yesterday. But why did I sleep on your bed? Look at you, you can't even remember. You really tired yourself from playing yesterday. That's why you slept on my bed. Now, I'll punish you by making breakfast for me. Show me your culinary skills. Hearing what Charlene said, Zhang Weiwei also felt that she must have been tired from playing yesterday. That was why she slept on Charlene's bed. Consider yourself lucky today. I'll cook a meal for you. Zhang Weiwei really went to make breakfast. The suite was fully equipped. After Zhang Weiwei left, Charlene looked at Lin Fei and blinked. What do you think of my cooking? Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. I was worried that you would expose us just now. It's great that you said it like that. Charlene secretly asked, Brother Lin, did you do something to my best friend? If not, why can't she remember what happened yesterday? But that's good too. She can't remember what happened yesterday. Just pretend that nothing happened. My best friend is still the same best friend. Lin Fei smiled. Your ability to accept things is quite strong. Ordinary people don't have such a mentality. Chapter 43-37. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave South Asia. As he helped Charlene familiarize herself with her power, it was inevitable that there would be some physical contact. In Zhang Weiwei's eyes, it was as if the two of them were hooking up. After a few days, Charlene finally managed to control the power in her body. She wasn't a violent woman who would crush glass and leave marks on the sofa or stool. The current Charlene was still as amiable as ever. But in her heart, she was a fiery heroine. Lin Fei gave Charlene a set of palm techniques. Of course, this was the most suitable palm technique for women to cultivate. It was very feminine, but it was extremely powerful. It was very suitable for Charlene's physique. Currently, Charlene hadn't been able to unleash the power of this set of palm techniques, so she still had to practice more. For this, Lin Fei specially refined a talisman for Charlene. This talisman didn't have much power, but its greatest use was to hide the aura of Charlene's power. No martial artist would be able to tell that Charlene was an expert. At most, they would think that she was an ordinary girl with a strong aura. Even a Xiantian expert wouldn't be able to tell that the current Lin Fei could refine real talismans. This could be considered a form of protection for Charlene. Lin Fei and Charlene didn't spend much time together. This was because Charlene received another piece of news. It turned out that Bai Shengnan wanted to open a branch in Yu province. Therefore, he let Charlene take charge. After all, she was a secretary's assistant, so she was very good at this aspect. Upon receiving this news, Charlene was also very surprised. She knew that the cloud shapeware was very popular in the country, and every first-tier city had started to build such branches. However, she didn't expect it to open in Yu province so quickly, and it was even said in South Asia. I won't be able to take a vacation here. Charlene smiled bitterly at Lin Fei. Lin Fei really hadn't paid attention to the matter of the cloud shapeware and the company for some time. Boss, how are you going to compensate me for my loss? In any case, I was on vacation, but the vacation ended early. Lin Fei laughed. How about this? I'll treat you to a big meal. Sure, of course, Charlene has no objections. As for Zhang Weiwei, she had left 2 days ago because of work. There was quite a lot of food in South Asia. For example, now that they had found a decent private home cuisine restaurant, it was a good one. This private home cuisine restaurant was quite famous. The taste inside was also quite good. At the very least, Lin Fei was satisfied. If he really had to give a score, he would give it around 80 points. Being able to get 80 points from Lin Fei also proved that the taste of this private restaurant was really good. I can finally eat to my heart's content now. In the past, I couldn't let go of my hands and feet, but now I don't have to worry so much. Xiaolin was now a Xiantian expert. Even though she did not have a Xiantian physique, her digestive ability was still very strong. She could finally eat without any worries. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time an innate master had used his strength on eating. If this were to spread, all the Xiantian experts would probably be shocked. The ancestors would even come out of the ground. Brother Lin, how can you say that? I'm just letting myself enjoy this life better. It's rare for people to eat to their heart's content. Xiaolin rolled her eyes and continued to eat the delicacies. Brother Lin, sit here for a while. I'm going to the toilet. I have to eat to my heart's content. Lin Fei was convinced by Xiaolin's intentions. After becoming a Xiantian expert, she was even more interested in delicacies. Of course, Lin Fei liked Xiaolin's casual attitude. After all, not every Xiantian expert would like delicacies. Weren't all of them thinking about how to improve their strength? The more they did so, the more it affected their strength. Sometimes, when one's understanding deepened, they would break through. Lin Fei had seen this happen many times. Lin Fei felt that Xiaolin would sometimes bring him quite a surprise. What are you doing? I already said that I'm not going with you. Lin flew to his ear and heard Charlene's voice with a hint of anger. So what if I hit you? Didn't your moms tell you not to offend beautiful women? I'm hitting you, you be asterisk stars. A commotion came from the other side. Lin Fei didn't walk over. He extended his divine sense and saw the situation. A few drunk people wanted to take advantage of Xiaolin. In the end, they were beaten up by Xiaolin. Fortunately, Xiaolin had controlled her strength. Even so, these people couldn't get up from the ground. Brother Lin, it was really fun just now. I didn't expect so many drunk people to ask me to drink with them. Don't you think these people are asking for a beating? Xiaolin said angrily when she came back. Do you feel very comfortable? Lin Fei smiled and asked. Xiaolin nodded. To be honest, it was quite comfortable. I didn't expect those men to be so weak. I understand why ancient girls like to be heroines. It's good to help others. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Xiaolin's reply. At least, most people wouldn't be able to control their strength so easily. Xiaolin didn't disappoint him. It's okay for me to hit them like that. They seem to have some background. Lin Fei laughed out loud. What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget that you're now a great expert. Once a great expert like you gets angry, these little kittens and puppies will be scared shitless. Xiaolin nodded seriously. Right, I'm an expert now. So, I have to turn my unhappiness into appetite and eat again. Xiaolin wasn't affected by what happened just now. Xiaolin continued to deal with the food. She couldn't let down the food. After a private meal, most of it was eaten by Xiaolin. Lin Fei only tasted a small part of it. Of course, to Lin Fei, this small part was enough. Bitch, you actually dared to hit our people. Let's see where you can go now. Just as they walked out of the private restaurant, a large group of people came. These people were all wearing the same uniform. I see that you're a martial artist. I don't know why you bullied people from our Weijin dojo. Aren't you going to give us an explanation? A middle-aged man walked out from the crowd. His eyes were calm and fixed on Xiaolin. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this place. This is what our Weijin dojo said. Chapter 4338. When the people from the Weijin dojo came over, they surrounded Lin Fei and Xiaolin, especially the person in the lead, who had a savage expression on his face. How did they offend the people from the Weijin dojo? Who doesn't know that the Weijin dojo is a true demon king in South Asia? Those who offend the people from the Weijin dojo will not have a good ending. I heard that the background of this Weijin dojo is huge. That man and woman are out of luck. If I were them, I would kowtow and apologize to the people from the Weijin dojo right now. Only by doing so would they be able to leave South Asia alive. Otherwise, they would suffer a huge loss. The people at the side all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Hai sized up the two of them, especially the woman. He really couldn't tell that this guy was actually a martial artist, daring to injure the people from their Weijin dojo. As for the young man beside him, he didn't have the slightest bit of a martial artist's aura. He should be an ordinary person. Lu Hai could tell that they were probably people from other provinces. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to not recognize the people from the Weijin dojo, and they wouldn't dare to casually make a move. Why should I go with you? It was your people who came to tease me when they were drunk and I beat them up. Is that wrong? You stinking men are really nothing. Xiaolin had grown bolder now and started cursing. In the past, Xiaolin would never dare to say such words. Now that she was an expert, the chivalrous demeanor of a chivalrous woman emerged from the bottom of her heart. Of course, the fact that Lin Fei was standing beside her gave Xiaolin endless courage. Lu Hai couldn't help but admire this girl. She actually dared to speak to him like that. It seems like you are very confident in your own strength, but no matter what, you injured someone from our Weijin dojo, so you have to come with us. Lu Hai clapped his hands, and the disciples behind him rushed forward. Don't think that just because you're a girl we men won't dare to make a move. In any case, we are from the Weijin dojo, and other than our own people, outsiders don't have the qualifications to do so. The men from the Weijin dojo all pounced forward. Xiaolin also took a deep breath. Lin Fei also gave her a look. There are so many sandbags. You should practice well. After all, it's not every day that you'll encounter these sandbags. The people from the prestige martial arts school were all furious after hearing this. Someone dared to call them punching bags. This was simply not taking them seriously. After dealing with this girl, he would go and deal with this guy. How dare he spout nonsense? He would let him know the meaning of disaster comes from the mouth. All right. Charlene nodded her head and sprinted over. Not far away, many people didn't dare to watch anymore. She was a delicate girl, yet she was fighting with a group of men. Even if she really had some foundation in martial arts or learned taekwondo, she was still no match for the people from the Weijin dojo. Who didn't know about the Weijin martial arts dojo? It was a place that practiced martial arts. In South Asia, who didn't change their expressions when they heard of the Weijin martial arts dojo? Lu Hai also wanted to see what kind of ability this girl had to actually dare to hit someone from their Weijin dojo. Didn't he know that the prestige martial arts school wasn't a place that anyone could fight? Charlene was rather excited. This was the first time she had met so many opponents. Previously, although they had made a move in the private restaurant, those people were all drunk and dizzy, especially their reflexes. The people in front of her had indeed surprised her. At the beginning, Charlene was truly flustered. This was the first time she had met so many experts. Charlene's side was flustered, but she was able to dodge them one by one. On the other hand, the people from the Weijin dojo all felt that their eyes were blurred. They were clearly about to hit the other party, but it was gone in an instant. The other party was like a butterfly, constantly moving back and forth between the group of them. On the contrary, they were the ones who were careless and got hit by the force, causing their entire faces to change. You trash, did you not eat tonight? You can't even hold a girl, what's the use of having you? Lu Hai was furious as he watched from the side. He was clearly just a little bit off, but he actually missed. Lu Hai couldn't keep his face any longer. After all, he was a fist master of the Weijin dojo. He was quite famous in South Asia. For example, there were already some people who recognized fist master Lu Hai. This made Lu Hai feel even more embarrassed. For a moment, Lu Hai even planned to take action himself. He was a dignified fist master, and if he didn't make a move, he wouldn't be able to rely on these people. But with so many people present, Lu Hai felt that it was a little difficult. If he really made a move, he would really be labeled as a big bully. The Weijin dojo had always been paid attention to. As long as he dared to make a move, it might spread in the circle tomorrow. Lu Hai liked to bully the weak. It was fine if he bullied a man, but he had to bully a girl. Where would a fistmaster's face go? Wait. Lin Fei smiled as he watched Charlene make her move. He was quite satisfied with her performance. At the very least, she was used to this method of attack. It was not easy to find a sandbag like this. The Weijin dojo had really done a good deed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. The people from the Might-Jin dojo couldn't catch Charlene at all. On the contrary, they were attacked one by one. It hurt here and there, and their hands and feet slowed down. In reality, they were a little terrified. She was clearly a delicate girl, but why did she feel pain all over her body the moment she touched her? What the hell? On the contrary, they couldn't even touch her. Looking at senior brother Lu Hai, who was not far away, his expression became abnormally ugly. As one could imagine, their performance was extremely terrible. But there was nothing they could do about it. All of you come down. I'll do it myself. Lu Hai shouted. He really couldn't watch any longer. Even if he lost face, he had to do it himself. Girl, your skills are not bad, but you injured my Might-Jin dojo's people. As the fist master of the Might-Jin dojo, I, Lu Hai, have to ask for a few moves from you. Lu Hai walked out and cupped his hands towards Charlene. My name is Charlene, I am a nobody, but your Might-Jin dojo's people are not good. So many people are bullying a weak girl like me. Charlene also dared to say it. Lu Hai's face twitched slightly, and then returned to normal. Sorry to offend you. Basic etiquette was still needed. After offending him, Fist Master Lu Hai made his move. Walking like a dragon, he directly unleashed a set of fist techniques. This set of fist techniques was majestic and imposing. It was quite extraordinary. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 4339. As a boxing master, Lu Hai's strength was indeed top-notch. At the very least, everyone could feel the difference. To be able to become a boxing master of the mighty martial arts club, it was indeed a bit different. Xiaolin also had a feeling of fighting. Although the time it took to fight was not very long, these disciples of the mighty martial arts club were still effective as sandbags. At the very least, it allowed Xiaolin to maintain a very good state of mind. Even though Lu Hai's attack seemed to be menacing, Xiaolin still easily resolved it. With a flick of her left and right hands, she swept Lu Hai's hands. Fist Master Lu Hai was just a grandmaster. The strength of the early stage of the grandmaster was indeed quite famous in the mighty martial arts club. But after facing Xiaolin, it was indeed a bit too far off. Lu Hai felt as if his hands were being pricked by needles, and a huge force surged over, almost causing him to lose his balance. How can there be such a great power? Lu Hai's heart sank. His fist technique was also big and wide, but it was actually not as strong as his opponent. Could it be that this guy was also a grandmaster expert? Lu Hai's heart sank once again. If that was really the case, then it would be really troublesome. Lu Hai really didn't want to fight against a grandmaster, especially this grandmaster, who he couldn't see through. This was the worst thing. Xiaolin's one move caused Lu Hai to suffer a loss, and she directly took advantage of him. Her hands were like meteors and palm after palm followed. With this slap, Lu Hai felt that something was amiss. A wave of feminine energy actually bombarded his body. Lu Hai took a few steps back, and every step caused his blood to churn. With a wah sound, he sat on the ground. Isn't he Lu Hai's boxing master? How could he be defeated by a girl? Damn, how could there be such a powerful expert? She's definitely a heroine. No wonder she dared to beat up the people of the mighty martial arts club. Lu Hai, this time it's really embarrassing. So many people can't even catch a girl. Now you'll be famous in South Asia. There were indeed many people present who knew Lu Hai. As a fist master, who asked the fame of the Might-Jin dojo to be so great, it was hard for them not to know him. So you're not as strong as I thought. This fist technique looks like a flowery fist. It's too slow. It's not satisfying at all. Xiaolin looked down on this Lu Hai fist master. Lin Fei, who was standing at the side, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was just a grandmaster, but he was a Xiantian master. How could he be a match for you? Fist Master Lu Hai spat out another mouthful of blood. He was a grandmaster, yet a girl dared to insult him in such a manner. If you don't feel satisfied, why don't you go to the Wuxia dojo to take a look? In any case, there are a lot of people there, and it just so happens that Lu Hai is still there. Let him lead the way. Lin Fei laughed. Charlene's eyes sparkled. Really? The current Xiaolin was also fearless. Most importantly, she had Lin Fei by her side. Wuxia dojo was nothing to be afraid of. On the other hand, Lu Hai, who was lying on the ground, couldn't believe it. This girl still dared to go to the Wuxia dojo. Did she really not know the reputation of the Weijin dojo? In this Yu province in this South Asia, the Weijin dojo was the top dojo. Who wouldn't be polite to the Weijin dojo? It wasn't like what the two of them had said. They didn't take the Weijin dojo seriously at all. We have a lot of experts for the Weijin dojo. If you dare to come, I'll lead the way for you. Lu Hai naturally couldn't beat this girl. However, there were still many experts in the Weijin dojo. Did you see that? They've already invited you, so why don't you go to the Weijin dojo and take a seat? Lin Fei said. Why aren't you guys helping me up yet? Lu Hai shouted. The disciples of the Weijin dojo immediately helped Lu Hai up. Although Xiaolin didn't use a lot of strength just now, she was still a Xiantian master after all. It wasn't something that Lu Hai could handle, so he could only let the students support him. Originally, everyone thought that this matter would end like this, but they never thought that this girl called Xiaolin would actually want to go to the Weijin dojo. Wasn't this the same as going to the dojo? This was absolutely unbelievable. A big dojo like the Weijin dojo would actually be kicked out one day. It was a pity that they didn't dare to go and take a look. If they were to be hated by the Weijin dojo, then they would really be in trouble. The Weijin dojo was located in the center of a busy city in South Asia. It occupied a very large area, and all 7 floors belonged to the Weijin dojo. It was an office building. Compared to the other dojos, this was obviously much higher. At this time, the Weijin dojo was very lively. The students were all learning. Lu Hai returned. The person at the front desk was shocked to see Lu Hai bleeding. He immediately came up. Lu Hai, what happened to you? Who injured you? Do you want us to call for an expert to help you get back at them? Lu Hai shook his head. No need, they are already here. The person at the front desk really didn't see anyone. However, he did notice a man and a woman. Both of them had an extremely indifferent look on their faces. Could it be them? Lu Hai turned around and said, This is our prestige dojo. The experts inside are not people you can afford to offend. The news of Lu Hai being injured outside and someone coming to the Meichin dojo to spar spread like wildfire. At the very least, the boxing masters of the prestige dojo were furious. Although they did not treat Lu Hai as a fist master very well, they were still colleagues. Hitting Lu Hai was equivalent to hitting the Meichin dojo. If they didn't make a move, then their prestige dojo would become a joke. Therefore, the boxing masters came out one by one. These boxing masters were not weak. Basically, all of them were at least at the grandmaster level. 2 or 3 of them were the most powerful. This was because they were all Xiantian experts. One was at the early Xiantian stage, one was at the middle Xiantian stage, and the last one was at the late Xiantian stage. As soon as the 3 of them came out, the crowd quietened down. They were the most qualified experts in the prestige martial arts school. He was also the person who usually oversaw the dojo. When they heard that Lu Hai had been injured by someone, and that it was a man and a woman, they were naturally moved. Although Lu Hai's strength was average, he still represented the face of the martial arts club. When the 3 of them came out, their gazes immediately landed on Xiaolin. They felt that this Xiaolin should be the one who did it. The other party had an aura that was very similar to theirs, and they were very surprised. A female pre-celestial stage expert, but they had never heard of any female pre-celestial stage expert appearing recently. No matter what, since he was already here, he had to spar with him, so that the other party would know the ability of the Meichin dojo. He couldn't lose face. Otherwise he would be laughed at. Chapter 4340. Facing these 3 pre-celestial stage experts, Xiaolin was still a little pressured. After all, Lu Hai's strength was not that great, but these 3 were truly experts in charge. It could be seen from their every move. Therefore, Xiaolin was still a little pressured. This was the first time she had faced such a powerful opponent. Subconsciously, she had already treated them as on the same level. Lu Hai did not have the qualifications to do so. Xiaolin took a deep breath. Your Weijin dojo is really not that great. A group of men bullying a woman like me. You are clearly drunk. Yet you still want to bring me away. I really want to ask, is this how your Weijin dojo bullies people? Xiaolin was also very smart. She knew how to gain the upper hand. In any case, she was in the right, and these people couldn't beat her in words. Lin Fei, who was standing at the side, nodded slightly. He was very satisfied. At the very least, Xiaolin knew that she had the advantage of taking the initiative. These three pre-celestial stage experts were naturally a head shorter. This was a clash of auras. Xiao Lin had indeed taught herself, which was worth praising. Why did Lin Fei let Xiao Lin come to this dojo? It was to let Xiao Lin have a better chance to experience these pre-celestial stage experts. A free sandbag like this was really not easy to find. Although the strength of these three people was not bad, if they were to really fight with Xiao Lin, it would not be so easy to win. And to Xiao Lin, these three pre-celestial stage experts were really very suitable. This time he had really come to the right place. The Weijin Dojo had really become a good person for once. Of course, Lin Fei would not tell Xiao Lin about this. Just as Lu Hai was about to say something, the three experts glared at him and retreated a few steps. Lu Hai, don't you think that's the case? The leftmost early stage pre-celestial stage expert said with an ice-cold gaze. Lu Hai secretly cursed in his heart. Although he knew that their Weijin Dojo was very powerful, this time, they truly could not stand on their own 2 feet. A group of drunk people surrounded a girl, and in the end they were beaten by the girl. In the end he went up to help, but in the end he was also beaten. This was not right, and it was no wonder that he was so angry. Look, he can't even speak. Your Weijin Dojo might be famous, but you don't have any basic principles. It really disappoints me. So today I want to learn from you. I want to see why your Weijin Dojo dares to bully weak women like us. Don't think that weak women are easy to bully. Charlene once again gained the upper hand with a show of strength. The faces of the members of the Weiwei Martial Arts School and the students turned ugly. If it was a man who came, perhaps it would be fine, but it was a woman, which made them feel a little embarrassed. However, the words that the other party said seemed to be reasonable, because Lu Hai did not dare to say anything more. It was obvious that he had suffered a loss. Why don't we start with you? Charlene pointed at the Khanate expert on her left. Of course, the three of you can come at me together. Although I, Charlene, am a weak woman, I will receive as many as you come. I think it's impossible for the three of you to come at me together, right? Who said that Charlene wasn't smart? She was still quite smart. At the very least, he had to use words to stop these three great experts. From the moment these three great experts came out, Charlene could tell that they were the leaders of this dojo. Everyone looked at them with respect and worship in their eyes. Therefore, if he used words to suppress them, then things would be simple. As for the others, Charlene really did not care much about them. Especially after defeating Lu Hai. He knew that the majority of the experts in the Weijin Dojo should be at the same level as Lu Hai, and only the three in front of him were the most powerful, so he had a chance to defeat all of them. I am Fistmaster Suwon of the Weijin Dojo. Suwon stood up and said coldly, although our dojo did something wrong, since you came to us to spar, we will definitely accompany you to the end. At this time they naturally wouldn't lose face so easily. No matter what happened, at the very least they had to fight first. They could also tell that Charlene should be at the same level as them. As for the one beside her, they directly ignored her. They had to defeat this person first to protect the reputation of the Weijin Dojo. There are too many people here, why don't we change places? Suwon said. Charlene shook her head. No need, let's change places. It's boring, why don't we do it here? Everyone can see clearly, if I lose, I will leave immediately. But if you lose, then I will not stand on ceremony and take down your plaque, because your Weijin Dojo is not worthy of the 3 words Weijin Dojo. As soon as Charlene's words fell, the 3 Xiantian experts were instantly enraged, and their gazes turned ugly. This plaque was the face of their Weijin Dojo. This plaque was even personally copied by a great expert. If it were to be taken away, then their Weijin Dojo would become a big joke in the circle. What a girl! You're young, but your tone is quite arrogant. Let me try you. Suwon snorted coldly and pounced forward. The moment Suwon pounced, he instantly felt that his entire person had changed. Like a leopard, he was very slippery. In fact, Suwon was indeed using the movement technique of a leopard. This was something he had figured out himself, and it was very useful when fighting against an enemy. Charlene felt that this pounce was a little unusual. She subconsciously took a step back. This caused Suwon to laugh. He could tell that this girl called Xiaolin seemed to be a newcomer. People like her were really easy to deal with. Lin Fei watched from the side and didn't intend to make a move. Although Suwon's movement technique was quite powerful, Charlene just hadn't fought with him before. He wanted to see how Charlene would deal with this situation. Charlene's retreat gave the other party a great opportunity to make a move. Several claw marks came directly at him. A strong gust of wind swept past Xiaolin. Although Charlene was a little flustered, she still spread her hands apart, one to block and one to retreat. Her palm technique was very top-notch and wasn't something that ordinary palm techniques could compare to. With a single clash, she really managed to resolve the other party's attack. On the other hand, Suwon was slightly taken aback because his opponent's palm technique seemed a little unusual. It actually made him feel a little threatened. Luckily, Suwon was confident that he wouldn't lose to this girl. He attacked again. Charlene retreated. Charlene retreated. Chapter 43-41. Suwon was indeed a powerful expert. After facing Xiaolin, he really couldn't find a chance. Instead, he was the one who was injured. This made him cry out in surprise. This was different from what he had imagined. In the end, after being attacked by Xiaolin a dozen times in a row, he was sent flying with one palm. The more Xiaolin fought, the more she felt it. Lin Fei, who was standing at the side, knew that Xiaolin was improving. Using a pre-celestial stage expert to hone his experience was quite fast. At the very least, it wasn't something that Lu Hai could compare to. The expressions of the other two pre-celestial stage experts changed as well. They didn't expect Suwon to be defeated by this girl. The other party relied on pure palm techniques. Suwon was sent flying, and his qi and blood surged for a moment before he was able to suppress it. His expression darkened, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. As a pre-celestial stage expert, he actually couldn't beat a girl. This made him feel a little embarrassed. In front of so many people, he didn't dare to make a move again. Otherwise, he would really be ridiculed. Now it's your turn. I hope you don't disappoint me. Xiaolin felt something from the fight. After laughing, she actually took the initiative to pounce towards the two pre-celestial stage experts. She also wanted to give herself some pressure, because in a one-on-one fight, Xiaolin really didn't feel any pressure from Suwon. This kind of improvement Lin Fei could see it the most clearly. Even if Xiaolin were to face two pre-celestial stage experts at once, Lin Fei wouldn't be too worried. He was protecting her from the side. If there was any danger, he would protect her. The two pre-celestial stage experts were still wondering who would go first. However, they didn't expect Xiaolin to attack first. Without any hesitation, the two of them immediately counterattacked. On the contrary, the students present were a little surprised. Everyone knew that these three boxing masters were very powerful. Only now did they realize that the strength of these three people was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Of course, what surprised them even more was that this beautiful woman actually had a good set of martial arts. She was even able to fight with the three of them for so long. They couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy and jealousy. When would they be able to reach this level? As for Lu Hai, he also knew that he was in big trouble. Originally, they had actually met a great expert, and even Fistmaster Suwon was defeated. If the remaining two masters in charge were to lose as well, then the signboard of the Mighty Martial Arts Club would be taken away, and as the instigator of this matter, Lu Hai would definitely be in big trouble. Lu Hai was wondering if he should run away or not. Fortunately, when the two Xiantian experts attacked, Charlene felt immense pressure and was flustered. Of course, that was all because Charlene was learning as she fought. Although he was in a sorry state, his experience was increasing rapidly. The two experts were only focused on defeating him. But as the fight went on, something went wrong. Because Xiaolin, who was in a sorry state at the start, actually fought with great vigor. Their eyes were filled with shock. However, a thought popped up in their minds. Someone was using them as a punching bag. The current Charlene was completely different from when they first met. They felt even more embarrassed. They were dignified Xiantian experts, yet they were being used as punching bags. The more Charlene fought, the more energetic she became. She had gradually grasped the essence of this palm technique. She also knew how to fight, and her heart was filled with ecstasy. Thank you for your guidance, now it's my turn. Charlene laughed loudly. The palm technique in her hands flew like a cloud. It continuously enveloped the two of them. Originally, Charlene was stronger than them, her accumulation was deeper, but her experience was like that of a rookie. But now she, the rookie, had finally grown up. Sometimes it was so convenient to improve in battle. After dozens of palm strikes, Charlene used one of the killer moves of the palm technique. Dozens of palms turned into one, catching them off guard and directly sending them flying. The hard ground was also stepped on by more than 10 footprints, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. If this were to step on a person's body, then there would be no need to live at all. Thank you for letting me win. Charlene also cupped her hands in a dignified manner. The three Sciention experts all lowered their heads, feeling extremely unreconciled. They didn't expect that they would be defeated by a girl one day. The other party's palm technique was very brilliant, and they couldn't find any flaws at all. If the three of them were to attack together, they were quite confident that they could defeat this girl. At this moment they were a little regretful. Why didn't they attack directly from the start, and instead help the other party? It was obvious that the other party was using them as a punching bag to increase her battle experience. And they couldn't even see through it. What a great Sciention expert! How dare you come to our Wuxia martial arts dojo and behave atrociously? I wonder if you have asked for my permission. A cold voice came from the door. Charlene just turned around, and her body trembled slightly. Fortunately, Lin Fei stepped forward and hugged Charlene. I don't think you're a good person. Aren't you also bullying the weak? I really despise you. The other party's expression changed slightly, and his foot that was originally moving forward stopped. His gaze fell directly on Lin Fei. The three Sciention experts saw the middle-aged man and said in unison, Curator. Curator? The students of Wuxia martial arts dojo were also shocked. One had to know that the curator of their Wuxia martial arts dojo had always been a mysterious person, and even now, only a handful of people had seen the curator. They didn't expect the curator to actually come, and it seemed that this curator was a true expert. The two of you are very strong. Why don't you sit down and have a chat? The middle-aged man laughed. Lin Fei said indifferently, There's nothing to talk about. There's nothing to talk about with people like you who bully the weak. You should be glad that you didn't go all out, or else you wouldn't be qualified to stand here now. The middle-aged man was indeed the curator of Wuxia martial arts dojo. He rarely came here, but sometimes when he was in a good mood, he would come to the dojo to see if there were any good seedlings. He didn't expect to suffer a loss today, and there was actually a great expert here. This great expert seemed to have brought a disciple with him, and they fought the Wuxia martial arts dojo. That was why he said that and added a mental strength attack. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary young man was quite strong, and unknowingly injured him. The other party used the same mental strength, but it seemed to be of a higher level. He couldn't resist at all, and it was because the other party showed mercy. That was why the curator said that. For a person whose strength couldn't be seen through, it was very likely that he was on the same level as him. If they were to fight, there was no chance of winning at all. Chapter 43-42. Although the curator didn't make a move, the other party's mental means made him realize how terrifying the other party was. At the very least, when they really fought, this invisible means made him fearful. He was sure that this young man wasn't from Yu province, nor was he from South Asia. Fortunately, the other party didn't make a move, which made the curator heave a sigh of relief. At this time he really didn't want to make a move. My friend just said that your martial arts school is bullying the weak with numbers, so we came to find you. Do you have any objections? If you do, you can tell me. Since Xiaolin was going to take the plaque away, then why would she take it away? Then Lin Fei would naturally fulfill Xiaolin's wish. After all, this was the first stop of the summer camp. Therefore, this plaque had to be taken away. The three Sciention masters lowered their heads one by one. After all, they lost to Xiaolin before, but they didn't agree to give the plaque away. But now, the other party was stronger than them. Just like the invisible confrontation between the curator and this young man, they more or less had some eyesight. At the same time, they were shocked. They didn't see through this young man's strength and thought that he was an ordinary person. This was the true meaning of hiding one's strength. The curator's face was a little ugly. This plaque was passed down with great difficulty. If it was taken away, it would really become a joke. One must know that there were still many students in the Wuxia martial arts school. If this plaque was taken away, the school would become a joke in Yu province. They wouldn't even be able to raise their heads in the circle. Who knew how many people wanted to see the Wuxia martial arts school become a joke? Friend, you are going too far. Although our Wuxia martial arts school is in the wrong, This thing is only said by you alone. There is no evidence. Who would believe you? Originally, you planned to let us go, but if you take away this plaque, then you are bullying our Wuxia martial arts school. In that case, you don't intend to let us take away the plaque. Then let me see how much confidence you have to say such words to me. Lin Fei smiled and took the first step. The curator groaned as if he had suffered a huge blow. Then Lin Fei took the second step. The curator took 3 steps back. When Lin Fei took his third step, the curator staggered 8 steps backward, and the blood in his body churned so violently that he almost vomited blood. In the end, he forced himself to hold it in. He knew that once he spat it out, he would be injured. He could not suppress his injury at all. He had never thought that this person would be able to severely injure him in just 3 steps. One had to know that he was a qi refinement expert. Although he hadn't been in the qi refinement realm for long, only 5 years, it was still a high level of qi refinement. He was in charge of the mighty martial arts school, just to look for those monstrous disciples. But now he was actually injured, and so seriously injured. Wait. The curator raised his hand to block the attack. He knew that if he didn't open his mouth and the other party took another step forward, he would be completely humiliated. Even now, he forcefully swallowed that mouthful of qi and blood. Only by doing so would he not appear to be in such a sorry state. Now that you've thought it through, I thought you would struggle to the end. Why don't I send you one more step? Lin Fei said with a smile. At this time, the curator did not dare to take another step. If he took another step, it would definitely be over. Take this plaque. Our mighty martial arts school has made a mistake. The curator was also straightforward. He also knew that if he did not go along with the other party's idea, today's matter would not end so easily. At the very least, the curator, would have to suffer a lot. In his heart, he was cursing the people of the mighty martial arts school half to death. Of all people to offend, they had to offend such an expert. At this time, his mind was almost searching for which force could produce such a young expert. However, such an expert seemed to be unknown. This was the most frightening thing. If he was a disciple of a Ji Zun, that would be the most troublesome. Looking at the other party's young appearance, the possibility was very high. No matter what, he had to get through this first. As for the rest, he would take it one step at a time. They were not that easy to bully. Couldn't you have just said that from the beginning? Why did you have to suffer? Lin Fei snorted softly. The curator took another step back and almost couldn't hold it in anymore. Xiaolin happily jumped 3 feet into the air and kicked down the Might Shakes the Dojo's signboard. You don't say. This plaque is very good. When you feel that you have the ability to take back this plaque, I am from East China Sea. You can come to East China Sea to find me, Lin Fei of Longting Villa. Lin Fei and Xiaolin left with the plaque of the mighty martial arts school. The atmosphere of the entire mighty martial arts school became quite different. All of you come in. The curator's face darkened. He coldly snorted and walked into his office. After entering, he spat out 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood. Every mouthful made his face pale. He quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. What the hell? I actually encountered such an opponent. I almost couldn't hold it in. The curator was glad that his strength was not bad and did not make a fool of himself. Although his face was a little embarrassed, only a few people saw the confrontation between the two. As for the others, they didn't feel anything at all, because their level hadn't reached that level yet. After taking the pill, his face became much more comfortable. However, he also took out his phone at the first moment. He wanted to know the background of this Lin Fei of Longting Villa. He actually dared to take away the plaque of the mighty martial arts school from them. If he didn't vent his anger, then what face would the mighty martial arts school have? However, after making 7 or 8 calls in a row, the curator's face changed again. Because from these calls he got a piece of news. That was that Lin Fei of Longting Villa was unfathomable and very mysterious. If only